Chapter 47-35. Ha 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 ha, I've finally refined the golden body robe. From now on, it's as if I'm wearing a tortoise shell. Who can break through my defenses? On this day, Daoist Wuliang shouted proudly. It seemed that he had successfully refined the golden body robe. At this moment, Lin Feng was resting on a branch of a large tree outside. He had been waiting for Daoist Wuliang to come out of seclusion, and the damned Daoist had finally come out. Lin Feng was happy for the Taoist priest, the boundless Taoist priest, of course. In fact, Lin Feng hoped that everyone around him would be able to obtain great benefits as well. He hoped that the people around him would be able to become stronger, especially during the apocalypse. It was very important for them to become stronger. That way, they would have a greater chance of survival. As for Bei Bei, Xiao He, Xiao Long, the primordial emperor butterfly, and the others, they were still undergoing the transformation of their physical bodies. After all, they were spiritual beasts or spiritual insects, so their transformations were much slower than ordinary people. Lin Feng jumped down from the tree. At that moment, the boundless Taoist priest came out of the forest. When he saw Daoist Wuliang, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Looks like I'll have to congratulate you here." Daoist Wuliang grinned and said, "Let's share the same joy." Lin Feng said, "There's no time to lose. Let's go deeper and take a look. Hopefully, we can find the weak water shrine soon." Lin Feng thought of Shui Enyu, who had appeared in his dreams. This world was a mystical one. Sometimes, it was real and fake. Sometimes, it was fake. Sometimes, it was fake and real. Many times, it was possible to extend the entire story through dreams. Dreams were very mystical. Dreams could extend the story to infinity. Therefore, some things that happened in dreams might actually happen in the real world. The two continued to fly deeper, and Daoist Wuliang asked, "Do you have some sort of keepsake?" "Why do you ask?" Lin Feng looked at Daoist Wuliang in surprise. This guy was a little too sensitive. Daoist Wuliang said, "It's a kind of intuition. Hurry up and take out the keepsake." Lin Feng took out the misfortune bracelet and handed it to Daoist Wuliang. "What is this?" Daoist Wuliang asked curiously. "It's said to belong to the weak water goddess. It's called the misfortune bracelet," Lin Feng said. The boundless Taoist priest's hands trembled. He hastily threw the bracelet to Lin Feng. Then, Daoist Wuliang cursed, F*ck, what bad luck. I actually saw something like the bracelet of misfortune and even touched it with my own hands. I'm afraid I'm going to have 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Daoist Wuliang's Wuliang. Wuliang said Wuliang was speechless Wuliang. The Wuliang said Wuliang said, Wuliang, 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 Wuliang. Wuliang a Wuha Wuliang Wang's it luck what was originally a heaven-defying opportunity might turn into a disaster because of the misfortune bracelet. Only those with great providence can suppress the misfortune of the bracelet of misfortune. However, even if they have great providence, if they continue to wear the bracelet of misfortune, I'm afraid that they will eventually suffer because of it. I've been wondering why there are so many curses on your body when your luck is so strong. Now it seems that it has something to do with the misfortune bracelet. Lin Feng nodded and said, "In fact, I was also suspicious of the bracelet before, and this time I came to the weak water sea to solve this matter." Immeasurable Taoist said, "It's better to deal with it as soon as possible. If you keep this thing on you, who knows what kind of bad luck it will bring to you in the future." About half a month later, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang arrived at the central area of the Sea of Weak Water. A large number of cultivators had gathered here, and a powerful restriction had sealed off the area. There were rumors that the Sea of Weak Water was in this place. Many cultivators from the major forces had been trying to break the formation, but they had not been able to break the formation. However, it was only a matter of time. I heard that someone had entered the Central Sea area before. It is an extremely terrible place with danger lurking everywhere. If you are not careful, you may die there. Some cultivators talked about the Central Sea area. Someone has entered it. Is this true? Who could be so capable? Many cultivators were surprised. The cultivator said, "The other party is a character from a long time ago. I'm not very clear about who he is. I've read these things from the Tao scriptures. The expert who entered the central area finally retreated, but it was said that he died suddenly not many years later. It seems that he died suddenly. I guess it has something to do with the central area of the weak water sea. Of course, it may also have something to do with the weak water temple. He may have been to the weak water temple. After hearing this cultivator's words, the surrounding cultivators were very uneasy. The central area of the sea of weak water seemed to be more dangerous. They just did not know what kind of danger would appear in that place. All of this was for now. It was still unknown. The goddess of weak water, the goddess of that generation, her beauty is suffocating. Wu Liang Daoist sighed. After hearing Wu Liang Daoist's words, Lin Feng's heart could not help but move slightly, and then asked, "What? Have you seen the goddess of weak water?" Wu Liang Daoist's eyes flashed slightly. Then he said, "Where have I seen her? But I have seen the portrait of the goddess of weak water. Even if I have only seen the portrait, I am still shocked by her peerless beauty. I just don't know how beautiful the real her is." Lin Feng touched his chin and said, "If there is really a weak water temple here, then weak water should still be inside. She has already turned into a pink skeleton." Wu Liang Daoist shook his head, not holding much hope. Lin Feng said, "That is not necessarily the case. After all, the goddess of weak water was cursed by the gods. The power of the curse is very terrifying, so perhaps the goddess of weak water's body is still very well preserved." Wu Liang Daoist's eyes lit up and said, "If that is the case, then that is even better. At that time, we can properly appreciate the peerless beauty of the goddess of weak water." In the next few days, the array masters of many large forces were still trying to break the array. More and more cultivators came. There were rogue cultivators, cultivators from some ordinary forces, and cultivators from many large forces. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist saw some old acquaintances. For example, the Chu clan's ancestor, the Baji Palace's ancestor, Huang Taizong, and others. Of course, there were also the 4 evil spirit warriors. Chapter 4736. In addition to those top experts, Lin Feng also saw some familiar people. For example, young Master Ming Yu, young Master Xing Yu and others. In addition, Lin Feng also saw Murong Yuxuan. However, he did not see young Master Xian Kang, who was rescued by Murong Yuxuan. He did not know where young Master Xian Kang went. Or, this guy did not come here. There were many top experts who came here. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist did not get too close to that area. After those true immortal experts saw them, those true immortal level experts would definitely go crazy. Previously, those true immortal experts were looking for Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist all over the world. But they found nothing. Those experts had always thought that Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist must have left the weak water sea. But they would never have thought that not only did Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist not leave the weak water sea, and they were not far away from them. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist were the kind of people who like to make a fortune in silence. Therefore, they would not rush to the front. Instead, they liked to get some benefits from behind. The matter of breaking the array would be left to those big forces. If there was an opportunity inside, the cultivator who entered first would naturally have a much higher probability of getting it. But so what? The real big opportunity was often left for the last, and it was not so easy to get. It was not certain who would get the last big opportunity. Time passed by little by little. The methods of the spirit array masters of those large forces were naturally extraordinary. Therefore, after many days of breaking the array, the restriction that guarded the core sea area was finally broken by the experts of those big forces. Of course, they had only broken a portion of the restrictions. All he needed to do was to open up a gap in the huge restriction. Everyone could enter the core sea area from the gap. After that gap was opened, those top experts took the lead to enter. Then, the experts of the big forces also poured in. Especially those top experts, under the escort of many people, entered the central sea area. Lin Feng looked at Murong Yuxuan. This woman was as beautiful as ever. She exuded an aura that could drive people crazy. She was a woman so beautiful that it took one's breath away. As one of the top 10 beauties of the undying realm, Murong Yuxuan was a goddess in the hearts of countless people. Although she already had a fiancé. However, she still couldn't stop countless cultivators from admiring her. Furthermore, it was rumored that she still had many suitors. Most likely, someone was trying to poach young Master Qing Kang. However, no one had ever succeeded. Daoist Wu Liang noticed Lin Feng's gaze and followed Lin Feng's gaze. TSK, you have good taste. That woman is a goddess-level existence. Moreover, she is one of the 10 great fairies of the undying realm. Could it be that you have taken a fancy to that woman? That woman was not someone an ordinary person could provoke. She was very unusual, not only because of her appearance, but also because of her unimaginable method. Those methods are enough to make countless people fall at her hand. Lin Feng said, I'm really interested in this woman. However, I'm interested in taking her in as a female slave and teaching her a good lesson. Oh, do you have a grudge against her? Daoist Wu Liang asked in surprise. Lin Feng then told him about the conflict between him and young Master Shen Kang, as well as the appearance of Murong Yuxuan and how she saved him. After Daoist Wu Liang found out about the ins and outs of the matter, he smacked his lips and said, this woman could offend anyone, but she had to offend you. It seems that before long, this world will have one less fairy and one more female slave. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang quickly entered the center of the sea. The center of the sea was indeed different from the outside world, because the seawater here was actually blood-red in color. Moreover, the seawater also emitted an extremely dense smell of blood. After seeing the blood-red seawater, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang couldn't help but frown. How many people died for the seawater here to turn into blood-red seawater? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Daoist Wu Liang said, it seems that an extremely fierce battle must have happened here in the past. Could it be the battle between the weak water goddess and the gods? Lin Feng asked. Daoist Wu Liang said, I'm not sure. Perhaps not long after, we will be able to find the answer. The two continued to fly deeper into the sea, and many cultivators followed suit. About 3 days later, an intense storm blew in the center of the sea. This was a blood-red storm because when the storm blew, a large amount of blood-red seawater was also swept up. The blood-red seawater swept through the world. Within the blood-red storm, a series of ear-piercing screams could be heard. Clearly, there was something terrifying within the storm. However, no one knew what it was exactly. A large number of cultivators were swept into the storm. Not long after, the blood-curdling screams of cultivators could be heard. It seemed that the cultivators who were swept into the storm had suffered a calamity. The blood-red storm was still wreaking havoc in the world. There were blood-red storms everywhere, and everyone was trying their best to avoid them. Many cultivators landed on an island. Then, they hid on the island. Everyone looked at the blood-red storm in the blood-red sea, and their faces couldn't help but turn extremely pale. This place. It was indeed terrifying. One couldn't be careless in this place because the dangers that appeared here could cause serious consequences that could cause cultivators to lose their lives at any time. Therefore, no one dared to let down their guard. Everyone hoped that the blood-red storm would disappear quickly. However, the blood-red storm didn't disappear. Instead, it became more and more violent. Soon, everyone realized that something was wrong. Originally, the blood-red storm was only wreaking havoc in one direction. But now, the blood-red storm had appeared in all directions of the island. The island was actually surrounded by the blood-red storm. Something's not right. Why do I feel like something is controlling the blood-red storm? Is it a creature in the blood-red storm? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown and say. Daoist Wu Liang nodded and said with a serious expression, it's very likely. I wonder if the blood-red storm will blow in the direction of the island. If it blows in the direction of the island, it will be troublesome. Chapter 47:37. The bloodstorm is coming. What should we do now? The bloodstorm is too terrifying. Let's run. If we don't run, we'll be swallowed by the bloodstorm. When that time comes, we'll definitely die. Run. Where can we run to? There's nowhere to run now. We're dead meat. I don't want to die. I'm still so young. My talent is so good. My future is so bright. I can't die here. I don't want to die here either. I still have a beautiful wife at home. If I die, my beautiful wife will definitely follow another man. I don't want to be cuckolded. I don't want to die either. My son is only 5 years old. I want to watch my son grow up. The island was suddenly filled with an atmosphere of despair. Many people revealed incomparably terrified expressions. No one wanted to die. However, sometimes, life or death was not something a cultivator could control. Even if they didn't want to die, but many times, there was nothing they could do. For example, the current situation. The reason why everyone was so afraid of the bloodstorm was because it had swallowed too many cultivators before. Moreover, there were clearly some terrifying creatures hidden in the bloodstorm. Therefore, once they were swallowed by the bloodstorm, it was basically a dead end. It was precisely because of this that everyone was extremely worried. However, the current situation was naturally extremely bad for many cultivators. This was because the island had been completely sealed. It was simply impossible to escape. In the current situation, it seemed that they could only forcefully break through the storm. Let's all gather together and kill our way out, a cultivator said. There was strength in numbers. A group of people gathering together and then trying to break out was indeed a better method. Naturally, no one had any objections. The speed of the storm was extremely fast. It didn't take long for it to reach the outer area of the island. Let's go. A cultivator shouted loudly. Then, a large number of cultivators soared into the sky and quickly flew towards the storm, wanting to forcefully pass through the storm. However, when everyone arrived, they realized that things were not as good as they had imagined. Because when everyone rushed into the storm, the raging storm instantly swept the cultivators to other places. Then, everyone was swept to different places by the storm. They wanted to band together and pass through the storm. It was simply impossible to achieve. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist were also swept in different directions. At first, they could still hear Immeasurable Daoist's curses. But soon, they could no longer hear Immeasurable Daoist's curses. No one knew where Immeasurable Daoist had been swept to. The storm raging here was too strong. Therefore, it was very difficult to stabilize one's body in the storm. This was a very bad situation for cultivators. Because, if he couldn't even stabilize his body, there was no way he could pass through the storm. Luckily, Lin Feng had a hurricane pearl. When their wings were spread out, they were about 15 to 16 meters long. Every blood-red bat emitted a suffocating, terrifying pressure from within its body. Those blood bats were absolutely terrifying. When those giant blood bats flew over, Lin Feng discovered that these blood bats actually had a dragon's head. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face revealed an expression of disbelief. Those blood bats were too strange, right? Why did they have a dragon's head? Could it be that these blood bats were called dragon bats? Looking at their appearance, this name was indeed quite suitable for the image of these blood bats. Screech. Suddenly, more than a dozen dragon bats opened their bloody mouths and let out a sharp ear-piercing cry. The cry of these dragon bats was a sound wave attack. Lin Feng felt as if his head was about to split open. Lin Feng's soul force was so tyrannical, but it was actually a little difficult to withstand the sound wave attack of these dragon bats. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the sound wave attack of these dragon bats was. Fortunately, Lin Feng's soul hid in the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp in time. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp protected Lin Feng's soul. As a result, in the end, Lin Feng did not suffer. At this time, more than a dozen dragon bats had already pounced towards Lin Feng. This was the attack method of the dragon bats. First, they used sound wave attacks. After many cultivators were hit by the sound wave attack of the dragon bats, they could not withstand the sound wave attack of the dragon bats at all. All of them had a splitting headache and did not know what was happening outside. And this was the most dangerous time for cultivators. Because the dragon bats would often pounce over at this time. Because the cultivators were affected by the sound wave attack of the dragon bats, when the dragon bats attacked, these cultivators did not know anything at all. The dragon bats could easily kill these cultivators. This was also the reason why so many cultivators died in the bloodstorm after being swallowed by it. Unless there was a way to resist the sound wave attack of the dragon bats. Otherwise, it was too dangerous. It was almost certain death. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword. Holding the black dragon sword in his hand, he quickly charged towards a dragon bat. Lin Feng slashed out with his sword, and 100 feet long sword light condensed. The sword gleam instantly split a blood-red bat in half. These dragon bats were indeed very powerful, but they were far from Lin Feng. Therefore, when the first dragon bat was killed by Lin Feng's killing intent was completely aroused. He slashed out more than 10 times in a row, instantly killing more than 10 dragon bats. Then, Lin Feng quickly flew into the distance. Seeing some cultivators being attacked by the dragon bats, Lin Feng would slash out with his sword. Lin Feng's attack was too tyrannical. Therefore, those dragon bats were basically killed by Lin Feng's sword. Not long later, Lin Feng had already saved more than 100 people. He let those people quickly leave the bloodstorm. The cultivators who were saved by Lin Feng thanked Lin Feng profusely and quickly rushed out. Lin Feng killed 300 to 400 dragon bats and saved about 1,000 people. However, Lin Feng did not find the immeasurable daoist. He did not know if the immeasurable daoist had already gone out. Lin Feng planned to leave the bloodstorm to see if the immeasurable daoist was outside. But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a dense killing intent enveloping his body. After feeling that dense killing intent, Lin Feng felt as if his body had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Lin Feng knew. Chapter 4738. Hurry up and leave this place. There was only one thought in Lin Feng's mind now. He had to leave this place quickly. Or else. He didn't know what kind of terrifying existence would appear later. Whoosh, Lin Feng's speed was extremely fast. He pushed his speed to the limit and rushed outside. However, at this moment, Lin Feng felt a gloomy and terrifying aura coming from behind him. It was almost an instinctive reaction. Lin Feng quickly took out the Dominator's armor. The Dominator's armor wrapped Lin Feng's body. At the same time, Lin Feng moved horizontally to the left. An energy ball almost brushed past Lin Feng's body. Just a little bit more. It bombarded Lin Feng's body. Danger! Danger! It was really too dangerous. Fortunately, Lin Feng dodged in time. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't suffer a calamity. Lin Feng quickly turned around. He saw what kind of terrifying creature was the one who attacked. This was also a dragon bat. However, the size of this dragon bat king was not something that other dragon bats could compare to. After the other dragon bats stretched out their wings. Their wings were about 10 to 20 meters long. Most of them were about 15 to 16 meters long. But this dragon bat in front of him. Its wings stretched out. Its body stretched out for thousands of meters. This was too huge. No wonder this dragon bat was so terrifying. This dragon bat should be the king of dragon bats. Previously, Lin Feng suspected that there was some terrifying creature that could control the blood-colored storm. But those ordinary dragon bats couldn't do this at all. However, this dragon bat king in front of him should have no problem doing this. After seeing the size of this dragon bat king, he knew how powerful this dragon bat king was. At this moment, this dragon bat king looked at Lin Feng with a pair of cold eyes. Its eyes flashed with a dense killing intent. That pair of eyes was simply too terrifying. It made people's hair stand on end. Anyone who saw that pair of eyes would feel a chill run down their spines. Despicable ant, how dare you kill my subordinates? You deserve to die. The voice of the Dragon Bat King was extremely cold. Its voice sounded like it came from hell. Anyone who heard its voice would tremble in fear. As soon as it finished speaking, the Dragon Bat King flapped its wings. Its wings began to vibrate. Waves of destructive power swept through the world. That destructive power was simply too terrifying. It was as if it could destroy everything. Lin Feng quickly retreated, but he was still unable to avoid the Dragon Bat King's attack. He was sent flying by the attack from the Dragon Bat King's wings. Lin Feng felt as if his body had been hit by a fast-flying star in the starry sky. Lin Feng's body somersaulted a dozen times in the air before stabilizing. Damn, he's actually so monstrous, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. The battle power of the Dragon Bat King was indeed too terrifying. Lin Feng knew that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of the Dragon Bat King. Therefore, he didn't think of fighting to the death with the Dragon Bat King. That wouldn't do him any good. Lin Feng turned around and fled. At this time, the Dragon Bat King opened its bloody mouth. Then, densely packed energy balls sprayed towards Lin Feng. Each energy ball contained the power to distort time and space. Hundreds of energy balls sprayed over. Even if those energy balls didn't hit Lin Feng's body, they only needed to explode in midair. The destructive power was unimaginable. Lin Feng was very clear about this. If he were to be drowned by the energy from the explosion of so many energy balls, this would definitely be a disastrous outcome for Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face was extremely ugly. There was no other good way now. He could only choose to resist the attack of those hundreds of energy balls. Lin Feng cursed the Dragon Bat King loudly in his heart. Who asked this guy to be so abnormal? Lin Feng continuously took out several powerful defensive magic treasure to protect himself. But just at this time, a golden wall was formed between Lin Feng and the Dragon Bat King. That golden wall was formed by countless golden runes. Bang 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 bang, when the hundreds of energy balls shot out by the Dragon Bat King came crashing over, they were all blocked by the golden wall. Why aren't you leaving? A voice suddenly resounded in Lin Feng's mind. This was the voice of an old man. Lin Feng was very surprised. Who was this old man? Did he know him? Why did he help him? Although his mind was full of questions, Lin Feng didn't stop at all. He quickly flew into the distance. Not long after, Lin Feng rushed out of the blood-colored storm. Thank you for your help, Senior. I still don't know Senior's name. I also don't know why Senior helped this junior, Lin Feng asked. He knew that the expert who took action must be hiding in the surroundings. Because you saved a descendant of this old man, that's why this old man helped you. At this time, that voice once again resounded in Lin Feng's mind. That old man still didn't show up. It seemed that he didn't plan to come out and meet Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng said that he saved a descendant of this old man. Could it be that just now in the blood-colored storm? At that time, he saved almost 1,000 people. Therefore, he didn't know who this senior expert's descendant was. Lin Feng felt that the old man's aura seemed to have disappeared. It seemed that he had already left. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and leave. Wu Liang Taoist stood in the void in the distance and shouted loudly. Lin Feng came back to his senses and quickly flew toward Wu Liang Taoist. There's a giant Dragon Bat King inside. It's that giant Dragon Bat King who controlled the storm, Wu Liang Taoist said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded, saying, just now, I was entangled by that Dragon Bat King. Wu Liang Taoist said, Wu Liang, you're a celestial lord. You were entangled by that Dragon Bat King and you actually escaped. I just saw that fellow from afar and felt my body go weak. That Dragon Bat King is definitely a top expert among true immortals. True immortals were also divided into different levels. And true immortals of different realms had huge differences in strength. And that Dragon Bat King was clearly a relatively powerful true immortal. Lin Feng said, it was a mysterious expert who helped me block that Dragon Bat King's attack. Otherwise, I might still be unable to get rid of that fellow. Wu Liang Taoist asked doubtfully, who is that mysterious expert? Lin Feng shrugged and said, that I don't know. Wu Liang Taoist said, just wait and see. There will definitely be a top true immortal expert who will appear to kill that Dragon Bat King. Wu Liang Taoist's words were quickly verified. On the second day, a white-haired expert with a stooped body took action and engaged in a great battle with the Dragon Bat King. That old man wanted to attack the Dragon Bat King. However, the Dragon Bat King was also very terrifying. Hence, the battle between the two sides caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. The sun and moon lost their light. It was simply as terrifying as the end of the world. Chapter 4739. Ordinary cultivators naturally did not dare to get close to watch such a terrifying battle. Everyone could only stay in the distance and look into the depths. However, they were still deeply shocked by the scene of the battle. The white-haired old man injured the king of dragon bats. However, he did not succeed in killing the king of dragon bats. That was because the king of dragon bats was also powerful enough. How could it be so easy to kill such a terrifying existence? Not long after, the identity of the white-haired old man was exposed. The old man was called Wang Zhongyuan. It was said that he was a rogue cultivator expert. Someone once saw a mountain peak crack in the western cloud heaven sea. The old man walked out of the mountain peak. At that time, this incident caused a great sensation. Wang Zhongyuan was obviously an expert who had lived for who knows how many years. Some cultivators suspected that Wang Zhongyuan was related to a powerful force. However, there was no way to confirm this point. He is definitely a top-tier true immortal. Ordinary true immortals can't compare to him. Perhaps he was not far from the sage realm in the past. With the arrival of the apocalypse, these top-tier true immortals have come out one after another. I hope these top-tier true immortals can be like Wang Zhongyuan and maintain the righteousness and strength of character of a senior expert. However, this is obviously a very unrealistic idea. Many experts only have interests in their eyes. Why would they care about the life and death of others? Countless cultivators were discussing this matter. Wang Zhongyuan made a move to kill the king of dragon bats. This matter naturally had an extremely high evaluation among the cultivators. Many people were extremely grateful to him because if Wang Zhongyuan had not injured the king of dragon bats, the king of dragon bats might still be wreaking havoc in the Central Sea region. At that time, many people would have died in the bloody storm that the king of dragon bats had created. Now that the king of dragon bats had been injured and had fled, it should become more obedient for a short period of time. This also allowed the cultivators who had entered the Central Sea region to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Previously, everyone's expressions were tense together. Now that the danger was over, there was no need to worry like before. Of course, this did not mean that they could always relax their vigilance. The Central Sea region was not calm. Even though the matter of the King of Dragon Bats had been temporarily resolved, the Central Sea region was still very dangerous. However, the Central Sea region was still very dangerous. If they were not careful, they might die here. Naturally, everyone had to be careful. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang continued to fly deeper. Along the way, they saw many ferocious beasts stirring up huge waves in the sea. They fought against a large number of cultivators. Some ferocious beasts in the ocean were killed, while some cultivators were killed. That night, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were resting on an island. Lin Feng heard the sobbing again. He opened his eyes. The sound of weeping came from afar. "Water slave, is that you?" Lin Feng asked. He was very familiar with this crying sound. It was Shui Enyu's crying sound. However, this time, Water Slave didn't show up. "Water Slave, can you come out and meet me?" Lin Feng continued. The crying didn't stop, but the slave still didn't come out. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He didn't know why the slave didn't come out this time. He walked towards the source of the sobbing. However, when Lin Feng arrived, he didn't find anything. Lin Feng woke up with a start. He sat up abruptly. Dream. Another dream. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The dream just now was so real. The sobbing sound of the slave was so real. However, this time, he didn't see the slave. The next day, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang set off. There were more islands in the Central Sea region. Many of them grew precious treasures that had long been extinct in the outside world. Due to that, many cultivators were searching for different islands. Then, they boarded the islands to harvest the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Of course, not everyone was interested in the weak water shrine. They came here to look for opportunities. Since there were so many good things in the islands in the outer region, why take the risk to look for the shrine? Moreover, even if they found the weak water temple, the opportunity there was not so easy to get. There were many cultivators with this idea. Of course, there were also many people who were very keen to find the weak water shrine. The opportunities there were not comparable to the opportunities outside. If they could get some opportunities, they would definitely benefit from it for a lifetime. On this day, a piece of news quickly spread. It was said that there was a foggy island in front of them. The island was surrounded by fog. Some people suspected that that place might be the place where the weak water shrine was located. Many top experts had already gone to that place. After this news came out, it attracted everyone's attention. Everyone quickly flew towards that place. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang also came to that area. In front of them was rolling dark brown fog. This was an extremely strange fog. The island should be in the depths of the fog. Many cultivators had already entered it. This place is very dangerous, Daoist Wu Liang said. To be able to live until now while robbing tombs all year round was enough to show how extraordinary Daoist Wu Liang was. Daoist Wu Liang had mastered many incredible means. And some means. It was enough to make people look up to him. Especially, his ability to predict danger was extremely strong, and this was related to his life. In fact, at this moment, Lin Feng also felt danger. This was the ability of sudden inspiration. Perhaps there were some terrifying things hidden in the dark brown fog. Be careful, Lin Feng said. He and Daoist Wu Liang were naturally not people who would back down. So, even though they knew that there was danger, they still planned to enter and explore. They wanted to see what kind of secrets were hidden here. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang entered the fog. But the strange thing was, they actually didn't hear any screams. Logically speaking, if a cultivator were to encounter a calamity, there should be a scream, right? After all, the cultivators who entered here were all quite tyrannical. Even if they were no match for the other party. But before they died, they should still be able to make some sounds. However, the actual situation was not like this. The surroundings were very quiet. It was so quiet that it was somewhat strange. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, this kind of atmosphere might be considered good, because they would feel that there was no danger. But in the eyes of Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang, this kind of atmosphere was very oppressive, making them feel very uncomfortable. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang's expressions couldn't help but become more and more solemn. As they continued to go deeper into this area shrouded in dark brown fog, the uneasiness in Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang's hearts became heavier and heavier. Not good, I feel that danger is approaching, Lin Feng said with a solemn expression. This was because he felt that his blood was flowing faster. This was the ability of sudden inspiration. Chapter 4740. I don't know what the hell it is, but it hasn't shown up yet. It's really strange. Daoist Wu Liang couldn't help but curse in a low voice. He and Lin Feng had been trying to use their divine senses to search for the terrifying existence hidden in the dark. But they hadn't found anything. Now that he heard Lin Feng say that danger was coming, Daoist Wu Liang continued to use his divine senses to search for the traces of those terrifying existences. But it was still the same. He couldn't find anything. This naturally made Daoist Wu Liang feel very depressed. At this moment, Lin Feng felt a shadow shrouding his heart. Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. He knew that danger was coming, but he couldn't find where the source of the danger was. This feeling was really terrible. Daoist Wu Liang also felt all of this. Lin Feng used the teleportation divine ability and instantly disappeared from the spot. 10,000 miles in one step. On the other hand, Daoist Wu Liang took a step forward. His sacred art was actually a very impressive one. When cultivated to the peak, it was said that one step would allow one to appear 10,000 miles away. But obviously, Daoist Wu Liang was still far from being able to do this. However, it was still very easy for him to appear a few hundred meters away with one step. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang quickly left where they were originally standing. Then, they turned to look at where they were originally standing, but they didn't see anything. This was too strange. Therefore, the situation was extremely bad for Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. They could clearly sense danger around them, but they couldn't figure out what the danger was. This was naturally not good news for them. They couldn't even figure out what the danger was. To put it bluntly, if they were to encounter a calamity here, it would be a disaster. They wouldn't even know when they died. We have to find some special method to find that thing, Daoist Wu Liang said in a deep voice. Lin Feng nodded. Only by finding out what the thing hiding in the dark was could they think of a way to deal with it. If they didn't even know what the other party was, there was no way to deal with it. Lin Feng stepped forward in the void and began to chant the incantation for the Great Fate technique. The Great Tao of Fate. Let the evil creature hiding in the dark quickly show himself. I will use the power of justice to drive away these evil creatures. When Lin Feng's incantation fell, the power of fate descended from the sky. It was as if it was raining. Because of the rain. Of course, this was no ordinary rain. It was the rain of fate. When the rain of fate fell, nothing in the world could hide from it. Suddenly, dark shadows appeared in Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang's line of sight. There were more than a dozen dark shadows, and it was impossible to see what they were. They surrounded Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Then, they silently approached Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist. They probably wanted to ambush Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist. However, those dark shadows did not succeed in the end. Because of Lin Feng's Great Fate technique, they revealed their true forms. One had to admit that the Great Fate technique was indeed terrifying. No matter when. One could use the Great Fate technique. And the Great Fate technique. In many cases, it could play an extremely crucial role. For example, this time was the case. It's a void shadow monster. No wonder we couldn't find these guys. After seeing those dark shadows, Daoist Wu Liang's expression turned gloomy. He recognized what those monsters were. Void shadow monster. That was the name of those monsters. However, Lin Feng was extremely unfamiliar with this name. It was the first time he had heard this name, so Lin Feng didn't know what a void shadow monster was. Void shadow monster? What is that? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. Daoist Wu Liang said, this is a monster that was born from the void. They can naturally fuse with the void. In fact, they are a part of the void. Therefore, even cultivators who cultivate the Tao of space can't sense the existence of these void shadow monsters. Lin Feng said, no wonder I can't sense the existence of these monsters. Daoist Wu Liang continued, the most powerful thing about the void shadow monster is that after fusing with the void, it can launch a sneak attack on the target. Because everyone couldn't find these guys at all, so before they could understand what was going on, they were killed by the void shadow monster. Fortunately, these guys have appeared now. Otherwise, we would be in danger. Daoist Wu Liang was somewhat glad. It was precisely because he knew how terrifying the void shadow monster was that he was even more afraid of this kind of terrifying creature. But fortunately, now, the void shadow monster had appeared. When the void shadow monster appeared, the threat of the void shadow monster would be greatly reduced. At this moment, more than a dozen void shadow monsters let out sharp, ear-piercing cries. Then, they pounced toward Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. When these void shadow monsters discovered that their figures had appeared, they no longer hid themselves. They wanted to fight Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang head-on. Lin Feng sneered and took out 5 stone swords. The 5 stone swords shook the void and directly slashed at the void shadow monster that was pouncing toward them. At the same time, Daoist Wu Liang also took out a supreme treasure. The supreme treasure that Daoist Wu Liang took out was a treasure that looked like a broken bowl. That treasure released a powerful devouring power, wanting to devour the void shadow monsters. After the void shadow monsters were enveloped by the devouring power released by Daoist Wu Liang's treasure, they were unable to struggle. Lin Feng's 5 stone swords slaughtered in all directions, quickly killing more than a dozen void shadow monsters. Then, the corpses of the void shadow monsters were devoured by Daoist Wu Liang's treasure. Why are you collecting the corpses of these void shadow monsters? Lin Feng asked curiously. A few years ago, I caught a mutated void imp. It just so happens that I can use the corpses of the void shadow monsters to nurture this mutated void imp. Daoist Wu Liang grinned. Imps were an extremely terrifying type of life form. The average imp's body wasn't particularly big. An adult imp's body was only about 20 centimeters long. Imps were a type of insect-type lifeform. However, they were different from ordinary insect-type lifeforms because they walked upright. Moreover, their heads took up half of their bodies. Their mouths were especially large and could release terrifying sound wave attacks. The fangs in their mouths were extremely sharp. It was said that they could easily crush immortal equipment. Imps usually lived in the demon realm, and they were extremely rare. Mutated imps were even rarer. Lin Feng hadn't seen an imp in all these years. However, he had read about them in the classic of mountains and seas. Lin Feng guessed that Daoist Wu Liang most likely found this imp when he was excavating an ancient tomb. Chapter 47-41. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang quickly passed through the dark brown fog. For the rest of their journey, they didn't encounter any more attacks from the void shadow monsters. In fact, there were some cultivators who were lucky enough to successfully pass through after entering the space. They didn't encounter any void shadow monsters. And there were quite a few of them. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang arrived at the island in the depths of the dark brown fog. This island gave off an ancient aura. No one knew how many years it had been since someone came to this island. Not long after Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang arrived, they heard the exclamations of the cultivators. Because someone dug out the skeletons of the dead experts in the forest. What surprised Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang was that many people found the skeletons of the dead cultivators here. There seemed to have been a great battle here in the past, so many people died. Many cultivators began to search for the skeletons left behind by the dead cultivators. If they were lucky, the storage rings on the skeletons hadn't been destroyed yet. Of course, due to the long time and the fact that the skeletons had been buried underground, the corrosion had been eroded. As a result, those storage rings were corroded. At least 95% of the storage rings were destroyed. However, there were still some storage rings that hadn't been destroyed. Even if they could only find one storage ring that wasn't destroyed, it would still be a great harvest. It was enough to make people go crazy. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang didn't look for the corpses of the dead cultivators. They quickly rushed towards the depths. Some of the top experts who arrived first had already entered the depths. In the depths, there was a towering mountain peak. That mountain peak was emitting a very eerie and terrifying aura. Lin Feng saw many experts. True immortal level experts. There were also some quasi-true immortal level experts. In addition, there were also some top geniuses who had arrived. There's no weak water temple. It seems like this isn't where the weak water temple is located. Lin Feng looked at the mountain peak and said. He couldn't see any temple. If the weak water temple was built on top of that huge mountain, Lin Feng would definitely be able to see such a huge temple. At this time, there was a commotion ahead. No one knew what those cultivators were talking about. Next, many cultivators flew towards the other side, not knowing what was going on. Or perhaps, there must be some important discovery. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang naturally noticed this as well. The two of them looked at each other and then flew toward the mountain peak. Very soon, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang arrived at the opposite side of the mountain peak. They didn't get too close to the mountain peak. Instead, they stood in the distant forest and watched. Because they had many enemies in front of them. A group of true immortal experts hated the two of them so much that they gnashed their teeth. If those true immortal experts saw them, they would definitely die. Those true immortal experts would definitely go crazy and besiege Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang did not want to fall into such a dangerous situation. It's a man who was nailed to the wall, Daoist Wu Liang said. And it's a woman, Lin Feng said. Although he was far away, Lin Feng could still see the figure of the mysterious man who was nailed to death. Her figure was very slim. She was obviously a woman. Her hands and feet were pierced by a god-sealing nail. Then there was also a god-sealing nail in her abdomen. In addition, there were 2 god-sealing nails in her chest. There was a god-sealing nail in her throat. There was also a god-sealing nail in her forehead. Her hair was loose, so her appearance could not be seen clearly. The God-sealing nail is very special. After piercing through a person's body, the body will quickly die, but the soul will not die quickly. The soul will be sealed in the body and will only die after experiencing endless torture. Therefore, the God-sealing nail is very vicious. It is said that it was popular for a while during the era of the conferred gods, but because the God-sealing nail is too vicious, an expert destroyed the refining method of the God-sealing nail, and the God-sealing nail gradually disappeared. The other party actually used the God-sealing nail to nail this woman to death. How much hatred is there? How much hatred is there? Poor woman. After dying, her soul still has to suffer endless torture. This feeling is simply more painful than dying 1,000 or 10,000 times. Daoist Wu Liang sighed. Look, the other party used a total of 9 God-sealing nails. There is a reason for this. The other party probably knew that killing this woman and torturing her soul in such a cruel manner would cause her soul to develop a great amount of resentment. Once resentment is generated, the corpse of a powerful cultivator could transform into a yin corpse. However, the other party used the 9 God-sealing nails just right. 9 is the extreme number, representing an ominous feeling. The other party probably wanted to use the ominous feeling to suppress the resentment inside the corpse. Because of this, she still can't turn into a yin corpse even after countless years, Lin Feng said. Daoist Wu Liang nodded. Indeed, to be able to think so thoroughly, the person who took action back then must be extraordinary. However, this person is a bit too despicable, treating a woman so ruthlessly without showing any tenderness to the fairer sex. What a bastard! Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. The phrase tenderness to the fairer sex came out of this damned Daoist's mouth. Lin Feng felt that this phrase seemed to have changed its meaning. Could she be goddess Ruoshui? Daoist Wu Liang asked. This. Lin Feng frowned. He couldn't determine whether the other party was goddess Ruoshui or not. There were already many cultivators who wanted to investigate the specific situation of this female corpse. And at this moment, the mountain wind blew. The female corpse's hair was blown to the side. The female corpse's face appeared in everyone's line of sight. It was an extremely pale, yet extremely beautiful face. Her face was very young. She looked like a 16 or 17-year-old girl in the prime of her youth. Water slave. After seeing the appearance of the female corpse, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal an incomparably shocked expression. Water slave. It turned out to be water slave. In the dream, the woman he saw. She is the water slave you mentioned. After hearing Lin Feng say the name, Daoist Wu Liang couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. Lin Feng previously told Daoist Wu Liang some of the situations in his dream. Therefore, Daoist Wu Liang naturally knew about the water slave. Now, the dream shone into reality. The woman that appeared in Lin Feng's dream. She actually appeared in the real world. However, the fate of the water slave was really too miserable. The other party was too cruel to use such a cruel method on a woman. Chapter 47-42. Shui Nu was the personal maid of the weak water goddess. She had followed the weak water goddess for many years. She was loyal to the weak water goddess. In the eyes of the weak water goddess, Shui Nu was not as simple as a maid. To the weak water goddess, Shui Nu was more like her younger sister. Shui Nu's death. It should be related to the gods, right? But the so-called gods, were they just? If they were just, would they use such cruel means to kill Shui Nu? In the past, there were myths and legends about the weak water goddess. Many of the contents might not be true. People could only find out about the past from those stories. But there were too many things that had long been buried by history. At this time, there were already cultivators flying towards Shui Nu seeing someone moving. So more people flew towards Shui Nu's corpse. Those cultivators came to the side of Shui Nu's corpse. Could she be the weak water goddess? Someone said. No. The weak water goddess doesn't look like this. Perhaps it is related to the weak water goddess. Let's see if there are any clues on her body, a cultivator said. Originally, those cultivators wanted to find Shui Nu's storage ring. But they didn't find Shui Enyu's storage ring. Because Shui Enyu didn't have a storage ring on her hand. Perhaps this woman has cultivated a small world in her body. Some experts in the era of titled gods would indeed cultivate a small world in their body, an expert said. Another person said. Then let's cut open her dantian and take a look. Everyone, she has been dead for so long, but you want to cut open her dantian. That is too disrespectful to the corpse. The dead should be respected. Since she is not the weak water goddess, everyone should continue to look for clues about the weak water goddess. Presumably, we can quickly find clues about the weak water goddess. There is no need to humiliate her. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the void. Lin Feng hid in the dark and transmitted his voice. Shui Enyu had once visited Lin Feng in a dream. Lin Feng naturally didn't want others to humiliate her corpse. But there were too many experts around Shui Enyu. Lin Feng had no way to stop those people. What scoundrel! You only dare to hide your head and show your tail, not daring to show your true face. A true immortal expert sneered. His words were filled with mockery and disdain towards Lin Feng. I'm not your father. Do you really want to see your little grandpa? If you kneel and kowtow to me when you see me, I won't give you any New Year's money, Lin Feng said sarcastically. The true immortal expert was so angry that he was trembling all over. His eyes couldn't help but reveal an extremely sinister look. The cultivator hiding in the dark actually humiliated him like this. Naturally, he was infuriated. Come out if you have the ability, the true immortal expert said coldly. Idiot. As a true immortal, you don't even know where I'm hiding, and you have the nerve to clamor here? I don't want to come out now, because if I do, I can torture you to death in a matter of minutes, replied Lin Feng with a cold smile on his face. His words were extremely arrogant. Of course. When Lin Feng said that, he changed his voice a bit. It was a bit different from his original voice. Therefore, no one recognized Lin Feng's identity. However, Lin Feng's arrogant personality attracted some people's attention. This was because they felt that the personality of the cultivator hiding in the dark was very similar to Lin Feng's. However, those cultivators quickly abandoned this idea in their hearts. No matter how arrogant Lin Feng was, he wouldn't come here to be arrogant, right? If he was discovered, wouldn't that be a dead end? There were so many true immortal experts looking for him everywhere. There were naturally many arrogant cultivators in the world of cultivators. Therefore, it seemed that they couldn't determine that the cultivator hiding in the dark was Lin Feng just based on this arrogant personality. Kid, I'm not going to argue with you. You'll lose my identity if you do that, the true immortal expert said coldly. In the end, he didn't say anything else. Because, if he continued to curse, he felt that he would die of anger. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to continue to pay attention to this person. Everyone, respect the dead. It can be considered as accumulating merit for yourself. Lin Feng continued. However, it was obvious that those cultivators didn't listen to Lin Feng's words. They still decided to dig up the water slave's corpse. Fellow Taoists, how about letting me dig up this corpse? The true immortal expert who argued with Lin Feng just now said. He seemed to want to deliberately anger Lin Feng. Therefore, he took the initiative to volunteer. This true immortal expert was called Dongfang Qi. He was an expert from the famous top sect, the Immortal Paradise. The Immortal Paradise was an extremely ancient force. It was also one of the top forces that still existed in the Undying Realm. Now, among the 17 cultivator legions under the Celestial Emperor, one of them was called the Immortal Heavenly Army. The commander of this Immortal Heavenly Army was called Dongfang Xiantian. This person also came from the Immortal Paradise. This Immortal Paradise's foundation was very strong. There was more than one true immortal expert. Therefore, since Dongfang Qi had spoken, everyone would naturally give Dongfang Qi face. Of course, the others nodded in agreement. Seeing that the others nodded in agreement. Haha, since everyone is giving me face, I, Dongfang Qi, will accept your kindness, Dongfang Qi said proudly. Then, he took out a dagger. Kid, Do you want to come and watch me dissect the corpse? Perhaps it will broaden your horizons, Dongfang Qi said provocatively. Lin Feng didn't show up, but his face was a little ugly. Dongfang Qi was even more proud. He held the dagger and stabbed towards the water slave's abdomen. Clang. However, when the dagger in Dongfang Qi's hand stabbed into the water slave's abdomen, there was a clanging sound. It was as if he had stabbed into the hardest iron rock. Dongfang Qi frowned slightly. His dagger was a supreme treasure on the level of an emperor weapon. However, it didn't pierce through the water slave's corpse. Naturally, it was out of everyone's expectations. It was just a corpse. How could it be so hard? Moreover, after countless years, the corpse would definitely gradually rot. It should be easy to pierce through. However, this wasn't the case. A low-level true immortal expert said. Could it be related to the 9 god-sealing nails? It should be so. Then, someone nodded. Other than this reason, there seemed to be no other reason that could explain all of this. The 9 god-sealing nails have played a great role in preventing her from turning into a yin corpse. However, the 9 god-sealing nails mission should end now, the third true immortal expert said. Chapter 47-43. Okay. I'll pull out the god-seal nails now, Dongfang Qi said. Pull them out one by one. Don't pull them out all at once. After pulling out the first god-seal nail, try to see if you can cut open her abdomen. If you can't, then pull out the second god-seal nail and so on, until you can cut open her abdomen, a genuine immortal expert said. This genuine immortal expert was obviously more cautious. He was worried that something might happen after pulling out the 9 god-seal nails. Therefore, this genuine immortal expert planned to pull out the 9 god-seal nails one by one. In this way, if something really happened, they would have time to deal with it since the god-seal nails were not completely pulled out. Dongfang Qi nodded. He felt that this method was not bad, so he finally agreed. Dongfang Qi tried to pull out the god-seal nail from Shui Enyu's abdomen. However, the god-sealing nail was extremely sturdy. It took him a dozen tries before he finally managed to pull it out. After pulling out the god-seal nail, Dongfang Qi stabbed Shui Enyu's abdomen with his dagger again. Clang. The dagger still couldn't penetrate Shui Enyu's body, as if it had stabbed a metal surface. This little bitch's body is so hard. She's really strange. Dongfang Qi couldn't help cursing. Obviously, he had no respect for Shui Enyu. Although there was an old saying that the dead were respected, these powerful cultivators didn't mind the dead. They had killed countless people, so they naturally wouldn't worry about breaking the taboo. You can try pulling out the second one, someone said. Dongfang Qi nodded and began to try to pull out the second god-seal nail. Dongfang Qi pulled out the god-seal nail that pierced through Shui Enyu's left chest. Then, Dongfang Qi tried to stab Shui Enyu's abdomen with his dagger. This attempt still ended in failure. Shui Enyu's body was very hard. It wasn't easy to pierce through it. After seeing this, many people couldn't help but frown slightly. Dongfang Qi was cursing as well. He began to try to pull out the third stone nail. This time, Dongfang Qi pulled out the stone nail from Shui Enyu's right chest. After the third stone nail was pulled out by Dongfang Qi, Dongfang Qi held the dagger in his hand and was about to stab Water Slave's abdomen, but at this time, something strange happened. Streams of dark power were emitted from Water Slave's body. Water Slave's long eyelashes fluttered. Then, Slave Water opened his eyes. When he saw this scene, Dongfang Qi was shocked. The others couldn't help but jump in fright. Corpse transformation. Hurry up and seal his body, someone reminded him. Dongfang Qi hurriedly tried to insert the 3 god-sealing nails back into the water slave's body. But at this moment, something strange happened. The 3 god-sealing nails that were pulled out of water slave's body were no longer under Dongfang Qi's control. The 3 god-sealing nails instantly broke away from Dongfang Qi. Then, he charged towards Dongfang Qi. Dongfang Qi's expression changed drastically. He quickly dodged the attacks of the 3 god-sealing nails. After all, Dongfang Qi was a true immortal expert. As such, even though he hurriedly dodged the attacks of the 3 Godseal spikes, he still managed to successfully dodge 2 of them. He didn't manage to dodge the last Godseal nail. So, the last Godseal nail instantly pierced through Dongfang Qi's chest. Dongfang Qi screamed and his body flew out. As a true immortal expert, Dongfang Qi's chest was pierced, but he only suffered a serious injury. And this injury couldn't kill Dongfang Qi for the time being. I hate. Water Slave screamed angrily. She used to be very innocent, but she died too miserably. After her death, she was nailed to the rock wall by the 9 God-sealing nails. This kind of hatred could never be erased. So, Water Slave was now filled with endless hatred and killing intent. More and more black gas gushed out of her body and her aura became more and more powerful. Puff, 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 puff. It was accompanied by the sound of 6 bodies piercing through. The 6 God-sealing nails that pierced through Water Slave's body flew out of her body. And Water Slave regained her freedom. She actually turned into a yin corpse. Those experts looked at Water Slave gloomily. They originally thought that Water Slave's body was sealed by the 9 God-sealing nails and it was impossible for her to turn into a yin corpse. But now it seemed that they were wrong. Water Slave died too miserably. After her death, her soul was tortured. So, the resentment in Water Slave's heart was too heavy. So, even the 9 God-sealing nails couldn't completely erase the resentment in Water Slave's body. When the 9 God-sealing nails pierced through Water Slave's body, the resentment in Water Slave's body was suppressed. So her corpse couldn't mutate. But when Dongfang Qi pulled out the 3 God-sealing nails from Water Slave's body, the remaining 6 God-sealing nails couldn't suppress the powerful resentment in Water Slave's body. Let's go together and suppress her first. Chu Clan's patriarch sneered. He wielded the ancient weapon 6-eyed Sky Destroyer sword and naturally wasn't afraid of Water Slave. His voice died away. The 6-eyed Sky Destroyer sword was taken out by Chu Clan's patriarch. Everyone, follow me and activate the ancient weapon to deal with her, Chu Clan's patriarch shouted. Hearing this, everyone activated their magic power. Powerful dharmic powers surged out. The magic power was injected into the 6-eyed Sky Destroyer sword. After receiving the magic power from dozens of powerful cultivators, the power of the 6-eyed Sky Destroyer sword suddenly increased. Everyone could feel the extraordinary power of the 6-eyed Sky Destroyer sword. At this moment, the 6-eyed Sky Destroyer sword seemed to have transformed into a peerless killing weapon. The 6-eyed Sky Destroyer sword exploded with destructive power and directly slashed towards Water Slave. It's worthy of being an ancient weapon, so awesome. If I can snatch this ancient weapon, that would be awesome. Wu Liang Daoist looked at the 6-eyed Sky Destroyer sword and almost drooled. This treasure. It was really too attractive. Wu Liang Daoist had a lot of treasures on him, but he lacked a powerful ancient weapon. But how difficult was it to snatch the ancient weapon from Chu Clan's patriarch? And it didn't mean that the ancient weapon would be yours if you snatched it. Under normal circumstances, there were living gods in these ancient weapons. And these gods were usually loyal to their previous masters. So, if you want to refine the ancient weapon, you must get the approval of those gods. Chapter 47-44. Humph. Shui Nu snorted coldly in the face of the ancient weapon's attack. Then, Water Slave waved her right hand. Suddenly, the 9 Godseal nails flew towards the 6-eyed Sky Destroyer sword. Clang, 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 clang. Clanging sounds of collisions rang out one after another. The 9 Godseal nails and the 6-eyed Sky Destroyer sword collided. The 9 Godseal nails blocked the power of the 6-eyed Sky Destroyer sword. After seeing this scene, the Chu family's ancestor and the other experts revealed an expression of disbelief. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang, who were hiding in the dark, were also in disbelief. Ancient weapons were such terrifying treasures. Such a supreme treasure was almost invincible. But the 9 Godseal nails could block the attack of the 6-eyed Sky Destroyer sword. It was enough to show how terrifying the 9 Godseal nails were. At this moment, Water Slave quickly rushed into the crowd. Her speed was simply too fast. So when Water Slave came into the crowd, many people were still in shock. At this moment, Water Slave had already started attacking these cultivators. Water Slave's fingernails kept growing and became 1/2 meter long in an instant. Her fingernails were the sharpest weapons. Water Slave unleashed a frightening attack that shocked the spectators. In a group of experts, there was no one who could stop her. She started to kill. Puff, puff, puff. Along with the sound of tearing, the bodies of the experts were torn apart by Water Slave's sharp claws. Blood immediately flowed out. The blood that flowed out of their bodies was black. In fact, their blood was originally red. The reason why it turned black was because Water Slave's claws had pierced through their skin. The poison had entered their bodies. The corpse poison in Water Slave's body was too terrifying. It could turn one's blood into black poisonous blood in an instant. Therefore, the blood that flowed out of the cultivators' bodies turned black. Those quasi-true immortals couldn't even take a single blow from Water Slave and were instantly killed. Quasi-true immortals were indeed very powerful in the outside world, but in front of Shui Nu, the difference was too great. Only some quasi-true immortals who possessed extremely powerful treasures were lucky enough to escape from Water Slave. Those true immortals had to be careful when facing the attacks of the Water Slaves. Some true immortals had their skin scratched by the Water Slaves. The corpse poison instantly surged into the bodies of those true immortal experts. Fortunately, those true immortal experts were strong enough. Therefore, he was able to temporarily suppress the poison in his body. Otherwise, those true immortals would have been poisoned to death by the corpse poison. Water Slave was too scary. No one was a match for her. These cultivators were all famous characters in the outside world. But at this moment, they were all scared out of their wits. Many of them ran away in a panic. He didn't dare to continue fighting with Shui Nu. This was especially true for those cultivators who hadn't entered the true immortal realm. They didn't dare to be entangled with Shui Nu. Similarly, those true immortals didn't dare to continue fighting with Shui Nu. It was impossible to suppress the Water Slave. If the battle continued and the Water Slave found a flaw, it would be a dead end for Yi Shiwen. Those true immortals knew this very well. Therefore, they all ran away. Shui Nu locked on to some people and chased after them. Go, don't let that guy escape. Lin Feng targeted Dongfang Qi. This guy was injured by the God Seal nail and his injuries were very serious. Therefore, this was a great opportunity to kill him. If he could seize this rare opportunity, he would be able to kill Dongfang Qi. He was a true immortal expert. He must have a lot of treasures on him. In addition, his true immortal origin was very precious. Although Dongfang Qi's true immortal origin might not be of much use to Lin Feng, it was still very attractive. However, even if Lin Feng couldn't use it, Lin Feng could give it to his woman in the future. It could greatly improve his woman's cultivation. Daoist Wu Liang nodded and chased after Dongfang Qi with Lin Feng. It didn't take long for Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang to catch up with Dongfang Qi. Lin Feng immediately took out Hu Yi bow and sunshot divine arrow. Then, he pulled the bow and shot. Swoosh! The sunshot divine arrow flew out quickly. The sunshot divine arrow was extremely fast. It soon arrived behind Dongfang Qi. Although Dongfang Qi was injured, he was still a true immortal expert. When he sensed the dangerous aura coming from behind, Dongfang Qi took out a treasure sword, turned around and swept it over. Clang! Dongfang Qi's treasure sword collided with Lin Feng's sunshot divine arrow. The powerful cultivation of a true immortal was displayed at this moment. Lin Feng's sunshot divine arrow. It was actually deflected by Dongfang Qi's sword. Therefore, Lin Feng's arrow. It didn't hit Dongfang Qi. Of course, although the arrow didn't hit Dongfang Qi, it still caused a big injury to Dongfang Qi. Dongfang Qi received an extremely strong recoil and the wound on his chest was torn open. The wound became even larger, and a large amount of blood gushed out from it. Besides that, Dongfang Qi's right hand that was holding the treasure sword was also torn open. Blood flowed out and the treasure sword in Dongfang Qi's hand almost fell out of his hand. "Who are you?" Dongfang Qi looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. He didn't know Lin Feng, so he didn't know why Lin Feng would attack him. If it was any other time, Dongfang Qi wouldn't have said so much to Lin Feng. He would have rushed forward to kill Lin Feng. But today was different. Dongfang Qi was seriously injured. After receiving the recoil from the sunshot divine arrow, his injuries worsened. Therefore, Dongfang Qi only wanted to find a place to heal and didn't want to fight with others. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Have you forgotten who I am so quickly?" "It's you." After hearing Lin Feng's tone, Dongfang Qi's expression suddenly changed. It seemed that he had figured out Lin Feng's identity. Dongfang Qi didn't expect Lin Feng to come and kill him. At this moment, the sunshot divine arrow had already flown into Lin Feng's hand. Dongfang Qi looked at the Huyi bow and sunshot divine arrow in Lin Feng's hand. He didn't recognize the Huyi bow and sunshot divine arrow. Therefore, after seeing the Huyi bow and sunshot divine arrow, he only felt that the bow in Lin Feng's hand was extraordinary. He didn't think of the Huyi bow and sunshot divine arrow. "Are you ready to die?" Lin Feng was very strong and looked at Dongfang Qi indifferently. He pulled the bow and shot again. Swoosh! Along with the violent sound of something breaking through the air. Chapter 47-45. Brat. Do you think you can kill me with just the two of you? You're daydreaming. Even though I'm injured, I'm not someone the two of you can handle. Dongfang Qi shouted coldly. He was extremely confident in his own strength. After all, he was a genuine immortal realm expert. Even though a genuine immortal realm expert was injured, he could not be underestimated. Although Dongfang Qi could not sense the specific realm of Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist, Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist had not entered the genuine immortal realm. Dongfang Qi was completely sure of this. He was only dealing with two cultivators who had not entered the genuine immortal realm. So what if the other party had an extremely powerful Dharma treasure? Dongfang Qi was still confident that he could kill Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist. Facing the attack of the sunshot divine arrow, Dongfang Qi's Dharma power continuously flowed into the sword in his hand. That treasured sword of his was extremely terrifying. It was forged from meteoric iron from outer space. It was one of the top treasures that Dongfang Qi had. Once the power of this sword was activated, it would be extremely powerful. Dongfang Qi believed that with his cultivation and this sword, he could easily block the attack of Lin Feng's Dharma treasure. When Lin Feng attacked, the boundless Taoist priest attacked as well. This time, the boundless Taoist priest took out dozens of small puppets. Those tiny puppets instantly enlarged and turned into puppet warriors. A group of puppet warriors quickly charged towards Dongfang Qi. In fact, Lin Feng could summon two evil godstone statues to deal with Dongfang Qi. This was the fastest way to kill Dongfang Qi. However, Lin Feng did not want to rely on the evil godstone statues for everything. If he relied on the evil godstone statues for everything, it would be detrimental to Lin Feng's growth. Lin Feng needed to fight. He even needed a large number of battles to hone his actual combat skills. After seeing the sunshot divine arrow coming towards him, Dongfang Qi could not help but roar. As his voice fell, Dongfang Qi once again swung the combat sword in his hand towards Lin Feng. That tyrannical sword contained an extremely terrifying power. It was as if it could destroy the world. Clang! Along with the clanging sound, Dongfang Qi's sword once again clashed with Lin Feng's sun-slaying divine arrow. That tyrannical vibrating force spread out from the sun-shooting divine arrow. Although Dongfang Qi blocked the attack of the shooting sun god arrow, Dongfang Qi still suffered a great shock. His hands were trembling slightly. At this moment, the dozens of puppet warriors summoned by Daoist Wu Liang rushed to Dongfang Qi's side. Then, the puppet warriors waved their swords and charged towards Dongfang Qi. The attacks of those puppet warriors were not to be underestimated, not to mention that there were so many of them attacking together. Dongfang Qi felt extremely uncomfortable being besieged by so many puppet warriors. Those puppet warriors were fighting with their lives on the line. Furthermore, Those puppet warriors were attacking Dongfang Qi crazily without any defense at all. Therefore, Dongfang Qi was forced into a fluster. This is infuriating. I'm so angry. Dongfang Qi roared angrily and looked at Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang with a pair of vicious eyes. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang's skills were extraordinary. In addition, Dongfang Qi was injured. Therefore, Dongfang Qi did not intend to continue fighting with Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. He wanted to break out of the encirclement of the puppet warriors and quickly leave this place. After he recovered, he would look for Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. At that time, he would definitely cut Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest into 1,000 pieces. Dongfang Qi's plan was naturally quite good. He was indeed very terrifying. Even though he was severely injured, he was still very terrifying. Dongfang Qi killed 7 to 8 puppet warriors consecutively. He was about to succeed in breaking out. However, at this moment, a dense number of energy arrows were shot towards Dongfang Qi. 7 stars piercing the Sun 9 stars alignment. Lin Feng continued to attack. Every attack was as fast as lightning and the interval between each attack was extremely short. Although those energy arrows were not as terrifying as the sun-shooting divine arrow. But after all, they were condensed by the Huyi bow and then shot out energy arrows. Speaking of which, they were still extremely powerful. Therefore, they were definitely not to be underestimated. Moreover, the number of energy arrows that Lin Feng shot out was still so many. Therefore, the power that erupted from those energy arrows made Dongfang Qi's face become extremely ugly. He was about to succeed in breaking out. But because of Lin Feng's energy arrows, they had no choice but to retreat. He had to stop to block those energy arrows that Lin Feng shot. Therefore, he failed to break out. Dongfang Qi held the battle sword in his hand and shattered the energy arrows one by one. Just as Dongfang Qi was blocking those energy arrows, Daoist Wu Liang was controlling the rest of the puppet warriors to attack Dongfang Qi. This made Dongfang Qi extremely depressed. He had just resolved the attack of Lin Feng's energy arrows and the remaining 30 puppet warriors had already charged in front of Dongfang Qi and then launched a new round of attacks on Dongfang Qi. And Lin Feng shot out a dense number of energy arrows again. Dongfang Qi was forced into an extremely difficult situation. And when Lin Feng shot out those energy arrows, he also shot out the sun-shooting divine arrow. The sun-shooting divine arrow was hidden in the energy arrows. Dongfang Qi was already a little flustered as he blocked the energy arrows that Lin Feng shot out and those puppet warriors. Therefore, when Lin Feng's sun-shooting divine arrow shot over, Dongfang Qi did not notice it. It was only when the sun-shooting divine arrow was very close to him that Dongfang Qi noticed the sun-shooting divine arrow. He knew how terrifying the sun-shooting divine arrow was. Therefore, when he saw the sun-shooting divine arrow shooting over, Dongfang Qi's face suddenly changed. It was too late for him to dodge. The next moment, Poochie, accompanied by a piercing sound. Lin Feng's sun-shooting divine arrow. It directly pierced through Dongfang Qi's chest. Dongfang Qi looked at the bloody hole in his chest and the blood gushing out from his chest. His face became extremely pale. He did not dare to believe that this was real. He was a true immortal expert. He was an expert with a strong foundation. Now, he was actually shot to death by a junior cultivator with a bow and arrow. Who the hell are you? Dongfang Qi stared at Lin Feng. Before he died, he wanted to know Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. You are actually Lin Baitian's son, Lin Feng. Chapter 47-46. Dongfang Qi was finally killed. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly rushed forward. Then he brought out the heavenly fire. Before Dongfang Qi's body fell into the sea, it was already refined by the heavenly fire. Lin Feng obtained Dongfang Qi's origin, storage ring, and that sword. Then he left with Taoist Wu Liang. They found a secluded island. Then they began to recover. 3 hours later, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang both recovered to their peak state. Then Lin Feng took out Dongfang Qi's origin. He divided the origin into 2. He and Taoist Wu Liang each had one. Then Lin Feng checked the things in Dongfang Qi's storage ring. This person was a true immortal expert. There were naturally many good things. There were all kinds of magic treasures, immortal iron, immortal stones, heaven and earth treasures and so on. These things. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang also divided into two. Each person took half. Every time they killed a true immortal expert, it was equivalent to obtaining a great opportunity. They would make a windfall. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang continued to look for the weak water temple. They received some news that after Water Slave was born, she entered the depths of the Central Sea. Then there was an extremely violent fluctuation in the depths. In the end, Water Slave came out injured. This attracted a lot of attention. Water Slave was so terrifying, but she came out injured from the depths of the sea. This was enough to explain too many problems. Many people guessed that Water Slave was related to the weak water goddess, so everyone thought that Water Slave went into the depths. Did she go to look for the weak water temple? Many people felt that there was such a possibility. Water Slave should want to enter the weak water temple. But she failed in the end. Water Slave was incomparably furious. After she came out of the depths, she began to kill. Through constantly devouring the flesh and soul of cultivators, Water Slave could become more powerful. Her strength was growing rapidly. She wanted to quickly improve her cultivation and then explore the weak water temple. The cultivators were in a panic. Water Slave was too terrifying. If they encountered Water Slave, it would be very dangerous. Unless they had extremely powerful means. Or else. He wanted to escape from the Water Slave's attack. That was an extremely unrealistic thing. Many people had already left the central region of the sea. He didn't dare to stay in that sea any longer. Because they were worried that they would encounter a Water Slave. If he encountered the Water Slave, it would be a disaster. In the end, most of the cultivators had already left. There were still some true immortal level experts who had yet to leave. Because those true immortal experts didn't want to miss out on the weak water temple. They think. Perhaps they could find an opportunity in the weak water temple that could allow them to complete their transformation. Such a great opportunity was rare. If he encountered it, he must cherish it. If he missed this great opportunity, he would have to find a new one. This was already extremely difficult. Everyone understood this. Therefore, he remained in the center of the sea. After Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang heard about the Water Slave, they also flew towards the depths of the Central Sea region. They wanted to see if the weak water temple was really in that area. But halfway there, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang felt a terrifying killing intent shrouding their bodies. Water Slave appeared. His eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. Water Slave. Do you still remember? We've met in a dream. Lin Feng looked at Water Slave, trying to explain their relationship. But Water Slave obviously didn't remember Lin Feng. There was only killing intent in Water Slave's heart now. He pounced towards Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were no match for Water Slave. They were completely suppressed by Water Slave. There was almost no strength to fight back. Lin Feng took out two evil god stone statues. But Water Slave was too powerful. Even though Lin Feng took out two evil god stone statues, they were still defeated under Water Slave's attack. Now Lin Feng finally understood why so many experts besieged Water Slave. Dealing with Water Slave wasn't something that could be done with more people. Water Slave was too powerful. And the current Water Slave was even more powerful than when he had just escaped. Therefore, it was even more difficult to deal with the current Water Slave. The two evil god stone statues were sent flying by Water Slave. Then Daoist Wu Liang was also sent flying by Water Slave. In midair, Daoist Wu Liang spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became extremely pale. Water Slave's attack was too terrifying, so Daoist Wu Liang suffered a heavy injury. After sending the two evil god stone statues and Daoist Wu Liang flying, Water Slave waved his hand. Endless demonic aura swept across heaven and earth, swallowing the two evil god stone statues and Daoist Wu Liang, wanting to devour them. Water Slave's original body charged towards Lin Feng, slapping his palm towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng performed the Supreme Reincarnation Fist and clashed with Water Slave. But he was still no match for Water Slave and was sent flying by Water Slave. Lin Feng had the impression he had just been hit by a planet in the starry sky world. That feeling. It was a feeling that made one feel like dying. Luckily, his body was strong enough. If it wasn't, Lin Feng felt that he would have been hit by Water Slave's terrifying attack. Now, he would definitely have suffered a heavy injury. Lin Feng wanted to quickly retreat and get rid of Water Slave. But Water Slave chased after him. Lin Feng couldn't escape. Now, Lin Feng could only fight Water Slave head-on. That was what Lin Feng didn't want to do the most. But there were times. Some things. You didn't want to do it. He had to do it. For example, the battle with Water Slave. Lin Feng was being oppressed by the Water Slave. After the two sides clashed for more than 10 times, Lin Feng felt that his spiritual power consumption was extremely serious. And both his hands were trembling violently. Water Slave fought more and more bravely. After slapping Lin Feng away again, said Shui Nu, throwing himself at Lin Feng at full speed. Then, his sharp claws stabbed towards Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng even felt the aura of death. He knew. Water Slave's attack. They were here to take his life. The situation was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng was very anxious, but he didn't completely lose his mind. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the bracelet of misfortune. The bracelet of misfortune was left behind by the goddess of weak water. Water Slave was the personal maid of the goddess of weak water. Although she had turned into a yin corpse. But maybe he could still sense the bracelet of misfortune. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly took out the bracelet of misfortune. Chapter 47-47. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a trace of joy after seeing the bracelet of misfortune emitted a fluctuation. The bracelet of misfortune emitted a fluctuation. Did that mean the bracelet of misfortune could sense Water Slave? He wondered if the Water Slave could also sense the bracelet of misfortune. Water Slave's attack was about to hit Lin Feng. But at this time, Water Slave stopped and looked at the bracelet of misfortune in Lin Feng's hand. She was lost in thought. Mrs. Bracelet. Water Slave spoke. The bracelet of misfortune seemed to have awakened a trace of Water Slave's consciousness. That's right. It's the bracelet of Goddess Ruoxue. I'm here to rescue Goddess Ruoxue, Lin Feng hurriedly said. Wu Liang Taoist also couldn't help shouting in the distance. I'm also here to rescue Goddess Ruoxue. We're a family but we don't recognize each other. Fairy, please withdraw your magical power. Wu Liang Taoist was now greatly suppressed by Water Slave's attack and was about to die a heroic death anytime. So now Wu Liang Taoist was very anxious. Including the two evil god stone statues, they were also greatly suppressed by Water Slave's attack. Water Slave waved her hand and withdrew all the attacks. Now Water Slave, because of the bracelet of misfortune, had awakened a trace of her former consciousness. She was no longer a simple yin corpse. Yin corpse was often extremely evil and had completely lost themselves. But Water Slave was different. After Water Slave had some memories of the past, she had completed a transformation. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know much about Water Slave's transformation. But Lin Feng knew that Water Slave could regain some consciousness, which benefited him and Wu Liang Taoist. They didn't continue to be attacked by Water Slave. The main reason was that Water Slave's attack was too powerful. They had to be cautious. Otherwise, they might really die miserably. Water Slave still didn't have any impression of Lin Feng. Perhaps that dream was a special connection between Water Slave and the bracelet of misfortune. That was why Slave Water appeared in his dream. At that time, Water Slave was nailed to the rock wall by the 9 seal god nails. All her aura was sealed. She couldn't sense the outside world. Naturally, she knew nothing. As such, indeed, Slave Shui didn't know Lin Feng. Now, because of the bracelet of misfortune, Slave Water had a special connection with Lin Feng. Take us to the weak water shrine. Let's rescue the weak water goddess together, Lin Feng said. Water slave nodded. She led the way. Lin Feng stored the two evil god statues into his time-space. Daoist Wuliang flew over. Lin Feng asked, "How do you feel?" "It's all right, it's all right. My injuries aren't too serious," Daoist Wuliang said with lingering fear. He swallowed a few healing pills. As the medicinal efficacy of the healing pill was gradually refined and absorbed by immeasurable Daoist. The immeasurable Daoist had recovered quite well. Lin Feng was a little emotional. The water slave had turned into a yin corpse, but her obsession was still to rescue the weak water goddess. The water slaves were more loyal than Xiao and many other living people. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang followed water slave to the depths of the Central Sea. Then they lurked down. Lin Feng's body was wrapped in a magical power light shield to resist the invasion of the curse power in the sea. The sea here was very deep. After diving for about 100,000 meters, Lin Feng saw a huge golden light shield. "We're here," water slave said. Obviously. The weak water shrine was inside the golden light shield below. Lin Feng couldn't help but be a little excited. He finally found the weak water shrine. And soon he would be able to see the weak water goddess. Thinking of this, Lin Feng was even more excited. However, Lin Feng immediately thought of the tragic fate of the weak water goddess. The original excitement was swept away. Lin Feng, Daoist Wu Liang and water slave landed inside the golden light shield. The golden light shield blocked the sea water. So, there was no sea water inside the golden light shield. There were many palaces here. However, many of the palaces had already collapsed. There seemed to have been a great battle here, and those collapsed palaces were probably destroyed during the battle. Of course, there were still many palaces here that had not collapsed. Water slave brought Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang to the palace in the deepest part. Weak water shrine. Lin Feng saw the 4 words on the plaque. Weak water shrine. They finally found the weak water shrine. The construction of the weak water shrine was very imposing, even though countless years had passed. It still gave people a sense of holiness. But now, the weak water shrine was sealed by a powerful restriction. Who was the one who placed these restrictions? Could it be the gods? Lin Feng looked at water slave and asked, "How can they be called gods? Are they worthy of this title?" Water slave's voice was full of hatred. Because she had recovered some of her consciousness. Some of her memories had also been restored. Her resentment towards the gods was extremely strong. After all, she had died so miserably. There must be something hidden about what happened back then. For the time being, Lin Feng didn't know what had happened, but he really wanted to know. However, water slave didn't seem to have the intention to tell Lin Feng now. Lin Feng was tactful and didn't ask about this matter. These large arrays have been integrated with divine power, and this divine power has a great restraining effect on you. Let me and Daoist Wu Liang break the array. You can wait at the side. Lin Feng said. Then I'll have to trouble you. Water slave said. Fairy, you're too polite. Lin Feng said. Then, he and Daoist Wu Liang came to the side of the weak water shrine. Although Daoist Wu Liang's research on arrays hadn't reached Lin Feng's level. But in reality, Daoist Wu Liang's research on arrays was very close to Lin Feng's. Lin Feng's advantage was the inheritance of the Sage Dao. This might be the reason why Lin Feng was better than Daoist Wu Liang. Although countless years had passed, the large array here had been destroyed. It was still extremely terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang's methods were extremely extraordinary. Thus, under the efforts of the two of them, the large array here was gradually being broken by the two of them. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang's faces couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. But just as they were breaking the array, a violent fluctuation came from above. Following that, more than 20 true immortal stage experts flew over. Those true immortal stage experts saw Water Slave, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. When the Chu clan's ancestor and the others saw Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang, they immediately gritted their teeth. They had been looking for Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang, but they didn't have any clues. They thought that Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang had already escaped. Chapter 47-48. As the saying goes, enemies are bound to meet. Both sides could be said to be enemies meeting with red eyes. Of course. It was not Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist who were jealous. It was the Chu clan's ancestor and the others. These people were still gnashing their teeth in hatred when they thought of the previous opportunity being taken away by Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist. They couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist into 1,000 pieces. However, they also knew that Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist seemed to be together with Shui Nu now. Therefore, even if they wanted to kill Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist, now was not the time to make a move. Are you all here to die? Shui Nu looked coldly at the group of true immortal experts. If she hadn't recovered her consciousness and saw this group of people coming, Shui Nu would have already rushed up to kill this group of people. But now, Shui Nu's consciousness had recovered a lot. So she didn't immediately make a move. The Chu clan's ancestor sneered and said, "Don't be complacent too early. Soon you will know how ridiculous you are." After his voice fell, waves of violent fluctuations once again came from above, followed by dozens of experts flying over. Looking carefully, the clothes these people were wearing were extremely ancient clothes, obviously not the clothes of this era. It was like the clothes of Shui Nu's era. Moreover, in addition to the clothes, there was another point that attracted Lin Feng's attention. The aura of these people was very special, not like living people. But it wasn't yin corpse either. It was like the aura of a yin god. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's mind couldn't help but tremble slightly. Very few yin gods had awakened their spiritual consciousness. Yin gods were often tools that only knew how to kill. But these existences that appeared in front of him, if they were yin gods, didn't that mean that they had already awakened their own consciousness? This kind of situation was extremely rare. "It's you." When Shui Nu saw these yin gods, her eyes burst out. Endless killing intent. "It seems to be Shui Nu's enemy," Wu Liang Daoist said. Lin Feng nodded and then said, "Maybe they are the enemies of Goddess Ruoxue. I guess the death of Water Slave and Goddess Ruoxue was caused by these guys. These guys actually turned into yin spirits after they died. It seems like their evil intentions are extremely strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have turned into yin spirits that could awaken spiritual awareness. This means that these guys weren't good people when they were alive," Du Zhu said. Lin Feng had guessed that a long time ago. Those guys were definitely not good people. One of the golden-robed creatures said gloomily, "Water Slave, I didn't expect you to turn into a yin corpse after being nailed to death by the 9 god-sealing nails for such a long time. And after turning into a yin corpse, you even awakened the memories of the past. It's really unbelievable." This guy spoke in a weird tone that made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Lin Feng really wanted to go up and give this guy a punch. Then he scolded him loudly. "Bastard. Can't you speak normally?" Another winged being sneered, "Water Slave, you brought people here. Are you trying to open the Ruoxue temple and release the goddess of Ruoxue? Unfortunately, you're too late. Goddess Ruoxue has been completely killed by us. Her corpse is no longer here." "What did you say?" Shui Nu's eyes suddenly revealed a dense killing intent. "Ha ha ha ha, what did I say? Don't you understand?" The silver-winged creature said gloomily. Shui Nu's emotions fluctuated violently. Obviously, this creature's words had a huge impact on him. Lin Feng said, "Don't listen to this bastard's nonsense. We didn't see anything. Don't believe him so easily." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Shui Nu's emotions stabilized. "Kid, do you have the right to speak here?" The silver-winged creature looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered, "Do you have the right to speak here? You're just a yin spirit. You're neither human nor ghost, neither god nor devil. I'm talking to you because I think highly of you." After hearing Lin Feng's arrogant words, the yin spirit's mouth twitched violently. Lin Feng's words made him have the urge to slap Lin Feng to death. Turning into a yin spirit. This was the thing that yin spirits were most unwilling to face. Because the fate of a yin spirit was destined to be tragic, to live in endless pain. especially for these yin spirits who had awakened their consciousness. Their degree of pain was 10 times more than those yin spirits who had not awakened their consciousness. It was a fate worse than death. Because of this, these yin spirits were unwilling to mention that they were yin spirits. This might lessen their pain a little. But now, Lin Feng mentioned their identity as yin spirits. Furthermore, he was being so arrogant. Naturally, these yin gods were enraged. Not only this yin spirit, but the other yin spirits as well. Looking at Lin Feng, their eyes were filled with killing intent. What's the meaning of looking at me with such reverence? Could it be that you want to kneel down and kowtow to me? Your grandpa is standing right here. If you want to kneel down and kowtow to me, then hurry up and do it. But let me say this first, I don't have anything good to give you as a greeting gift. Lin Feng said calmly. When the yin spirits saw that Lin Feng was mocking and humiliating them, they were fuming with anger. Just you wait. We'll eat your flesh and drink your blood later, said one of the yin gods looking at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng, you're acting tough in the wrong place. Let's see how you die later. Huang Taizong sneered. Stray dog. Lin Feng said sarcastically. When Huang Taizong heard Lin Feng's mockery, he was so angry that his body trembled. In fact, Lin Feng guessed that these yin spirits were most likely released by this group of true immortals. These guys were indeed not good people. For the sake of benefits, they released so many powerful yin spirits. Do it. Kill them all. One of the yin spirits said coldly. They didn't want to delay any longer. They wanted to kill Lin Feng, Wu Liang and Xue Enyu now. Xue Enyu looked at Lin Feng and Wu Liang and said, you don't have to do anything. You just need to use all your strength to break the formation. I'll stop these people. Fairy, be careful. Lin Feng and the great Taoist priest reminded him. Xue Enyu nodded. Xue Enyu, die. A group of yin spirits pounced on Xue Enyu. Lin Feng took out the 2 evil godstone statues. 2 evil godstone statues, one on the left and one on the right, protected him and the immeasurable Daoist. At this moment, he and Wu Liang were using all their strength to break the formation. Hence, they didn't have the energy to fight with the others. If a cultivator or yin spirit broke through Xue Enyu's defense line and attacked. Chapter 47-49. Bang, along with the sound of a violent collision. Xue Enyu was fighting with a group of yin gods. A group of yin gods was very scary. Their attacks made people's hair stand on end. Therefore, facing the attacks of a group of yin gods, Xue Enyu didn't dare to be careless. Although she blocked the attacks of a group of yin gods. But in reality, it wasn't an easy task. Perhaps she couldn't hold on for too long. Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest knew that very well. So now the 2 of them were speeding up to break the formation. But breaking the formation wasn't something that could be done in a day. So Lin Feng and Wu Liang needed a certain amount of time to break the formation. You guys go and kill the 2 people who broke the formation. One of the yin spirits looked at the group of true immortal experts and said in an indifferent voice. After hearing the words of the yin gods, the rest of them rushed towards Lin Feng and Wu Liang. Damn, Wu Liang had already rolled his eyes. If they surrounded them, he and Lin Feng wouldn't be able to block the attacks. Because the other party didn't just have a lot of people. And there were people who had ancient weapons. How could they fight this battle? Therefore, when he saw the group of true immortals rushing over, Daoist Wu Liang was already prepared to flee. In the current situation, they had to escape even if they didn't want to. If they didn't escape, then they could only wait to die in this place. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but turn ugly. The current situation was really too unfavorable for him and Wu Liang. Lin Feng wasn't a pedantic person. If the other party really came to kill them, he definitely wouldn't stay here to die. Just as Lin Feng and Wu Liang were about to escape. Xue Enyu's body was split into 2. Xue Enyu's means were extremely extraordinary. After her body was split into 2, her original body continued to block the attacks of the group of yin gods. While the doppelganger went to kill the group of true immortal experts. Water Slave's clone fought against a group of true immortals, temporarily stopping them from advancing. Seeing this, Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Feng said, "Hurry up and break the array." "I hope we can break the array as soon as possible." Daoist Wuliang nodded. He collected his thoughts and continued to break the formation with Lin Feng. There were all kinds of formations, and they gave off a terrifying aura. Those formations seemed to have their own spirituality. He didn't want the array formation to be broken by Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Therefore, the array formation began to counterattack. Lin Feng knew that he and Daoist Wu Liang had reached an extremely critical moment in breaking the formation. He just needed to work harder. He should be able to break the formation. If he failed to break the array now, Lin Feng felt that these array formations might have the ability to repair themselves. Once the formation completed its self-repair, he wanted to break the formation again. That would be even more difficult. Therefore, he had to break the formation in one go. While Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were trying their best to break the formation, Water Slave couldn't hold on any longer. After Water Slave was split into two, his battle strength dropped very quickly. Therefore, Water Slave was also suppressed quite badly. A yin spirit broke through the defense of Water Slave's original body. He charged towards Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. This yin spirit was the yin spirit with wings on his back. The eyes of the yin spirit with wings on his back flashed with dense killing intent. He wanted to quickly get rid of Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. However, he was blocked by an evil god stone statue. But at this moment, two true immortals broke through the defense of Water Slave's clone. Then, they quickly charged towards Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. These two true immortals could be considered old acquaintances of Lin Feng. One of them was Huang Taitsong. The other was the ancestor of the Black Sand region. "Kid, your time of death has come." Huang Taitsong's cold voice suddenly sounded. His voice sounded like it came from hell. Huang Taitsong wanted to kill Lin Feng even in his dreams. "Lin Feng, you've been jumping around for so long, now it's time for everything to end," the ancestor of the Black Sand region said with a sinister smile. He also wanted to kill Lin Feng, and if he killed Lin Feng now, he might be able to obtain the many heaven-defying treasures on Lin Feng. The ancestor of the Black Sand region even planned to kill Lin Feng and snatch Lin Feng's storage ring. He immediately left this place. He also didn't plan to enter the weak water shrine. When he heard the cold voices of Huang Taitsong and the ancestor of the Black Sand region, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He sent a message to the other evil god stone statue with his divine thought, asking it to block the attacks of Huang Taitsong and the ancestor of the Black Sand region. After the other evil god stone statue received Lin Feng's message, it immediately charged towards Huang Taitsong and the ancestor of the Black Sand region. "Brother Taitsong, you block this evil god stone statue, I'll go kill Lin Feng and that Daoist priest," the ancestor of the Black Sand region said. Huang Taitsong originally wanted the ancestor of the Black Sand region to block the evil god stone statue, while he went to kill Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist priest. The ancestor of the Black Sand region wanted to snatch Lin Feng's storage ring in advance. Moreover, the others were in the middle of a great battle. If they snatched Lin Feng's storage ring, they would immediately be able to escape and wouldn't have to share Lin Feng's treasures with others. The ancestor of the Black Sand region's wishful thinking was extremely good. As for Huang Taitsong, he didn't think so much. Huang Taitsong only wanted to kill Lin Feng. However, since the ancestor of the Black Sand region had already spoken in advance, Huang Taitsong couldn't not give the ancestor of the Black Sand region any face. These top experts got along well. They had to give each other face. If you didn't give the other party face, you would offend the other party. Therefore, Huang Taitsong said, "All right, then let's end this quickly." Huang Taitsong charged towards the second evil god stone statue. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Black Sand region charged towards Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist priest. Lin Feng originally wanted to use the second evil god stone statue to block Huang Taitsong and the ancestor of the Black Sand region. However, the second evil god stone statue was held back by Huang Taitsong. The ancestor of the Black Sand region had already charged over quickly. After all, This was a true immortal level expert. He had to deal with it carefully. The immeasurable Daoist priest summoned dozens of puppet warriors. Those puppet warriors quickly pounced towards the ancestor of the Black Sand region. Previously, the immeasurable Daoist priest had summoned puppet warriors to besiege Dongfang Qi. Although Dongfang Qi's battle strength was tyrannical. However, he was still seriously injured. Therefore, at that time, Dongfang Qi was forced to be in a fluster when facing the siege of the puppet warriors. However, the situation now was somewhat different. The ancestor of the Black Sand region was in peak condition. Therefore, he was facing the siege of dozens of puppet warriors. The ancestor of the Black Sand region held a long saber in his hand as if he had entered an uninhabited realm. One puppet warrior after another was killed by the ancestor of the Black Sand region. Chapter 4750. The Patriarch of the Black Sand region was quite ferocious. It seemed that the puppet warriors summoned by the immeasurable Taoist would not be able to resist the Patriarch of the Black Sand region. If that was the case, then he would have to think of another way to deal with the Patriarch of the Black Sand region. Lin Feng naturally had a way to deal with this old thing. That was to summon Bibi and the others. Bibi and the others' strength. If they fought alone, they would naturally not be a match for the Patriarch of the Black Sand region. However, if they joined forces, it would be enough for the Patriarch of the Black Sand region to suffer. After all, Bibi and the others had mastered some extremely extraordinary methods. And those methods were very terrifying. If they wanted to block the attacks of Bibi and the others, it was not an easy task. Lin Feng used his divine will to transmit his voice to Bibi and the others. After receiving Lin Feng's summon, Bibi, Blackie, Xiaolong, and the others all flew out. Bei Bei shot out streaks of rainbow-colored immortal light. Those rays of seven-colored immortal light contained unimaginable and astonishing energy. The attack power was very tyrannical. Those rays of seven-colored immortal light all blasted towards the Patriarch of the Black Sand region. Blackie's eyes swept out the power of darkness and death, and also blasted towards the Patriarch of the Black Sand region. Xiaolong spat out all kinds of attacks: thunder, lightning, wind, rain, and so on. Every kind of attack. They all contained terrifying power that could destroy the world. Lin Feng still had not figured out Xiaolong's race. But it could be imagined that Xiaolong was definitely an extremely rare dragon. Otherwise, it would not be so powerful. Emperor Archaic's wings flapped, as if they could tear apart the eternal void. The ancient ancestral insect could sweep the universe with a light sweep. Lin Feng did not summon the Demon King insect, because the Demon King insect was undergoing a transformation. Once the second transformation was successful, the Demon King insect's combat strength would greatly increase. Lin Feng summoned the primitive demon refining insect swarm and the celestial devouring insect swarm. The two insect swarms blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they all swarmed towards the Patriarch of the Black Sand region. Originally, the Patriarch of the Black Sand region was on a killing spree. It was estimated that it wouldn't take long for them to kill all the war gods. Then, they would rush in front of Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist and attack Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist. However, now that the Patriarch of the Black Sand region was attacked by Bibi and the others, the Patriarch of the Black Sand region was in trouble. Of course, the methods of the Black Sand region's ancestor were also extremely extraordinary. He propped up a defensive light cover. The defensive power of the defensive light cover was very strong. When the defensive light cover was propped up, the defensive power of the light cover was very strong. The defensive barrier blocked Bei Bei's and the others' attacks. Even the two insect swarms were blocked outside the defensive light shield. However, the great ancestor of the Black Sand region was completely trapped. Bibi and the others were temporarily unable to kill the Patriarch of the Black Sand region. However, the Patriarch of the Black Sand region would not be able to shake off Bibi and the others for the time being. Lin Feng was very satisfied with this result. At this moment, he and Wu Liang Daoist had reached the most critical moment to break the formation. Therefore, Lin Feng did not hold back. He used all the methods he had mastered. Crack, crack. The formation was constantly cracking. Seeing this scene, the faces of the yin gods turned extremely ugly. Their attacks became even more ferocious. The yin gods obviously did not want Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist to break the formation. As the attacks of the yin gods became more violent, the pressure on Water Slave's body was also greater than before. Water Slave's body was burning fiercely. This was the method of burning the origin. It was usually used when one was desperate. Water Slave knew that it was unrealistic to resist the attacks of a group of yin gods. Therefore, Water Slave began to burn his origin. Then, he wanted to burn his origin to increase his battle strength. Water Slave's battle prowess had also improved tremendously, but this improvement came at a heavy price. Fortunately, Water Slave blocked the attacks of the yin gods again. However, the situation of Water Slave's doppelganger was extremely bad. Dense cracks appeared on Water Slave's doppelganger. It was obvious that the doppelganger could not hold on any longer. After all, those true immortal experts were extremely terrifying. It was not easy for Water Slave's doppelganger to hold on for such a long time. It was unrealistic for Water Slave's doppelganger to completely block the attacks of those true immortal experts. Water Slave's face became extremely ugly. She knew. Once her doppelganger was killed, those true immortal experts could besiege Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist. At that time, the formation would fail. However, Water Slave had no way to stop all this. She could only watch as it happened. She could only be anxious. Crack, crack. At this moment, Water Slave's doppelganger made a cracking sound. In the next moment, Water Slave's doppelganger collapsed. Ha 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 ha, Lin Feng, your death is here. Damned Taoist, have you thought about how you want to die? A group of experts' eyes flashed with dense killing intent. They quickly rushed towards Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist. They wanted to kill Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist. However, at this moment, Lin Feng's voice sounded. Break, along with Lin Feng's voice, Lin Feng slapped on the restriction of the weak water temple. Bang! Then, violent explosions spread in the air as the deployment spell in front of Lin Feng broke apart. The restriction of the weak water temple was destroyed, Lin Feng said excitedly. The faces of those true immortals turned extremely unsightly. They were about to kill Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist. However, Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest broke through the protective deployment spell. Their efforts had all been for naught. Therefore, these true immortal experts were naturally very depressed. Those yin gods' faces were also very ugly. The yin gods looked at Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist as if they wanted to eat them. Water Slave revealed a surprised expression. Water Slave got rid of the yin gods. He rushed towards Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist. On the way, he condensed more than a dozen energy balls and threw them towards the group of true immortal experts. Bang! 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 Along with a series of violent explosions, there were sounds of explosions. More than a dozen energy balls directly exploded. A group of true immortal experts were blown away. Some of them were even blown to pieces. They vomited blood. Water Slave quickly gathered with Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist. The three of them came to the outside of the weak water temple. Then they pushed the door. A loud rumbling sound was heard. Chapter 4751. The weak water temple was finally opened. Lin Feng, immeasurable Taoist, and Water Slave quickly entered the weak water temple. The weak water temple was a huge temple. When they arrived at the weak water temple, they saw a woman chained to a stone tablet inside the temple. That stone tablet. It was a black stone tablet. It was surrounded by endless demonic qi. The stone tablet was called the Black Prison Tablet. The Black Prison Tablet was an extremely terrifying stone tablet. Rumor has it that this stone tablet contained an extremely terrifying death force. And this death force would invade a person's body. It would slowly erode a cultivator's life force. A cultivator could clearly feel himself dying little by little. For anyone, this was an extremely cruel thing. After all, no one in this world could sense themselves dying little by little and not be afraid. This feeling was enough to drive a person crazy. And the woman in front of them died just like that. She was extremely old. The black prison tablet devoured her life force. Therefore, she not only felt her life passing away, but also felt her body was constantly aging. Because all women loved to be beautiful. So, for a woman, their fear of aging was even greater than their fear of death. But, however, the woman who was chained to the black prison monument had experienced the two most terrifying things. Just like that, she died in pain, despair, and loneliness. When Water Slave saw the woman who died tragically, she couldn't help but cry bitterly. Water Slave rushed towards the woman. She wanted to free the woman who was chained to the black prison monument. She is the weak water goddess. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. A goddess of a generation. A goddess of heaven. She died so miserably. It really made those who heard cry and those who saw it sad. Is it the doing of those guys outside? It's really wicked. They actually chained the weak water goddess to the black prison tablet. For a woman, this is the biggest punishment. It will make them go crazy, Immeasurable Taoist said. At this time, Water Slave had already rushed to the front of the black prison tablet. But the black prison tablet shook out a dark force. And that dark force, incomparably terrifying. That dark force directly sent Water Slave flying. Wow. Even someone as powerful as Shui Nu couldn't help but vomit blood after being repelled by this dark force. It seemed that she had suffered a serious injury. How can this be? Water Slave screamed in disbelief. Despite her tyrannical strength, she was unable to get close to the black prison monument. In that case, she would not be able to save the weak water goddess. This was unacceptable to Water Slave. However, even if he couldn't accept it, but everything, what was done could not be undone. She was indeed unable to approach the black prison monument. He really couldn't save the weak water goddess. The black prison monument is a treasure refined by the eternal heaven monarch. How could a yin corpse like you approach it? At this moment, a group of yin gods and true immortal experts entered the soft water shrine. One of the yin gods sneered. The yin corpses can't get close, but this Taoist master can, Wu Liang Daoist said with a grin. He took out a machete and charged towards the black prison monument with it. When he arrived beside the black prison monument, he swung his machete at the chains on the black prison monument. But at this moment, the black prison monument once again shook out a terrifying dark force. And that dark force ruthlessly bombarded Wu Liang Daoist's body. Wu Liang Daoist was struck by lightning. In mid-air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as white as paper. That terrifying attack just now caused Wu Liang Daoist to suffer a serious injury. Wu Liang Daoist fell to the ground and screamed. Idiot! That black prison monument can also cause serious injuries to others. At this moment, another yin god looked at Wu Liang Daoist with a mocking gaze. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Wu Liang Daoist cursed loudly. He was very depressed now. He was almost killed by the dark force of the black prison monument. Now Wu Liang Daoist wanted to kill someone. That yin god sneered and did not continue to care about Wu Liang Daoist. Slave Shui looked at the group of yin gods with resentment and said coldly, in the past, you were all titled gods. In the eyes of countless people, you were high and mighty and represented righteousness. But for your own selfish desires, you harmed Goddess Ruoshire. Don't you feel ashamed? Ashamed? The group of yin gods sneered. The worst thing we did back then was to cripple Goddess Ruoshire and then tie her to the black prison monument. We were careless. If not for our carelessness, we would not have given Goddess Ruoshire the chance to counterattack. We died miserably. We were cursed to death by her curse. Although we have become yin gods now, every day, every moment, we are living a life worse than death. We hate it. We hate it. If the heavens give us another chance, we will definitely let Goddess Ruoshire die even more miserably. The group of yin gods roared with resentment. Their eyes flickered with endless hatred. Lin Feng had basically deduced the whole matter. Back then, when the gods dealt with Goddess Ruoshire, it was not as the legends said. Obviously, the love between Goddess Ruoshire and the heavenly demon in the legends was false. The real situation was that Goddess Ruoxue had obtained a mysterious thing. But what this thing was, Lin Feng did not know for the time being. And this thing was extremely attractive to the gods. The gods decided to make a move on Goddess Ruoxue, and then snatch this thing. But Lin Feng guessed that after the gods killed Slave Xue and suppressed Goddess Ruoxue, they should not have been able to get that thing from her. So, the gods locked Goddess Ruoxue on the Black Prison Monument. Was there anything more terrifying than being locked on the Black Prison Monument? Physical torture. Actually, it was the most superficial kind of torture. Powerful cultivators had strong willpower, physical torture might not have much effect on them. But mental torture, whether strong or weak cultivators, was not willing to face it. Feeling life slowly passing away. She could feel her peerless face slowly aging. This kind of torture was simply driving people crazy. The gods wanted to use this method to force Goddess Ruoxue to reveal the whereabouts of that thing. But who would have thought that Goddess Ruoxue would be locked on the Black Prison Monument, and even successfully launch a curse? She cursed the gods. And the cursed gods fell one after another, and later turned into yin gods. He would be tortured for all eternity. Chapter 4752. Soon, all of you will be buried with Goddess Ruoxue. Go, kill these guys. A yin god said coldly. He did not want to wait any longer. In order to avoid trouble, now was the best time to make a move. Lin Feng sneered, do you think we can't save Goddess Ruoxue? Then you are gravely mistaken. Today, little grandpa will let you see how I will save Goddess Ruoxue. After saying that, Lin Feng walked towards Goddess Ruoxue and the Black Prison Monument. Great Tao of Fate, please descend with the power of fate. Please let the power of fate be used by me. I will wield the power of fate and represent the righteousness of this world. I will dispel the evil and punish those who have long turned into yin gods. I will save the kind and tragic Goddess Ruoxue. After chanting the incantation of the great art of fate, Lin Feng gently pointed at the Black Prison Monument. The powerful power of fate curled around Lin Feng's fingertip and surged towards the Black Prison Monument. The Black Prison Monument shook with the power of darkness. The power of darkness wanted to resist Lin Feng's power of fate. But the power of darkness failed in the end. The supreme power of fate was simply unstoppable. Especially now that Lin Feng's cultivation had greatly improved. The Tao of Fate was even more powerful. After the power of fate destroyed the power of darkness from the Black Prison Monument. Then it bombarded the Black Prison Monument. Of course. The Black Prison Monument was an extremely powerful magic treasure. It was extremely unrealistic to want to destroy the Black Prison Monument. Lin Feng's goal was not to destroy the Black Prison Monument, but to use the power of fate to suppress it. The Black Prison Monument was too terrifying. Only by using the power of fate to suppress it could one get close to it. Otherwise, one would be doomed. The power of fate turned into endless runes of fate, suppressing the power of the Black Prison Monument. The runes of darkness on the Black Prison Monument also awakened and wanted to destroy the runes of fate. The two runes collided, but the power of the two runes could not completely suppress each other. Thus, it formed a temporary situation. And this situation was what Lin Feng wanted to see. Not good, quickly stop him. When they saw this scene, the faces of the yin gods changed. In fact, just now when Lin Feng said that he had a way to rescue the weak water goddess, there was only contempt and disdain in the eyes of these yin gods. Water Slave was so powerful, but he was still sent flying. Not to mention Lin Feng. He was simply overestimating himself. Daydreaming. But now, they were panicking. Because Lin Feng's methods were too extraordinary. Lin Feng was a cultivator who had cultivated 3,000 grand daos. No matter what kind of situation one encountered, one could actually find a solution. This was especially true for the great fate art, which was invincible. The group of yin gods wanted to stop Lin Feng, but it was already too late. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword and slashed at the chains on the Black Prison Monument. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of collision rang out. Lin Feng's black dragon sword was extremely powerful. Lin Feng's draconic elephant arm had a strength that was 6 times stronger than normal. Thus, after Lin Feng slashed out 18 times in a row, the chains that wrapped around the weak water goddess, she could not hold on any longer. Catcher, catcher. The chains that wrapped around the weak water goddess broke. Damn it, the group of yin gods were enraged. They joined forces with those true immortal experts to kill Lin Feng, Wu Liang priest and water slave, wanting to kill them quickly. Now, these yin gods were completely enraged. Moreover, they were clearly afraid of something. Fight it out with them. Wu Liang priest gritted his teeth. Water slave, take the body of the weak water goddess, let's break out together, Lin Feng said. In fact, Lin Feng could take the body of the weak water goddess, but he did not do so because Lin Feng was afraid. He did not know if it was because of the curse of the weak water goddess. The curse aura of the weak water goddess was very powerful. The curse aura of her body was very similar to those who lost themselves after being cursed. For example, the cursed fire crow that Lin Feng saw before. It was almost the same as the curse aura of the weak water goddess. Therefore, this caused Lin Feng to be afraid. Lin Feng was afraid that after encountering the weak water goddess, there would be another curse on his body. That would be a tragedy. As for Water Slave, there was no need to worry about this. Water Slave was a yin corpse. Curses generally only targeted living beings, not these evil ghosts. Water Slave nodded, his figure flashed, and came to the front of the weak water goddess's body. He wanted to take the body of the weak water goddess. And Lin Feng and Wu Liang priest took out more than a dozen powerful defensive magic treasures. Those defensive magic treasures were all activated by them. They used them to resist the attacks of those experts. But the other party's attack was too powerful. Even if they took out so many defensive magic treasures, Lin Feng and Wu Liang priest were not able to resist the other party's attack with these defensive magic treasures. Many defensive magic treasures were blasted out. Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest looked like they had been struck by lightning. The two of them were blasted out, their faces were as pale as paper. Those yin spirit and true immortal level experts wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lin Feng and Wu Liang priest. And Water Slave tried to collect the body of the weak water goddess, and then went to support Lin Feng and Wu Liang priest. But the body of the weak water goddess opened her eyes. Then, the weak water goddess stood up from the ground. Her cold eyes looked coldly at those yin spirit and true immortal level experts who were attacking Lin Feng and Wu Liang priest. It was a pair of eyes without a trace of emotion. Those eyes were too cold. It made one's hair stand on end. So when those yin spirit and true immortal level experts saw those eyes, their bodies could not help but tremble. Damn, the weak water goddess woke up. Daoist Wuliang shouted excitedly. Lin Feng was also taken aback. The weak water goddess woke up. Those yin spirits obviously had some understanding of the weak water goddess. But looking at their expressions and demeanor, it was clear how much they feared the weak water goddess. It seemed that the weak water goddess was an extremely terrifying existence among the titled gods. So, when they saw the weak water goddess wake up, those yin spirits showed such a frightened expression. But Lin Feng found that the curse power in the body of the weak water goddess had condensed into the power of law. The weak water goddess turned into a cursed creature. It was just like the fire crow Lin Feng had seen in the past. Just like Mo Cho's lover Luo Shenqiu. They had all become cursed living beings and had completely lost themselves. This was worse than turning into a yin corpse. The weak water goddess was suppressed by the black prison monument and did not have the chance to turn into a yin corpse. Therefore, Chapter 4753. Miss, you finally woke up. It's great that you can wake up. After seeing the weak water goddess wake up, Water Slave was very excited. There were hot tears in the corner of her eyes. Although the weak water goddess had turned into a cursed creature. But, as long as she woke up, there was hope to resolve the curse. Moreover, the weak water goddess was one of the main gods in the era of titled gods. She was definitely one of the most powerful gods. Therefore, Water Slave believed that one day, the weak water goddess would be able to resolve the curse. This kind of blind confidence, in the eyes of others, was actually a bit ridiculous. But Water Slave had such confidence in Goddess Ruoshire. Little Water. The weak water goddess seemed to have recovered a trace of clarity. She looked at Water Slave. There was a hint of joy on her face. Master and servant. See you again after countless years. It's just that everything has changed. One person had turned into a cursed creature. The other person had turned into a yin corpse. It really made people sigh endlessly. It's Little Water, it's Little Water. Miss still remembers Little Water. Little Water is really happy. Water Slave said excitedly. Water Slave's appearance was not particularly old, a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Presumably, when she was killed. Her age was not particularly old. So the weak water goddess used the word Little Water to call her. And those yin gods and true immortals saw that the weak water goddess had woken up and stopped attacking Lin Feng and Wu Liang. They kept retreating. They did not dare to get too close to the weak water goddess. The weak water goddess patted Little Water's head. This was what she liked to do the most in the past. Little Water was nominally her personal maid. But, in the eyes of the weak water goddess, she had always treated Xiao Shui as her own younger sister. This action seemed to remind Water Slave of the past, so tears flowed down uncontrollably. The same action. But it was done after countless years. It was just their fate. It had already completely changed. The weak water goddess looked at her old body. She was not sad, did not sigh, she was very calm. Perhaps because the weak water goddess had long been used to her current body. In the past, she felt her life constantly flowing away. She felt her body growing old little by little. She was almost tortured to madness. But now she was able to accept all this. She raised her head and looked at the yin deities and true immortals. Goddess Ruoshire didn't place those true immortals in her eyes. Goddess Ruoshire didn't recognize them. The gaze of the weak water goddess finally fell on the group of yin gods. How does it feel to become a yin master? Goddess Ruoshire said sarcastically. Hehe, I'm still much stronger than you. It must feel terrible to become a cursed creature, right? One of the yin gods sneered and retorted. Another yin god said, I really want to know what you looked like when you died. Feeling your life slipping away bit by bit, feeling your face aging bit by bit. I'm sure it must feel great, right? Obviously, this yin god was speaking ironic words. He wanted to evoke the pain in the heart of the weak water goddess. However, he did not succeed. The goddess of weak water said, what you say can't stimulate me at all. When I cast the curse, I made an agreement with the god of curses. If one day I can escape and wake up, I will devour you and use your power to help me return to youth and help me escape calamity. After hearing the words of the goddess of the weak water, the faces of the group of yin gods changed. Let's go, the group of yin gods said in a deep voice. They turned and ran. The faces of those true immortals couldn't help but turn ugly. They knew that the situation wasn't right. Therefore, they didn't dare to stay here any longer. Those true immortal level experts also turned and fled outside. Goddess Ruoshire must have just woken up. So, her power recovery was limited. Therefore, she didn't have the energy to deal with those escaping true immortals. Her energy was all used to deal with those escaping yin gods. Goddess Ruoshire's hands changed seals. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared and shrouded all the yin gods in the whirlpool. That whirlpool spun violently. One after another, some yin gods were devoured by the whirlpool. As the yin gods were devoured by Goddess Ruoshire, her body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang couldn't help but reveal a stunned expression. Goddess Ruoshire was really going to become younger. What a heaven-defying method. But what kind of person was the cursed god that Goddess Ruoshire mentioned? Could it be that he had cultivated the great Tao through the Tao of curses and then become a titled god? Were those cursed creatures related to the cursed god? Lin Feng was very puzzled. But he couldn't ask Goddess Ruoshire these questions now. After Goddess Ruoshire dealt with those yin gods, Lin Feng planned to ask. Would he be able to get an answer from Goddess Ruoshire? We are not willing, we are not willing, we don't want to be your wedding dress. A group of yin gods cried out in horror. They were not willing to die like this. Even if they became yin gods, they didn't want to die. At least. Yin gods were also a kind of living creature. If they died, they would really disappear from this world. If they became yin gods, they might be able to find a way to get rid of their yin god identity. This way, they could be reborn. This was their motivation to live. But now, they couldn't resist Goddess Ruoshire. Lord, save us. Some yin gods shouted. They seemed to be calling for a more powerful yin god to appear. One thought, one world. One thought, one eternity. I am immortal. I am immortal. Suddenly, at this moment, a voice came from the void. Then, catcher, catcher. The void cracked open. An ancient bronze coffin flew out of the crack in the void. The cracked ancient bronze coffin gently shook the void. The whirlpool that enveloped the yin gods cracked open. Eternal Heaven Lord, I knew it. You were hiding in the dark. Now you can't hold back and want to make a move. Goddess Ruoshire's eyes burst out with endless hatred and killing intent. Obviously, she had an irreconcilable enmity with this Eternal Heaven Lord. I didn't expect that you would be able to escape one day. A voice came from the ancient bronze coffin. Then, the ancient bronze coffin opened. A man in a golden robe walked out from the ancient bronze coffin. This man. Chapter 4754. Previously, Water Slave wanted to save the yin gods. However, she was sent flying by the dark power of the Black Prison Monument. At that time, the yin gods mocked Water Slave. At that time, they mentioned the Eternal Heaven Lord. The Black Prison Monument was a treasure refined by the Eternal Heaven Lord. But who exactly was this Eternal Heaven Monarch? No one knew. However, although he did not know the Eternal Heaven Lord's identity, Lin Feng could roughly guess. 1. The Eternal Heaven Lord should be a titled god with an extremely high status. Although he was not clear about the specific classification of titled gods. However, the weak water goddess seemed to be a master god. A master god must be an extremely powerful existence among the titled gods. This Eternal Lord of Heaven was most likely a sovereign as well. 2. The person who schemed against the weak water goddess was the Eternal Heaven Lord. The cultivator who locked the weak water goddess on the Black Prison Monument was also the Eternal Heaven Lord. 3. These yin gods were all titled gods when they were alive. The person they followed was the Eternal Heaven Lord. These yin gods were indeed abominable when they were alive. However, to be honest, these yin gods could only be considered as helping the Avildor. The real culprit was the Eternal Heaven Lord. I made a deal with the cursed god. Therefore, I woke up. The weak water goddess said with an indifferent expression. After hearing about the cursed god, the Eternal Heaven Lord could not help but frown. I did not expect you to be able to communicate with the cursed god. The Eternal Heaven Lord's expression was very serious. Back then, we were cursed by you because you borrowed the power of the cursed god. However, you also paid a heavy price for this. The weak water goddess said coldly. No matter how heavy the price is, as long as I can drag all of you to death, it is worth it. Crazy woman. The Eternal Heaven Lord's eyes were gloomy. Eternal Heaven Lord, as a master god, you become a yin god. There is basically no possibility of getting rid of the yin god body. Do you feel that every day is worse than death? Actually, you can rest assured that this is just the beginning. The further you go, the more pain you will suffer. The weak water goddess laughed. I'll kill you first before we talk. The Eternal Heaven Lord's voice was cold. He was enraged by the weak water goddess's words. The Black Prison Monument directly charged towards the weak water goddess. This treasure was originally a supreme treasure refined by Eternal Heaven Monarch himself. As such, the Eternal Heaven Monarch could easily activate the Black Prison Steely's formidable power. Under the control of the Eternal Heaven Monarch, the Black Prison Monument unleashed a terrifying power. The Black Prison Monument released an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. Runes curled up on it, and countless dark runes were awakened. Then, It charged towards the weak water goddess. Facing the attack of the black prison monument, the weak water goddess had an indifferent expression. She slammed her palm towards the black prison monument. That tyrannical palm strike sent the black prison monument flying. But at this moment, the Eternal Heaven Monarch had actually activated the coffin. The coffin was called the Eternal Heavenly Coffin. Actually, that coffin wasn't just a simple coffin. In itself, it was an extremely powerful supreme treasure. It was the most powerful treasure of the Eternal Heaven Monarch. After sensing the terrifying fluctuations emitted from the Eternal Heavenly Coffin, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This coffin was much stronger than the Black Prison Monument. Someone had actually forged a treasure into the shape of a coffin. Was this a psychological distortion? Was this a psychological pervert? The weak water goddess gently waved her hand. Suddenly, the bracelet of misfortune flew out of Lin Feng's time and space. The bracelet of misfortune seemed to have sensed the aura of the weak water goddess. As such, the bracelet of misfortune produced a violent fluctuation. The weak water goddess grabbed the bracelet of misfortune in her hand and gently waved it. From the bracelet of misfortune, waves of misfortune swept out. This power of misfortune was extremely powerful. The power of misfortune slammed into the Eternal Heavenly Coffin. The Eternal Heavenly Coffin, a powerful supreme treasure, was sent flying. Your bracelet contains the power of misfortune. What is your relationship with the cursed god? The Eternal Heaven Monarch's expression suddenly changed. The cursed god is my master, the weak water goddess said. What? The Eternal Heaven Monarch's expression suddenly changed. Obviously, he had never thought of this possibility. The cursed god, the weak water goddess. They were master and disciple. The Eternal Heaven Monarch laughed bitterly. He finally understood. Why did he calculate every step so well back then? But in the end, he still died tragically under the curse of the weak water goddess. It turned out, the weak water goddess was the disciple of the cursed god. The Eternal Heaven Monarch took his treasure and directly tore open the void and fled. Lord, don't leave us behind, the group of yin gods cried out in horror. But how could the Eternal Heaven Monarch have the time to care about them? The Eternal Heaven Monarch quickly disappeared without a trace. The weak water goddess continued to devour the yin gods. Spare us. Spare us. Lord weak water goddess. Please spare our lives. We will be loyal to you in the future. We will be loyal to you. The group of yin gods begged the weak water goddess for mercy. Lin Feng looked at the group of yin gods in disdain. These guys really did not care about their faces. But then again, could face be compared to life? Obviously not. In order to live, no matter what, it seemed to be understandable. How can I spare you? The weak water goddess said coldly. Then, she once again created that whirlpool. That whirlpool devoured the group of yin gods. And the weak water goddess body continued to recover. The wrinkles on her body and face quickly disappeared. Her white hair was beginning to turn black. After seeing the changes of the weak water goddess, Lin Feng and Wu Liang could not help but exclaim. Could it be that the weak water goddess was really going to reincarnate? But Lin Feng felt. The weak water goddess had become younger. Her aura. And before, it was still exactly the same. She still seemed to have not gotten rid of the curse. Later, he could ask the weak water goddess about the specific situation. The weak water goddess quickly returned to her youthful appearance. Her figure was tall and charming. Her skin was creamy and her face was like a peach blossom. Her facial features were exquisite and beautiful. Her entire person, just like she was made of water. Her pair of watery eyes were filled with limpid autumn water. A top-grade woman. The weak water goddess was really a top-grade woman. She was indeed one of the peerless beauties of the past. Lin Feng was used to seeing all kinds of beauties, but after seeing the weak water goddess' peerless appearance, he could not help but feel a little emotional. This woman should only exist in the heavens. Chapter 4755. You are a descendant of the sovereign clan? Goddess Ruoxue looked at Lin Feng and asked. Yes. Lin Feng replied. Thank you for taking the risk to save me, Goddess Ruoshire thanked Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang. Goddess, you are too courteous. Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang hurriedly replied. Then, Lin Feng said, I have a few questions. Can I ask you? Of course, Goddess Ruoshire said with a smile. Lin Feng asked, I can sense that the curse law in your body has yet to disperse. Are you still unable to change your fate of being cursed? Goddess Ruoshire said, everything has to be done step by step. Fortunately, I have already taken the first step. Lin Feng could not help but feel happy for Goddess Ruoshire. He naturally hoped that she would be fine. Lin Feng actually wanted to ask about the curse god the most. Based on the conversation between ancient Goddess Ruoshire and eternal heaven monarch, he knew that the curse god was an existence that surpassed the overgod realm. During the era of titled gods, overgods were already extremely powerful existences. What kind of expert would an existence surpassing the overgod realm be? Moreover, the curse god seemed to be related to the strange curses of heaven and earth. Since he was cursed, perhaps he could find the curse god to help him remove the curse. Of course, this was only Lin Feng's beautiful idea. Whether it could be done or not, Lin Feng did not know for now. Lin Feng continued asking, what kind of existence is the curse god? There are many terrifying curses in heaven and earth. Are those curses related to the curse god? Goddess Ruoshire pondered for a moment and said, the curse god was one of the supreme gods during the era of titled gods. He was an existence that attained his Tao through the Tao of curses. His research on the Tao of curses is unparalleled. However, the curses you mentioned, such as the ones that turn people into cursed living creatures, or the curses on your skin, have nothing to do with the curse god. The Tao of curse is different from other great Taos. The Tao of curse is a great Tao that has existed throughout the history of eras. Therefore, the Tao of curse is incomparably terrifying. If one is entangled by the Tao of curses, it will be a disaster. However, I don't know how the curses of heaven and earth are formed. Even the curse god is unable to fully investigate the various curses of heaven and earth. Curse god, is there any way to remove the curses on me? Lin Feng asked. The goddess of weak water said, the cursed true god should be able to do that. However, the cursed true god should have fallen by now and can no longer help you. He died. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. The weak water goddess nodded and said, countless years ago, when I was trapped here, I tried to use the Tao of curse to communicate with the curse god. Although I managed to communicate with the curse god, the truth was that the curse god at that time was about to reach the end of his life. I borrowed the power of the cursed true god to curse the eternal heaven monarch and the others. After that, I could no longer sense the curse god's aura. After so many years, the cursed true god should have already fallen. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. He had finally found a way to remove the curses on his body. Moreover, it was a way to remove the curse once and for all. In the end, it was still destroyed. It was really depressing. Goddess Ruoshire probably knew that Lin Feng would feel depressed after hearing the news. Therefore, she said, sometimes, having some curses on your body isn't entirely a bad thing. This is because these curses will constantly spur you to cultivate diligently. If you don't cultivate diligently, you won't be able to suppress these curses. If you can't suppress these curses, only death will await you. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. This was the only way to comfort himself. Humans. It was best to be optimistic. Only then would they be happier. Goddess Ruoshire stretched out her right hand, and 2 balls of light appeared in her palm. Holy sky crystal! Daoist Wuliang exclaimed when he saw the 2 balls of light. His eyes immediately widened. Moreover, his breathing became hurried. Clearly, Daoist Wuliang knew the use of the holy sky crystal. Goddess Ruoshire looked at Daoist Wuliang in surprise and said, you actually know about the holy sky crystal? Daoist Wuliang grinned and said, I once saw an introduction of the holy sky crystal in a Tao scripture. It is rumored that it is a type of heavenly crystal formed during the great destruction of the era. It contains the power of destruction and rebirth formed during the great destruction of the era. After the power of destruction and rebirth fuses together, it forms a special energy. This special energy can allow a cultivator's life to complete a transformation. Therefore, the holy sky crystal is definitely a cultivation treasure. After hearing Daoist Wuliang's explanation, Lin Feng's breathing became hurried. Right now, Lin Feng had reached the critical moment of breaking through to the scattered immortal realm. However, Lin Feng's accumulation was too powerful. If he directly broke through like this, wasn't that courting death? Lin Feng hoped to borrow a great opportunity to break through to the scattered immortal realm. However, Lin Feng had never been able to find an opportunity for him to break through, but now, Lin Feng knew the use of the holy sky crystal. How could he not be excited? This holy sky crystal was the opportunity for him to break through. Moreover, the weak water goddess took out the holy sky crystal at this time. Wasn't this obviously to repay him and Daoist Wuliang for their help? The weak water goddess said, "The holy sky crystal is very helpful to your cultivation. I only have 2 holy sky crystals left. You 2 can have 1 each. After refining the holy sky crystal, I believe your cultivation will be greatly improved." "Thank you, fairy." Daoist Wuliang hurriedly thanked her and then eagerly took the holy sky crystal that belonged to him. "Thank you, fairy." Lin Feng also thanked the weak water goddess and then took the other holy sky crystal. At this time, the holy light outside the holy sky crystal had dissipated. The holy sky crystal appeared in Lin Feng's line of sight. The holy sky crystal was a kind of crystal that alternated between black and white. Black seemed to represent the power of death. And white. It represented the power of rebirth. When Lin Feng held the holy sky crystal in his hand, he immediately felt the dharmic powers in his body begin to circulate crazily. This made Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a happy expression because he felt that after refining this holy sky crystal. Chapter 4756. You can refine the holy sky crystal in the weak water temple, the weak water goddess said. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang thanked her. There was a separate cultivation room inside the weak water temple. They each found a separate cultivation room. Then they entered a separate cultivation room to cultivate. Lin Feng held the holy sky crystal in his hand and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Breaking through to the itinerant immortal realm was too important for Lin Feng. This was a breakthrough of a major realm. Once he broke through, his battle strength would be greatly improved. Of course. The most important thing was that his life level would complete a transformation. In fact, every breakthrough. For example, the breakthrough from the God realm to the Emperor realm, the breakthrough from the Emperor realm to the pseudo-immortal realm, and the breakthrough from the pseudo-immortal realm to the true immortal realm. The most difficult thing was to break through a major realm. Once he broke through a major realm, it was much easier to break through a minor realm in a major realm. So one could imagine that when Lin Feng broke through to the pseudo-immortal realm, then the 4th heaven of the pseudo-immortal realm, perhaps he could soon cross it. Then he would reach the true immortal realm. With Lin Feng's powerful accumulation, he didn't need to break through to the true immortal realm. He didn't need to rely on the magic lotus, the stone man 9 orifices avatar, the golden dwarf, or the power of the ruler's armor. He should be able to defeat a true immortal realm expert. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that dreams were often beautiful, but reality was cruel. Although his idea was wonderful, it was hard to say if it could be realized. Now what Lin Feng had to do was to break through to the itinerant immortal realm. He hoped that this holy sky crystal could really help him break through. The energy of the holy sky crystal was very pure. As the energy of the holy sky crystal was gradually absorbed by Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng could clearly feel the transformation of his realm. That kind of transformation made Lin Feng want to raise his head to the sky and roar with joy. The effect of the holy sky crystal was much better than Lin Feng had imagined. The light of calamity between Lin Feng's eyebrows was getting stronger and stronger. He had been suppressing the light of calamity between his eyebrows. Now was not the time for a breakthrough. Lin Feng planned to refine and absorb all of the energy within the holy heavenly crystal. Then, he would charge into the loose immortal realm. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng walked out of his secluded room. He didn't dare to stay. It flew out quickly. Lin Feng could no longer suppress the light of calamity between his eyebrows. The thunder tribulation had been summoned. When Lin Feng came to the outside world, above the 9 heavens, thunderclouds had already covered the sky. The immeasurable Daoist was still in seclusion and had yet to wake up. The weak water goddess and water slave flew out from the weak water temple. They hovered in the void and looked at Lin Feng, who was undergoing his tribulation in the distance. All kinds of lightning tribulations came crashing down. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was fearless. It rushed straight towards the thunder tribulation in the 9 heavens. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 10 days, 15 days, 1 month, 1.5 months, 2 months. Lin Feng's tribulation time was too long. Endless thunder tribulation came crashing down. Even the weak water goddess found it inconceivable. Such a terrifying thunder tribulation was too rare. The key point was, Lin Feng had only broken through to the loose immortal realm, not the true immortal realm. In fact, it was getting harder and harder for Lin Feng to resist. Lin Feng even had the heart to cry. It had already been 2 months since his tribulation, yet he still hadn't succeeded. How many more thunder tribulations were there? Under normal circumstances, others were undergoing the loose immortal tribulation. It would only take 3 or 4 days. Is this the sage emperor tribulation? Water slave said with a solemn expression. Yes. It's a rare true immortal tribulation. Even many true immortals can't attract this kind of thunder tribulation. Basically, only some high-level true immortals have a small chance of attracting the sage emperor tribulation. But he just broke through to the loose immortal realm and attracted the sage emperor tribulation. It's really unbelievable. It seems like his identity isn't as simple as being a descendant of the sovereign emperor clan, weak water goddess said. He seems to be a descendant of the undying clan, water slave said. After a pause, water slave continued, other than that, I can feel the destiny bloodline and another mysterious bloodline power in his body. It's rumored that those who possess the destiny bloodline are those who are favored by destiny. It seems like he's favored by destiny. As for the other bloodline power, I can't find it. It's too mysterious. Weak water goddess nodded and said, perhaps if everything goes well, he will become a key figure in the world extermination war. But the prerequisite is that he can grow up before the world extermination war arrives. If he can't grow up, he's destined to become the target of that world. At that time, his fate will be extremely tragic. Lin Feng naturally didn't know what the weak water goddess and water slave were talking about. Lin Feng's energy was all used on the thunder tribulation. This thunder tribulation. It was really too dangerous. There were several times when Lin Feng almost died. Relying on the power of the undying bloodline. That was how he managed to survive. Another 10 days passed. There were only 10 thunder tribulations left. But the last 10 thunder tribulations were even more dangerous. Lin Feng even felt that he was going to die. When he was fighting against the third last thunder tribulation, Lin Feng was completely destroyed by the thunder tribulation. But fortunately, the ability of Nirvana Rebirth was successfully activated at this time. Lin Feng underwent Nirvana Rebirth. In the end, he survived. But only Lin Feng himself knew how dangerous this process was. One must know. The probability of Nirvana Rebirth was not high. If Nirvana Rebirth had not been completed at that time, Lin Feng would have died. But Lin Feng had obtained the Phoenix Scripture, which was a peerless celestial scripture, and it also contained the Nirvana Rebirth technique. The Nirvana Rebirth technique recorded in the Phoenix Grimoire was the Nirvana Rebirth technique passed down by the Phoenix clan. Lin Feng's Nirvana Rebirth technique was the Nirvana Rebirth technique passed down by the Undying bloodline. Although they were both Nirvana Rebirth techniques, the two were very different. Lin Feng had been studying the Nirvana Rebirth technique recorded in the Phoenix Grimoire. He felt that the two Nirvana Rebirth techniques could complement each other's shortcomings. This could greatly increase the probability of Nirvana Rebirth. However, the Phoenix Grimoire was really too mysterious. It was not easy to comprehend. And at this moment, After Lin Feng underwent nirvana rebirth, he resisted the last 2 thunder tribulations with difficulty. When the thunder tribulation dissipated, Lin Feng lay in the sea. He allowed his body to float on the sea. Lin Feng had the feeling that his body didn't belong to him anymore. This kind of feeling was really too terrible. Chapter 4757. Lin Feng had successfully broken through to the scattered immortal realm. His realm stopped at the first layer of the scattered immortal realm. This time's transformation. It allowed Lin Feng to obtain huge benefits. As a result, Lin Feng was extremely excited. Moreover, after breaking through to the scattered immortal realm, there were still many things that Lin Feng could do. For example, he continued to crack the evil corpse ring. This breakthrough might be able to open the evil corpse ring. Another example. He could go and explore what was inside the divine Tao immortal palace that he had obtained before. Lin Feng spent 3 days to recuperate his body. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng found out that immeasurable Daoist was still in seclusion. This time, his seclusion took a bit longer. After Lin Feng rested for a while, he planned to try opening the evil corpse ring. There were 9 types of beast runes in the evil corpse ring, and 6 of them had already been successfully cracked by Lin Feng. These 6 types of beast runes were the Sky-Splitting Hu, Scarlet Flame Golden Swanny Beast, Ice-Armored Horned Demon Dragon, 8-Clawed Fire Centipede, 9-Winged Heavenly Dragon, and Thunderbat Dragon. Now, there were still 3 types of beast runes left in the evil corpse ring that had not been cracked by Lin Feng. These 3 types of beast runes were the Blue-Winged Sea Dragon Beast runes, the Sea-Cracking Profound Dragon Whale runes, and the Kuei Cow Beast runes. It was clear that the last 3 types of beast runes were the most difficult to crack. Lin Feng began to try to crack the 7th beast rune. The Blue-Winged Sea Dragon Beast runes were extremely difficult to crack. But Lin Feng had successfully cracked the Blue-Winged Sea Dragon Beast runes. Immediately after, Lin Feng began to crack the 8th beast rune. The Sea-Cracking Profound Dragon Whale runes were even more mysterious than the Blue-Winged Sea Dragon Beast runes. The difficulty of cracking them naturally increased by a large margin. However, this type of beast rune was still successfully cracked by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. He had already deciphered 8 types of fierce beast runes. There was only 1 type of fierce beast rune left. As long as he could break the last type of beast rune, at that time, then, he would be able to activate the evil corpse ring. Lin Feng had always been looking forward to opening the evil corpse ring. He thought, perhaps he would be able to discover some shocking things from the ring. Right now, he finally saw the hope of breaking the evil corpse ring. Lin Feng tried to decipher the 9th rune. It was the Kuei Ox Beast rune. The ferocious beast rune condensed into a Kuei cow. This Kuei ox suppressed the heavens, and its aura was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng originally wanted to crack the Kuei ox rune in one go, but he failed in the end. The Kuei ox beast rune was simply too powerful. It was simply impossible to decipher. In the end, Lin Feng gave up. Perhaps he had to advance to the human immortal stage before he had any hope of deciphering the Kuei cow rune. Lin Feng put away the ring. Immediately after, he entered the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. Right now, the Divine Tao Immortal Palace only opened the outer main hall. None of the palaces inside had been opened. This Immortal Palace's inheritance was ancient. There was definitely something good hidden inside. Lin Feng began to break the restrictions on the 2nd level of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. In the past, Lin Feng had tried to break the restrictions on the 2nd level of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace, but he had failed every single time. But this time, Lin Feng had successfully broken the restrictions on the 2nd level of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. He pushed open the door to the 2nd level of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace and entered the 2nd level of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. When he arrived at the 2nd level of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace, Lin Feng smelled the dense stench of blood. Kill! Earth-shaking shouts of killing resounded in his ears. Lin Feng discovered that he had arrived at an ancient battlefield. In this battlefield, there were cultivators fighting everywhere. The battle between those cultivators was extremely tragic. One by one, powerful cultivators fell. Their corpses fell from the sky. On the ground. There were corpses everywhere, covering the mountains and plains. It was unknown how many people had died. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. When was this great battle? He looked up at the 9 heavens, where darkness lingered. He didn't know what kind of living being was hiding there. No matter how powerful the cultivators were, when they rushed into that area, they would all be killed in the end. Could it be the mastermind behind this? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. The mastermind behind this. That group of unimaginably powerful existences. They indeed had the ability to slaughter all who resisted. Therefore, Lin Feng's suspicions weren't completely unfounded. Too many people had died in this battle. Incomparably cold laughter came from the area shrouded in black fog. They saw this kind of slaughter. They saw it as a game to pass the time. It had to be said that this was hard to accept. This made people incomparably angry. After all, those were all fresh lives. But in the eyes of those people, what were they? Perhaps they weren't even as precious as the lives of their pets in captivity. Someone flew over from afar, carrying an iron box. When he saw the iron box, Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. That iron box. Wasn't it the mysterious iron box? Back then, he obtained the mysterious iron box from the ancient Star City. That mysterious iron box contained the broken corpse of a mysterious expert. No one knew the identity or origin of the broken corpse. Lin Feng had obtained the mysterious iron box for such a long time, but even he didn't know the identity or origin of the broken corpse. However, there was one thing that Lin Feng knew. The identity and origin of the broken corpse were definitely extremely extraordinary. It might even be frighteningly big. Because the broken corpse was simply too terrifying. It was so terrifying that it made people's hearts tremble and their minds tremble. The cultivator carrying the mysterious iron box rushed into the area shrouded in black fog. Another one has come to court death. A living being in the area shrouded in black fog sneered. Obviously, they didn't care about that cultivator. But not long after, terrified screams came from the area shrouded in black fog. It's his corpse, it's actually his corpse in the iron box. Run, run quickly, however. The living beings in the black fog couldn't escape. We can't accept this. We can't accept this. Those living beings let out terrified screams. This group of unimaginably powerful existences. At this moment, they were actually afraid. In the end, those living beings in the black fog were all killed. And that cultivator quickly left with the mysterious iron box. Who is he? Lin Feng looked at the cultivator who left with the mysterious iron box and couldn't help but frown. That existence could be the previous owner of the mysterious iron box. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. And at this moment, all the images disappeared, and Lin Feng found that he was still in the second palace of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. A violent fluctuation came from the depths of the second palace of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. What is that? Chapter 4758. It was a very special thing. It looked like a stone. But there was a faint dark luster that blocked Lin Feng's line of sight. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't see clearly whether that thing was a stone or not. However, Lin Feng felt that he shouldn't have seen wrongly. He walked towards the depths. Lin Feng came to the side of that thing. When he got closer, he found that it was really a stone. An extremely special stone. Just like a stone dragon that lived on the ground. But this stone was stained with a lot of blood. Lin Feng frowned. Whose blood was that? He felt that the blood on the stone was definitely not ordinary. And just at this time, the mysterious iron box in Lin Feng's time and space actually took the initiative to fly into the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. The mysterious iron box emitted a violent wave. When Lin Feng saw the mysterious iron box, he couldn't help but be shocked. The mysterious iron box emitted such a violent wave because of the stone dragon? Or was it because of the blood on the stone dragon? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Could it be that the stone dragon had something to do with the mysterious iron box? Of course, it could also be related to the broken corpse in the mysterious iron box. Roar! Suddenly, the stone dragon emitted a loud and clear dragon roar. Then, the stone dragon opened its eyes. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. It was really strange. The stone dragon actually came back to life. The stone dragon quickly flew towards the mysterious iron box. He didn't know what the stone dragon was going to do. When the stone dragon flew to the side of the mysterious iron box, the stone dragon opened its mouth and wanted to swallow the mysterious iron box directly. Damn, this stone dragon became a spirit, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. However, he didn't think that the stone dragon could swallow the mysterious iron box. The mysterious iron box was an extraordinary treasure, and it contained a broken corpse. No matter how extraordinary the stone dragon was, he was afraid that it couldn't swallow the mysterious iron box. At this time, the mysterious iron box began to counterattack. The mysterious iron box hit the stone dragon. Bang! Along with a violent collision sound, the mysterious metal box and the stone dragon collided fiercely. A powerful fluctuation spread out. Lin Feng was sent flying by the collision between the stone dragon and the mysterious iron box. Lin Feng's face paled slightly. The energy fluctuations produced by the collision between the stone dragon and the mysterious iron box were too frightening. That was him. If it was someone else, most likely, he would have vomited blood from such a powerful energy fluctuation. Bang bang bang. The collision between the stone dragon and the mysterious iron box did not end there. Along with the sounds of violent collisions, there was a loud bang. The two sides clashed again and again. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was hiding far away, so as to avoid being implicated. After dozens of collisions, finally, Shalong could not hold on any longer. In the end, it was suppressed by the mysterious iron box. Catcher 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 sounds came from the mysterious iron box. The mysterious iron box was actually opening on its own. In the end, the mysterious iron box opened a crack. A powerful devouring force surged out from the mysterious iron box, and that powerful devouring force directly enveloped the stone dragon. The stone dragon let out a series of roars, and then began to struggle violently. Obviously, the stone dragon had a premonition of what its fate would be. It was not reconciled. Therefore, it began to struggle violently. However, in the end, the stone dragon was unable to break free. The stone dragon was completely suppressed in the void. Lin Feng was surprised to find that the blood on the stone dragon began to moisten. Originally, the blood had dried on the stone dragon. But now, the blood was getting wetter and wetter. In the end, it seemed to be sprinkled on the stone dragon again. This scene was really unimaginable. The blood was all devoured by the mysterious iron box. The corpse dragon, on the other hand, was shattered into pieces. Those pieces, all scattered on the ground. The mysterious iron box that had opened a crack automatically closed again. However, the fluctuations inside the mysterious iron box did not disappear. Inside the mysterious iron box, there was still a terrifying fluctuation. Lin Feng's heart was pounding when he sensed the chi waves coming from those chi waves. Therefore, Lin Feng did not approach it. He stood in the distance and observed the mysterious iron box. The mysterious iron box had just devoured the blood on the stone dragon. Did it mean that the blood on the stone dragon and the corpse inside the mysterious iron box actually came from the same person? Lin Feng felt that there might be such a possibility. If that was the case, then it was really too amazing. In the end, the mysterious iron box became quiet again. Lin Feng could not help but mutter. The mysterious iron box was getting stranger and stranger. Many times, Lin Feng also found it difficult to explore the various secrets of the mysterious iron box. When the mysterious iron box underwent some changes, Lin Feng could only watch. But for now, the mysterious iron box was still of great help to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had saved himself many times with the help of the mysterious iron box. Although he didn't know what kind of person's corpse was inside the mysterious iron box, he still couldn't figure it out. He had always been able to use the mysterious iron box to fight against enemies. This was the most important thing. After the mysterious iron box became silent, Lin Feng continued to try to break the seal of the third hall of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. But Lin Feng failed. It seemed that he would have to wait until he broke through before he could continue to break the seal of the third hall. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly felt a powerful fluctuation coming from outside. What's going on outside? Lin Feng could not help but mutter. He quickly flew out. After arriving outside, Lin Feng knew that the immeasurable Daoist was about to complete his breakthrough. The immeasurable Daoist had already flown out. Outside was a rolling sea of lightning. When he saw the boundless sea of lightning, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. This was the first time Lin Feng saw the immeasurable Daoist undergo a tribulation. But the number of tribulations that the immeasurable Daoist underwent was actually so terrifying. What realm is he breaking through? Lin Feng looked at the weak water goddess and asked. Human immortal tribulation. This Daoist is a little strange. The weak water goddess looked at the huge tribulation in the sky and could not help but frown slightly. For a heaven-defying figure like Lin Feng to appear, it was already an extremely inconceivable thing. But, then, another heaven-defying figure appeared. It was really inconceivable. What kind of tribulation is this? Lin Feng looked at the boundless sea of lightning and could not help but ask. It is the legendary sovereign tribulation, the weak water goddess said. Hearing that, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. It was actually such a tribulation. The sovereign tribulation was indeed a legendary tribulation. Chapter 4759. Supreme Tribulation. One level higher than the Saint Emperor Tribulation. But whether it was the Saint Emperor Tribulation or the Supreme Tribulation, it was very rare in the history of the era. However, the Supreme Tribulation was obviously rarer because it was a higher-level tribulation. This kind of higher-level tribulation was obviously more difficult to appear than the next-level tribulation. Lin Feng did not know if Wu Liang Daoist had passed the Saint Emperor Tribulation when he was crossing the Scattered Immortal Tribulation. But, now that he had broken through the worldly immortal realm, but he had attracted the Supreme Tribulation. It was indeed very unimaginable. Anyone who saw this scene would feel shocked. He is your friend, how much do you know about him? Goddess Ruoxue looked at Lin Feng. She seemed to have discovered something. Or perhaps, there were some doubts in her heart. So, that was why she would ask about Wu Liang Daoist so straightforwardly. But in fact, Lin Feng did not know much about Wu Liang Daoist's origin. As for Wu Liang Daoist's identity of Moving Mountain Daoist, perhaps it was more of a cover-up. Of course, since Goddess Ruoxue asked about Wu Liang Daoist, Lin Feng would not hide it from Goddess Ruoxue. Lin Feng said, he came from the Moving Mountain Daoist's lineage. I have known him since I was young. These years, this damned Daoist has indeed displayed many extraordinary aspects. He often excavates the ancient tombs of some powerful experts who have died. But no matter what kind of expert's tomb he excavates, no matter what kind of danger he encounters, he can always turn the danger into safety. It is really unbelievable. So he is a Daoist on the surface, but secretly a tomb raider? Goddess Ruoxue and Water Slave could not help but reveal a strange expression. In the world of cultivators, tomb raiding was still a very disgraceful thing. Moreover, the tombs encountered outside and tomb raiding were completely different concepts. The tombs outside were ownerless tombs. So encountering one was an opportunity. And tomb raiding referred to excavating the ancient tombs of some powerful ancestors. Because the other party had a huge force behind them. Cultivators would rob tombs. They would completely offend the force behind the other party, which would cause both sides to fight to the death. Therefore, in the world of cultivators, there were not many people who would blatantly rob tombs. Therefore, this was also the reason why Goddess Ruoxue and Water Slave showed such a surprised expression after knowing that Taoist Wu Liang was a grave robber. He had robbed tombs for so many years. He was actually still alive. It was truly a miracle. Lin Feng said. According to him, he is actually an archaeology enthusiast. The weak water goddess and water slave couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. He's a very secretive person. I'm afraid he's not just robbing tombs for the treasures inside, right? Weak water goddess asked. She could see things very clearly. Lin Feng said, searching for treasures is one of his goals. He has other purposes. He seems to be looking for something special, but I don't know what exactly he is looking for. Although I have known him for many years, everyone has their own secrets, so if he doesn't say it, I won't ask him. Lin Feng said that because he wanted to tell Ruo Shui something. He hoped that the weak water goddess would not ask about the secret of the immeasurable Taoist. In this case, it would be difficult for him to be in the middle. Lin Feng believed that the weak water goddess would be able to understand the meaning of his words. The weak water goddess said, yes, everyone has their own secrets. Since we are in the world of cultivators, we have to respect other people's secrets. In fact, this is also respecting ourselves. With the words of the weak water goddess, Lin Feng knew that the weak water goddess would not ask about the secret of the immeasurable Taoist. Perhaps one day, many secrets will be revealed, Lin Feng said. Then he looked at the immeasurable Taoist. The immeasurable Taoist usually had a sloppy appearance. But at this moment, he looked extremely serious. Even if he wasn't serious, he had to be serious. After all, this was the legendary Supreme Tribulation. He had to treat it carefully. Or else, he might really die under the attack of the Supreme Tribulation. The immeasurable Taoist was still very cautious. Streaks of lightning struck down and were all blocked by the immeasurable Taoist. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. But the immeasurable Taoist had not completed this tribulation. Lin Feng's Saint Emperor Tribulation. It lasted for a full 2 months and 10 days. Not to mention the Supreme Tribulation that was even stronger than the Saint Emperor Tribulation. It would obviously last longer. This lightning tribulation lasted for a full 3 months. During this period of time, Lin Feng did not go to watch the immeasurable Taoist's tribulation because he felt that this damn Taoist would definitely succeed. As the saying goes, good people don't live long, scourges live for thousands of years. The immeasurable Taoist was one of the biggest scourges in the world. How could this guy die so easily? During this period of time, Lin Feng went into seclusion to comprehend the Phoenix Grimoire. Now that Lin Feng had cultivated many immortal scriptures, it was just that his energy was limited. It was not an easy task to master the immortal scriptures one by one. So, there were many immortal scriptures that Lin Feng did not study thoroughly, including the Phoenix Grimoire. But this tribulation, it let Lin Feng know how important Nirvana rebirth was to cultivators. He had to increase his chances of Nirvana rebirth. So, Lin Feng began to focus on studying the Phoenix Grimoire. Only when the immeasurable Taoist's tribulation was about to end did Lin Feng come out of seclusion. The last dozen or so tribulations of the immeasurable Taoist were extremely terrifying, and the immeasurable Taoist's body had already collapsed. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The last dozen or so tribulations of the Supreme Tribulation were indeed too terrifying. Although he was full of confidence in the immeasurable Taoist, after seeing the immeasurable Taoist's situation, he couldn't help but worry for him. No one dared to say that they would succeed in transcending the tribulation. Lin Feng's heart was in his throat. At this most dangerous moment, an incomparably mysterious power surged out from the immeasurable Taoist's body. That incomparably mysterious power enveloped the immeasurable Taoist's body. That terrifying power seemed to have given the immeasurable Taoist a new life. That power was extraordinary and helped the immeasurable Taoist pass through tribulation after tribulation. What kind of power is that? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel extremely puzzled in his heart. The water slave also had a puzzled expression. Only the weak water goddess revealed a thoughtful expression. In the end, the immeasurable Taoist passed through all the lightning tribulations. But Lin Feng's mind was still recalling the last moment of the immeasurable Taoist's tribulation and the mysterious power that surged out from his body. That mysterious power was too terrifying. It allowed the immeasurable Taoist to pass through the last few most terrifying lightning tribulations with ease. Just how many secrets is this damned Taoist hiding? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. And at this time, the immeasurable Taoist flew over from afar. After this damned Taoist succeeded in transcending the tribulation, he was in high spirits. He was as proud as he wanted to be. That expression was really asking for a beating. Anyone who saw immeasurable Taoist's expression would probably have the urge to beat him up. Chapter 4760. After the immeasurable Taoist succeeded in his tribulation, they were already planning to leave the weak water temple. As for Lin Feng, he still had many things to take care of. For example, he had to search for the stone scripture and the emperor brush. In addition, Lin Feng still had to find ancient god Taihao's head. This was a promise that Lin Feng had made a long time ago. At the time, Lin Feng had still been a youth, and the Qianwu continent had opened a trial. Many people had entered a parallel world connected to the Qianwu continent to undergo tempering. Lin Feng still clearly remembered that this parallel world was called the Illusory Realm. Within a stone hall in the divine mist mountain of the Illusory Realm, Lin Feng had obtained the inheritance of the Great Suppression Art, a divine ability passed down by ancient god Taihao. Ancient god Taihao was a famous titled god of the ancient era. Lin Feng still remembered a few things that had happened in the Illusory Realm. Ancient god Taihao had not originally been a god of the Illusory Realm. He had intended to go into seclusion and pursue the peak of the Great Tao. Thus, he found a remote world. This world was the Illusory Realm. Ancient god Taihao was a kind-hearted god, so when he descended on this world, he found that ancient god Taihao was a kind god. He would often help many people. As a result, over time, the people of the Illusory Realm began to worship ancient god Taihao. The people of the Illusory Realm lived in peace and contentment. Until one day, black clouds roiled and lightning crackled. Darkness enveloped the world, and a terrifying existence arrived. The world was alarmed. Countless people hid, trembling in fear. Ancient god Taihao walked out of the temple and engaged in a fierce battle with the unknown existence in the darkness. This battle was truly too bitter. Ancient god Taihao's head was cut off. After the endless darkness scattered, what followed was a rain of blood. The rain of blood continued for 3 days and 3 nights. A few years ago, ancient god Taihao had saved a small, injured snake. The small snake had followed ancient god Taihao, and after being infected by his aura, it had activated its divine sense and turned into a yarrow cultivator. After ancient god Taihao died, the small snake found his corpse. And then, the small snake began a long wait. Its body grew larger and larger. Its life was also slipping away. The small snake's talent was limited. When its life was nearing its end, it offered its soul to the curse. It hoped to see ancient god Taihao's head returned. At that time, it was willing to contribute everything it had. Hence, the little snake lived until Lin Feng appeared. Of course, when Lin Feng saw the little snake, it was no longer a little snake. To be precise, it had turned into a giant python. After Lin Feng obtained ancient god Taihao's inheritance, he promised the giant python that if he came to the undying world one day, it would be a great help. He would definitely help ancient god Taihao find the head. More than 100 years had passed since then. However, Lin Feng had never forgotten this promise. Right now, Lin Feng arrived at the undying realm. Moreover, he had also solved the problem of the misfortune bracelet. Lin Feng felt that it was time to search for ancient god Taihao's head. Lin Feng had heard the python mention ancient god Taihao's head before. Ancient god Taihao's head seemed to have been suppressed beneath the bone palace. Lin Feng didn't know why they had sealed ancient god Taihao's head in the bone palace. Lin Feng didn't know where this bone palace was or where it came from. The giant python didn't know either. The giant python knew that ancient god Taihao's head was suppressed beneath the bone palace because those mysterious existences had told it when ancient god Taihao was fighting them. The gigantic serpent told Lin Feng what the other party had told him. The weak water goddess also planned to leave the undying world. On this day, the weak water goddess said, "The undying world has never been peaceful. You should be careful here. I'm about to leave the undying world. If fate allows it, we might meet again in the future. Fairy, where do you plan to go? Lin Feng asked. The celestial realm. I want to see if there's a way to dispel the curse and deal with Shui Erzian corpse, the weak water goddess said. I hope we can meet again in the heavenly realm, Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang said in unison. Asked Lin Feng. Celestial being. There's one more thing I want to ask you. Ask away, the weak water goddess said. Lin Feng asked, Fairy, have you heard of a bone palace? Great Hall of Bones? The weak water goddess couldn't help but frown. She shook her head and said, I've never heard of the White Bone Hall. However, the weak water region and the White Bone region share a common border. The White Bone region is a region where evil cultivators gather. Could the White Bone Hall be in the White Bone region? Perhaps you can head to the White Bone region to take a look. The White Bone region was one of the 72 regions of the undying world. The power structure there was very complicated. There were orthodox immortal sects and aristocratic clans. However, the number of evil cultivators and factions there was innumerable. The place where evil cultivators and factions gathered would often be very chaotic. This was because these evil cultivators and factions didn't care about rules. That place, battles would often erupt there. It was incomparably chaotic. That place vividly demonstrated the law of the jungle and survival of the fittest in the world of cultivators. Many cultivators actually liked the White Bone region very much. Because as long as one had the ability, it was possible to establish a foothold in the White Bone region. Therefore, many cultivators liked to go to the White Bone region. In addition, there was another reason why the White Bone region attracted so many cultivators. That was, it was rumored that the White Bone region was an ancient battlefield during the War of the Gods. Therefore, there were many corpses of experts buried under the White Bone region. That place. It was definitely a place filled with opportunities. Many people liked to go to the White Bone region to look for opportunities. Many people had gained a lot. Therefore, in these years, the number of cultivators who rose in the White Bone region was not small. All right, then I'll go to the White Bone region, Lin Feng said. The weak water goddess nodded. Then, Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang left the weak water temple. Not long after, the weak water temple disappeared. The weak water goddess and water slave also left together. Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang flew outside. Daoist, are you going to the White Bone region with me? Lin Feng looked at Daoist Wuliang and asked. Of course. I've long wanted to go to the White Bone region to take a look. I'll go with you to try my luck. But what are you going to do there? Daoist Wuliang asked curiously. Lin Feng told Daoist Wuliang about what had happened that year. Daoist Wuliang said, after the other party killed ancient god Taihao, they actually took away ancient god Taihao's head. It's really strange. It seems like this matter is not simple. Lin Feng nodded and said, it's indeed not simple. I hope this trip goes smoothly. After Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang came out of the weak water sea, Du Zhu, the evil sovereign holy, and the two ghost emperors who were waiting for Lin Feng outside met up. Daoist Wuliang knew Du Zhu and the others, so there was no need to introduce them. Chapter 4761. Along with the news of the weak water shrine, the curse power in the weak water sea was quickly dissipating. This matter was naturally noticed by many cultivators. Many people didn't know what had happened. But everyone saw that an opportunity was about to arrive. Previously, because the weak water sea was especially dangerous. Plus the curse power. There were many places that no one dared to explore. Especially the underwater world of the weak water sea, they were even more afraid to go. But if the curse power completely dissipated, everyone would not have to worry so much. So when this news spread, it immediately caused a huge commotion in the weak water domain. Countless forces and cultivators in the weak water domain all moved. A large number of cultivators quickly rushed towards the direction of the weak water sea. And the cultivators in the surrounding regions also rushed to the weak water sea after receiving the news. Those who were further away received the news at a much slower speed. So by the time those cultivators received the news, It was already too late to go to the weak water domain. At the border of the weak water domain and the Whitebone region was an endless ancient forest. This ancient forest was called the Cloud Heaven Ancient Forest. It was rumored that the core of the Cloud Heaven Ancient Forest lived an extremely terrifying Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor inside. Even a true immortal level expert did not dare to casually provoke an existence. From this, it could be seen how terrifying was the Beast Emperor that lived in the core of the Cloud Heaven Ancient Forest. It was definitely an existence that no one dared to provoke. And at the border of the weak water domain, there was an ancient city called the Cloud Heaven City. The Cloud Heaven City was only 300 miles away from the Cloud Heaven Ancient Forest. So this place was very lively. A large number of cultivators who entered the Cloud Heaven Ancient Forest to explore would often rest in the Cloud Heaven City. Other than that, because the Cloud Heaven City was close to the Cloud Heaven Ancient Forest, the trade here was extremely developed. If those cultivators obtained good things in the Cloud Heaven Ancient Forest, they would often choose to peddle in the Cloud Heaven City. Therefore, whether it was the open market or the black market business, it was exceptionally popular. Lin Feng, Taoist Wu Liang, Du Zhu, Evil Sovereign Saint, and the two Ghost Emperors came to the Cloud Heaven City. After they found a place to stay, Lin Feng planned to inquire about the Whitebone Palace. After all, this place was adjacent to the Whitebone region. Perhaps he was able to find out some information about the Great Bone Hall. If he couldn't get any information from here, he would have no choice. It wouldn't be too late to go to the big cities of the Whitebone region to investigate. Lin Feng and the rest rested for a while before leaving their residence. There were many trading companies and mercenary associations in the Cloud Sky City. In addition, the All-Knowing Pavilion also had an office here. Therefore, there were many places to gather information. Lin Feng went to many places to inquire, but he couldn't find any information about the Whitebone Hall. The Great Hall of Bones was like a mysterious word. This made countless people feel a sense of unfamiliarity towards the Great Hall of Bones. However, Lin Feng was not without any gains. In the end, someone told him that perhaps he could go to the Whitebone region's Whitebone City to gather information. Whitebone City was the #1 ancient city in the Whitebone region. That place held a lot of information that the outside world did not know. After Lin Feng expressed his gratitude, he left with Taoist Wu Liang and the others. They planned to find a place to have a good meal. During this period of time, he didn't even get to enjoy the delicious food. For a foodie, it was truly a great torture. After finding a relatively high-end inn, Lin Feng and the others sat by the window. They ordered a table full of delicious food. Everyone drank and ate at the same time. Taoist Wu Liang wasn't afraid of food. He was also someone who couldn't live without wine and meat. Or else he wouldn't grow so fat. After eating, everyone returned to their residence. On the way, Lin Feng saw a cultivator from afar. When he saw that cultivator, Lin Feng revealed an incomparably astonished expression. Following that, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. It was a female cultivator. Not anyone else. It was the famous peerless fairy Murong Yuxuan. As the successor of the divine King Valley. Furthermore, her talent was excellent, her strength was powerful, and she was one of the 10 great fairies of the Undying Realm. No matter where Murong Yuxuan went, she would be surrounded by stars. Even if Murong Yuxuan already had a fiancé. However, she still had many suitors around her. There was a good saying. As long as the hoe was swung well, there was no corner that couldn't be dug down. So, many people wanted to steal young Master Qing Kang's corner. It was just that, at the moment, they had yet to succeed. As for whether or not they would be able to successfully steal young Master Qing Kang's corner in the future, that was unknown. I really didn't expect this woman to appear in Cloud Heaven City. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Taoist Wu Liang said, "Could it be that you have some ideas? Previously, she saved young Master Xian Kang from my hands. How can I not take revenge for this?" Lin Feng said. "Hehe, this woman is in charge of the Divine King Valley's top treasure, the chart of the Divine King. It's not that easy to catch her," Taoist Wu Liang said. If you plan well, there's still a high chance of success, Lin Feng said. He planned to make a move against Murong Yuxuan. However, even if he were to make a move, he had to find a better opportunity to make a move. If he were to make a move against someone like Murong Yuxuan, he had to be extremely careful. Moreover, he had to succeed in one go. If he couldn't succeed, then he would want to catch her. It would be extremely difficult. This point, Lin Feng was naturally very clear about it. Many people knew that Murong Yuxuan had come to Cloud Heaven City. Therefore, her movements were transparent. This time, Murong Yuxuan was actually just passing by. She planned to head to White Bone region to participate in Golden Bone Sage's 20 million year birthday celebration. Golden Bone Sage and Murong Yuxuan's master were extremely good friends. Originally, Murong Yuxuan's master should have come to participate in Golden Bone Sage's birthday celebration. However, Murong Yuxuan's master was currently at the threshold of life and death. She couldn't leave. Therefore, Murong Yuxuan represented her master to participate in Golden Bone Sage's birthday celebration. There was nothing to hide about this kind of thing. After Lin Feng learned of this news, he carefully studied the route to Golden Bone City. Then, he left with Taoist Wu Liang, Du Zhu, Evil Sovereign Sage, and the two Ghost Emperors. Murong Yuxuan didn't stay in Cloud Heaven City for long. She rested in Cloud Heaven City for a day before continuing her journey. More than a dozen young elites followed by Murong Yuxuan's side. Murong Yuxuan naturally knew that those people were cultivators who wanted to poach young Master Qing Kang. However, Murong Yuxuan had never chased them away. Because Murong Yuxuan was a very smart woman. She knew that when a woman went out, it was very easy for her to become the target of others. Especially a peerless beauty like her, it was even easier for her to become the target of others. However, if there was a group of flower protectors by his side, the situation would be very different. Therefore, Murong Yuxuan would never chase away her flower protectors. Moreover, he would not explicitly reject the pursuit of these flower protectors. Murong Yuxuan. She was obviously a scheming woman. Chapter 4762. She was surrounded by a group of young elites. Murong Yuxuan flew quickly above the Cloud Heaven ancient forest. This time, she was going to Golden Bone Sage's birthday celebration. Murong Yuxuan was looking forward to it. As an almighty who had lived for 20 million years, Golden Bone Sage was an extremely terrifying existence. Moreover, the Golden Bone Sage's Golden Bone Sage heavenly art had always been a cultivation technique that Murong Yuxuan wanted to obtain. Murong Yuxuan felt that if she wanted to enter the true immortal realm in the future, she had to refine her bones. The Golden Bone Sage immortal art was definitely a top-notch bone refining technique. If she could obtain it, it would be of great help to her cultivation. Therefore, she took advantage of this birthday celebration. Murong Yuxuan wanted to discuss this matter with Golden Bone Sage. Of course, Murong Yuxuan also knew that the Golden Bone Sage immortal art was a secret of Golden Bone Sage. It was naturally extremely difficult for outsiders to obtain it. Therefore, Murong Yuxuan was extremely well prepared this time. She brought a few extremely powerful divine abilities. She hoped to be able to move Golden Bone Sage. Look, the divine sun and divine moon in front are reflecting each other. It's really beautiful. At this moment, someone pointed forward. Everyone turned their attention to the front. Sure enough, they saw it. In the mountain range in front, the illusory image of a divine sun and a divine moon appeared. Now, the divine sun and divine moon reflected each other. It was magnificent. There's actually such a strange scene. After seeing this scene, Murong Yuxuan couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. At this moment, a cultivator said, "The place in front is called the Sun-Moon Divine Cliff. There's a cliff that's very special. It absorbs the power of the sun and moon and can manifest the divine sun and divine moon. Then, the divine sun and divine moon reflect each other, so it's extremely beautiful." Murong Yuxuan said, "For such a phenomenon to occur, it's really too extraordinary. Is there any secret hidden within?" It was no wonder that Murong Yuxuan had some doubts. In fact, anyone who encountered such a situation, They would probably have some doubts. Another cultivator said, many people have explored that area, but they didn't find anything special. The reason for such a phenomenon is because of that cliff. There are some sun and moon stones in the cliff, so they absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, revealing the divine sun and divine moon. I see. Murong Yuxuan couldn't help but nod. It didn't take long. The group arrived at the Sun-Moon Divine Cliff. However, as soon as they entered the Sun-Moon Divine Cliff, between heaven and earth, formation runes intertwined. That powerful array directly sealed the sky and locked down the earth. The surrounding area was completely sealed off. After seeing this scene, the expressions of the group of people changed drastically. No one had expected this. Someone had actually set up an ambush here. However, there were quite a number of them after all. Moreover, many of them had extraordinary cultivation bases and possessed powerful magic treasures. Therefore, after a short period of panic, the group of people calmed down. Which scoundrel dares to set up a grand formation here to ambush us? Hurry up and come out, a cultivator in cyan robes said coldly. His name was Dong Ping. He was a young elite from an ancient aristocratic family. He wanted to show off in front of Murong Yuxuan. Therefore, he jumped out impatiently. Moreover, after acting cool, he glanced at Murong Yuxuan from the corner of his eyes. If he could get Murong Yuxuan's favor, then this time, he would force it. He didn't act in vain. However, Murong Yuxuan didn't pay attention to Dong Ping. She couldn't help but frown slightly. She had been observing her surroundings. It's unbearably smelly. Most of the people who only know how to fart are people who don't have much ability. A voice was heard. Immeasurable Daoist walked out from the void. Damned Daoist, you dare to humiliate me? Do you believe that I can take your life in minutes? Dong Ping glared fiercely at Immeasurable Daoist. If looks could kill Immeasurable Daoist, he would have long been cut into pieces by Dong Ping's cold gaze. However, it was obvious that this fellow was most likely a mouth cannon. He had no intention of making a move at all. Fairy Yuxuan, we meet again, after Immeasurable Daoist appeared. Lin Feng also walked out from the void. He looked at Murong Yuxuan with a smile. Immediately, Du Zhu, evil sovereign saint, two ghost emperors. They also walked out one after another. Brat, you're the one behind this, right? Don't you want to live anymore? You even dare to scheme against Fairy Yuxuan? Do you believe that we won't let you die without a burial ground? Brat, hurry up and remove the formation. Otherwise, you'll regret being born in this world. The group of cultivators looked fiercely at Lin Feng. They could naturally see that the leader of Lin Feng's group was Lin Feng. Therefore, Murong Yuxuan's protectors looked at Lin Feng with cold eyes. Lin Feng, it's you. At this moment, Murong Yuxuan recognized Lin Feng. Her pretty face couldn't help but change slightly. Previously, after she saved young Master Xian Kang from Lin Feng. After carefully investigating Lin Feng's identity, she knew who Lin Feng was. Now that they met again, it was obvious that Lin Feng was here because of the previous incident. Lin Feng? Which Lin Feng? Could it be Sin Realm's Lin Feng? Many people couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Sin Realm's master, Lin Feng. Naturally, they had heard of him. He was a ruthless person. That's right. My young master is Sin Realm's master, Lin Feng, Du Zhu said with a grin. Hearing that, the expressions of the young geniuses became extremely interesting. Scram! Lin Feng looked at the group of young geniuses indifferently and said coldly. They were humiliated by Lin Feng. These people were naturally enraged. Some of them wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces. However, they had also heard of Lin Feng's ferocious name. Therefore, they didn't dare to make a move. They were all waiting and watching. Everyone, I remember that I still have an important matter to deal with. I'll take my leave first, Dong Ping said. Then, he flew outside. This guy was the one who shouted the loudest earlier. However, after knowing Lin Feng's identity, he was also the first to flee. Lin Feng didn't make things difficult for him. A passage appeared in the array. He let him leave. I remember that my father is looking for me. I'll take my leave first, the second cultivator said. Then, he quickly left. The rest of the people looked at each other in dismay. They didn't continue to stay. They left one after another. After seeing this scene, Murong Yuxuan's pretty face turned ugly. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have exposed Lin Feng's identity. These people wouldn't have fled immediately. What a bunch of trash. They were usually self-righteous. However, after hearing Lin Feng's name, they were scared out of their wits. Not long after, the group of geniuses all left. Murong Yuxuan was the only one left here. Lin Feng sealed the array again. Murong Yuxuan was trapped in the array that Lin Feng had set up in advance. Chapter 4763. Lin Feng. Are you trying to be my enemy by trapping me here? Murong Yuxuan looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile coldly. What? Aren't we already on the opposite side? Is it because I saved young Master Shen Kang? If I save young Master Shen Kang, it will only benefit you. If you kill young Master Shen Kang, you'll be offending the faction behind him. This is extremely disadvantageous for you. Murong Yuxuan said. Hehe, you really think too highly of yourself. Lin Feng sneered. I'm just speaking the truth. Murong Yuxuan said. One had to admit that this woman's ego was too good. Lin Feng said indifferently, some people think they're the center of the world, but they don't know that they're pitiful when they have such thoughts. Today, no matter what you say, you're destined to be my prisoner. Lin Feng, you're too full of yourself. Do you think you can defeat me? Since I'm able to stand out among countless people and become one of the 10 fairies, it's enough to prove that I have some amazing means. Murong Yuxuan's voice turned cold. She was obviously very confident in herself. Of course. Murong Yuxuan's confidence was very reasonable and also very well-founded. This was because Murong Yuxuan was very strong. No one dared to underestimate Murong Yuxuan's strength. Although she was very young and was also a woman, the world of cultivation was dominated by the strong. However, the world of cultivators was a world where the strong were respected. Men might not necessarily be stronger than women. Obviously. There weren't many men who could compare to Murong Yuxuan. Murong Yuxuan didn't want to fight with Lin Feng and the others here. She was destined to be restricted by Lin Feng's formation. Therefore, she wanted to leave Lin Feng's place as soon as possible. Murong Yuxuan quickly rushed outside. A short blade appeared in her hand. The power of that dagger was extremely strong. In the void. She waved it lightly. It seemed to be able to cut through the void. The might was so great that it made people involuntarily feel their hair stand on end. As one of the top 10 fairies and also the successor of the Divine King Valley, Murong Yuxuan naturally had a lot of powerful magic treasures on her. With the short blade in her hand, she slashed at the restrictions around her. Puff! The sound of something tearing could be heard. The power of the short blade in Murong Yuxuan's hand was very terrifying. It actually tore apart many restrictions. This caused Lin Feng to reveal a trace of surprise. This woman was really difficult to deal with. If he allowed her to continue using the dagger in her hand to cut the restriction here, he would be able to kill her. Perhaps it wouldn't take long. The restriction here would be completely destroyed. This situation was naturally not what Lin Feng wanted to see. Lin Feng hurriedly took out his Huyi bow and sun-slaying divine arrows. Then, he began to draw his bow. Whoosh! Along with the violent sound of breaking through the air, the shooting sun divine arrow flew out again and shot towards Murong Yuxuan. After Lin Feng broke through to the loose immortal realm, Lin Feng's battle strength had greatly soared. And after Lin Feng activated his Huyi bow and shooting sun divine arrow, the battle strength that erupted was no longer the same as before. Therefore, when the shooting sun divine arrow shot over, Murong Yuxuan felt the power of the shooting sun divine arrow. Her pretty face couldn't help but become extremely unsightly. Because the shooting sun divine arrow was really too powerful. It made her have a kind of creepy feeling. Facing the extremely terrifying attack of the shooting sun divine arrow, Murong Yuxuan held the short blade in her hand and slashed towards the shooting sun divine arrow. Clang! along with the violent sound of collision. The short blade in Murong Yuxuan's hand collided with the shooting sun divine arrow that shot towards her. The shooting sun divine arrow deviated from its direction. But Murong Yuxuan's entire body was sent flying by the powerful recoil. Moreover, the short blade in her hand directly flew out of her hand. The power of Lin Feng's arrow just now was really too powerful. It caused Murong Yuxuan's arm to tremble violently. Her face also became very pale. At the same time, Lin Feng activated the Great Array. The Great Array that was previously arranged here released all kinds of attacks towards Murong Yuxuan. Immeasurable Daoist took out a mysterious golden bell. He held the golden copper bell in his hand. Then it shook. Ding ding dang dang. The golden copper bell emitted a strange collision sound. That kind of collision sound was very crisp and pleasing to the ear. When she heard that strange collision sound, Murong Yuxuan's pretty face became even paler. Soul attack. Murong Yuxuan's face was extremely ugly. Obviously, the soul attack released by the golden copper bell of Wu Liang Taoist was very powerful. So, Murong Yuxuan found it quite difficult to resist. Of course, Murong Yuxuan's means were still quite tyrannical. Soon, she blocked the attack of the copper bell. It was just that this involved a lot of Murong Yuxuan's energy. Du Zhu displayed a powerful poison technique. A colorless and odorless poisonous gas spread out. After this poisonous gas was inhaled into the body, his body would become soft and limp. At that time, the body would lose its combat power. Evil Dominator Saint condensed out many Yin Corpse hands. In the void, the dense Yin Corpse hands grabbed towards Murong Yuxuan. The two great ghost emperors joined forces to summon a ghost army. The war drums beat. The ghost army quickly charged towards Murong Yuxuan. After Lin Feng and the others joined forces, they could complement each other's weaknesses. Therefore, after they joined forces, the combat power that erupted would be very terrifying. Murong Yuxuan knew that her situation was very dangerous. She didn't dare to be careless. Murong Yuxuan directly took out the supreme treasure, the chart of the God King. This was a heaven-defying treasure. After Murong Yuxuan took out the chart of the God King, this supreme treasure quickly grew bigger and floated above Murong Yuxuan, shaking out waves of destructive waves. When many attacks swept over, the chart of the God King suddenly shook. All the attacks were broken by the chart of the God King. A formless power spread out from the chart of the God King. Even Lin Feng, Taoist Wu Liang, Du Zhu, Evil Dominator Saint, and the two great ghost emperors were forced to retreat by the formless power. What a terrifying attack! Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a serious expression. The chart of the God King was indeed too terrifying. Even he could not help but feel shocked by the shockwave of the attack. Lin Feng, I'll remember you. Don't worry, I won't let you go. Murong Yuxuan looked coldly at Lin Feng. Then, she jumped onto the chart of the God King. The chart of the God King quickly flew out. Chapter 4764. How could Lin Feng let Murong Yuxuan go so easily? If he let her get away successfully, he would definitely be able to do it. That would be letting the tiger return to the mountain. This point, Lin Feng was naturally very clear about it. Therefore, Lin Feng had long been prepared. When Murong Yuxuan wanted to borrow the power of the God King chart to tear the array and rush out, suddenly, the surrounding void, they actually started to overlap each other. Lin Feng had not only used the way of space, he had also set up a space array. The space array was also a top-notch array passed down from the celestial master Taoist. This kind of array was very difficult to set up. But ever since he broke through to the scattered immortal realm, Lin Feng was no longer the same as before. Therefore, he successfully set up a space array. Lin Feng's way of space and the space array perfectly fused together, and immediately displayed an incomparably astonishing effect. When the power of the space array and the way of space erupted, the distorted space around them made them feel dizzy. They wanted to rush out of the distorted and overlapping space. It was too difficult. It was almost impossible to accomplish. At the very least, time was needed. Only then would it be possible to do this. And the current Murong Yuxuan happened to need time the most, but she didn't have that much time to break the distorted and overlapping space. So, Murong Yuxuan was repelled by the distorted and overlapping space. Daoist, take out your sacred artifact, Lin Feng said. No problem. Immeasurable Daoist nodded. This guy had obtained the brass cauldron before. So, he took out the brass cauldron. In fact, Lin Feng suspected that Immeasurable Daoist had other sacred artifacts on him. However, Immeasurable Daoist didn't take it out, and Lin Feng couldn't let Immeasurable Daoist take out all his trump cards. The brass cauldron quickly grew bigger, and then crashed towards Murong Yuxuan. It was like an immemorial divine mountain. It could instantly shatter all obstacles. Lin Feng first took out the Bell of Hell King, and then took out the 5 stone swords. The Bell of Hell King was also a sacred artifact-level treasure. It was extremely strong. As Lin Feng broke through to the unorthodox celestial realm, the power of the Hell King's bell was getting stronger and stronger. Dong 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 dong, the Hell King bell let out a series of terrifying chimes. Meanwhile, waves of death energy surged out from the Hell King bell. Those ripples of death. All of them were heading towards Murong Yuxuan. Under Lin Feng's control, the 5 stone swords transformed into 5 sword beams. His speed was as fast as lightning. It was ridiculously powerful. As for Lin Feng himself, he wielded the Huyi bow and sunshot divine arrows. Then, draw the bow and shoot an arrow. A whooshing sound was heard. The sun-shooting divine arrow turned into a dazzling arrow light. They quickly shot towards Murong Yuxuan. Du Zhu, Evil Lord Saint. 2 Ghost Emperors. They also used their ultimate moves. Especially Du Zhu. Previously, when he broke through to the celestial immortal realm, his myriad poisons had already completed its evolution. Let alone now. Now, he was much stronger than before. Du Zhu directly took out the myriad poisons. The poison that blotted out the sky enveloped Murong Yuxuan. Lin Feng, you've gone too far, Murong Yuxuan said coldly. Her hands quickly formed a series of hand seals. The fluctuations from the God King's chart also became stronger and stronger. She was awakening the power of the God King's chart. Lin Feng sneered and said, "The world of cultivators is a world where the strong preys on the weak. How can you say that I've gone too far? As one of the top 10 fairies, you can't even see through this. If that's the case, then it's really disappointing." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Murong Yuxuan's face became even uglier. Murong Yuxuan also knew that there was no possibility of reconciliation between her and Lin Feng. So at this moment, she could only use all her strength to break out of the encirclement. The power of the God King's chart was awakened by Murong Yuxuan. "I am the God King, suppressing the world." A majestic voice resounded between heaven and earth. A powerful creature appeared above the God King's chart. That creature was tall and big, mighty and extraordinary. He seemed to be an ancient God King. When he appeared, the aura of the God King's chart continued to rise. Obviously, the power of the God King's chart had greatly increased since the appearance of that powerful creature. At this moment, the God King's chart suddenly rotated in the void. Every time it spun, it swept out an extremely terrifying power. Clang, clang, clang. A series of clanging sounds of collision rang out. Sunshot divine arrow, brass furnace, stone sword, and other treasures were all swept away by the God King's chart after colliding with it. The power of the God King's chart. It was really shocking and moving. And the terrifying power that surged out of the God King's chart dispersed the poison that blotted out the sky and the Yin Corpse hand condensed by evil Honorable Saint. And the ghost army summoned by the 2 Ghost Emperors. The reason why the God King's chart was so terrifying was related to Murong Yuxuan. Murong Yuxuan had been blood refining the God King's chart for many years. And she had obtained the recognition of the God King's chart. Therefore, Murong Yuxuan could release the power of the God King's chart. Lin Feng's Hell King's bell, Huyi's bow, sunshot divine arrow, and stone sword could only release a small part of their power. Wu Liang Daoist's brass furnace was the same. After all, he had just obtained the brass furnace not long ago. Naturally, it was not an easy task to release the power of the brass furnace to such a large extent. Lin Feng, you guys can't do it. You're far from it, said Murong Yuxian proudly. It was no wonder that she was so proud. She was fighting against Lin Feng and the others alone, but she was still able to do so easily. It was indeed something to be proud of. But soon, Murong Yuxuan's face turned pale. Poison, poison, how is this possible? Wasn't the poison dispelled by the God King's chart? Murong Yuxuan's pretty face turned ugly. Lin Feng's face was slightly happy. It seemed that Du Zhu's supreme poison technique was effective. Hee hee. How can my myriad poison be dispelled so easily? Du Zhu immediately laughed. Despicable, despicable. You actually used poison, Murong Yuxuan said furiously. Lin Feng said. Du Zhu used poison openly. You also tried to dispel it, but you didn't have the ability to do so. Don't you think it's ridiculous to say that we're despicable? Moreover, the Tao of Poison is recorded in the 3,000 Great Taos. Since the Tao of Poison is one of the 3,000 Great Taos, how can using the Tao of Poison recorded in the 3,000 Great Taos be considered despicable? At this point. Chapter 4765. What kind of person was Murong Yuxuan? The high and mighty goddess of heaven. One of the 10 great fairies of the undying realm. She had countless suitors. Countless people worshipped her as a goddess. Now, Lin Feng actually said that he wanted to take her in as a concubine or even a female slave, which naturally made Murong Yuxuan extremely angry. However, Murong Yuxuan knew that her situation was extremely bad, and the poison in her body was rapidly spreading. Although this poison would not harm her life, but it would temporarily cause Murong Yuxuan's body to lose its fighting strength. Fortunately, she was still able to suppress this poison, so Murong Yuxuan's fighting strength was still there. If she was unable to suppress this poison, then she would really become a fish on the chopping board. Murong Yuxuan simply did not dare to imagine what kind of terrifying thing would happen if she fell into Lin Feng's hands. Murong Yuxuan no longer paid attention to Lin Feng, she began to chant an incantation. After Murong Yuxuan chanted the incantation, suddenly, the God King's diagram wrapped around Murong Yuxuan. Following that, the God King's diagram wrapped around Murong Yuxuan and rushed outside. A shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The God King's diagram actually began to shuttle through the distorted and overlapping space. This scene was truly inconceivable. After all, the distorted and overlapping space was condensed from Lin Feng's Tao of Space and the Space Great Formation. Previously, the God King's diagram was repelled, but now, the God King's diagram was actually able to shuttle through the distorted and overlapping space. This explained one thing. And that was, at this very moment, the power of the God King's diagram had been activated by Murong Yuxuan to the greatest extent that Murong Yuxuan could activate it. Its power was many times stronger than before. That was why it was able to shuttle through the overlapping distorted space. Swish. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. The next moment, Lin Feng appeared in front of Murong Yuxuan and the God King's diagram. He blocked Murong Yuxuan's reason to leave. Then, Lin Feng used the sacred art, emptiness of all ages. This was the supreme technique of the human clan in the previous era. Now, it was used by Lin Feng. Behind Lin Feng, mysterious worlds actually appeared one after another. The worlds were being destroyed one after another. The void of all ages was a very special ability. In the midst of the disillusionment, endless vitality appeared. In the midst of the endless vitality, the desolation of an era appeared again. The beginning of life and reincarnation. Birth and death. They were all revealed in this divine ability. As such, when Lin Feng used that skill, he was astonished. Lin Feng felt an inconceivable power from this divine ability. The power of this divine ability was all concentrated on Lin Feng's fist. Lin Feng punched the chart of the God King. Bang! In an instant, Lin Feng and the God King chart collided violently. Lin Feng was sent flying by the God King diagram. However, the God King chart was also sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Murong Yuxuan, who was wrapped in the God King's diagram, became increasingly pale. At this moment, Daoist Wuliang controlled the brass cauldron and swept it fiercely at the God King's chart. Puff! Murong Yuxuan could no longer hold on and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Her face became as pale as paper. And Lin Feng could clearly feel that Murong Yuxuan's Fa Li was rapidly fading. Without the support of Fa Li, the power of the God King's chart also began to quickly converge. Murong Yuxuan, it seems that you are determined to be my slave. I am very interested in training a slave like you. Lin Feng walked towards Murong Yuxuan step by step. Murong Yuxuan's face was extremely ugly. She knew that the situation was hopeless. Next, she would definitely be suppressed by Lin Feng. As such, Murong Yuxuan began to chant an incantation. When he saw Murong Yuxuan chanting the incantation, Lin Feng felt that something might happen. He had to stop Murong Yuxuan. A thought emerged in Lin Feng's mind. Thinking of this, Lin Feng rushed towards Murong Yuxuan. He wanted to stop Murong Yuxuan. But Lin Feng failed. By the time Lin Feng wanted to stop Murong Yuxuan, it was already too late. The incantation fell. Murong Yuxuan's body turned into a ray of divine light and flew into the God King's chart. The power of the God King's chart was completely converged and became ordinary. However, Lin Feng knew how extraordinary the God King's chart was. Right now, the God King's chart was only temporarily silent. He grabbed the God King's chart in his hand. Then, he opened the God King's chart and looked at it. On the God King's chart was a painting of mountains and rivers. It was a mountain range shrouded in white mist. Halfway up a mountain, there was a pavilion. And in the pavilion, stood a God King. Lin Feng guessed that the godly king was probably the one who had just shown up, right? Murong Yuxuan entered the God King's chart. She should have appeared on the God King's chart. Why did she disappear? Daoist Wuliang also came over. He glanced at the God King's chart and found that Murong Yuxuan was not there. He could not help but feel puzzled. It is indeed strange. Lin Feng could not help but frown. Poison Ancestor asked, "Is it possible that the chart of the God King has a space of its own? Is that why she hid inside the chart of the God King and disappeared?" Lin Feng thought about it and felt that this was a possibility. He nodded and said, "That is indeed a possibility. Let me sense and see if I can find the inner space of the God King's chart." As soon as he said that, Lin Feng's divine sense spread out and began to search the inner space of the God King's chart. However, after searching for a while, Lin Feng did not find where the inner space of the God King's chart was. In fact, he did not even have a clue. It was extremely strange. "I didn't find anything. You two try and see if you can find any clues," Lin Feng said. Next, Daoist Wuliang. Du Zhu. Heretic Sovereign Holy. The two ghost emperors tried. However, they did not find anything either. If the God King's chart really had an inner space, it was hidden very deeply. "Hey, look, Murong Yuxuan has appeared." Suddenly, Du Zhu spoke. He pointed at a mountain peak in the God King's chart. The God King's chart was filled with mountains. Many of the mountains were not particularly clear. Only the first mountain peak was clearer. However, Murong Yuxuan was not on the first mountain peak. Lin Feng looked at the God King's chart and found that Murong Yuxuan had appeared on the third mountain peak. Only a part of the third mountain peak was exposed. Most of the mountain peak was hidden. Moreover, the third mountain peak was rather blurry, so it was not very clear. This included Murong Yuxuan, who appeared on the third mountain peak. He could not see it very clearly. However, he could still recognize that the woman who appeared on the third mountain peak was Murong Yuxuan. At this moment, Murong Yuxuan was actually sitting cross-legged on the third mountain peak. She was holding a flower with both hands, and powerful spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously surged into her body. She was actually cultivating inside the God King's chart. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but feel that it was somewhat inconceivable. Chapter 4766. Maybe we can use the heavenly fire to burn the chart of God King. It might have a good effect. Immeasurable Daoist grinned. He thought of Lin Feng's heavenly fire. Lin Feng controlled several powerful heavenly fire. Every heavenly fire. They were all extraordinary. And the chart of God King seemed to be made of paper. Paper belonged to the wood element. And fire restrained wood. Therefore, the chart of God King was restrained by Lin Feng's heavenly fire. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Then let's try using the heavenly fire. I hope it will be effective." Then, he took out the black flame devouring God fire. The black flame devouring God fire enveloped the chart of God King. It began to burn. What surprised Lin Feng was that the black flame devouring God fire was unable to ignite the chart of God King. The chart of God King was extraordinary. It was surrounded by a layer of extremely special power. It was the special power that surrounded the chart of God King. It blocked the burning of the heavenly fire. However, Lin Feng had already thought of this scene. How terrifying was a treasure like the chart of God King? If the heavenly fire could destroy the chart of God King. It was indeed very difficult. In the end, Lin Feng withdrew the heavenly fire. Duzu said, "Now that this woman is recovering in the chart of God King, if we don't have a way to capture her, when she recovers in the chart of God King and comes out, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with her." Duzu's worry was extremely reasonable. When Murong Yuxuan operated the chart of God King, it was indeed too terrifying. Lin Feng and the rest worked together to take down Murong Yuxuan with difficulty. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to suppress Murong Yuxuan. Murong Yuxuan must have accumulated a lot of experience in the battle with Lin Feng and the rest. Therefore, after Murong Yuxuan recovered, it would be even more difficult to use the same method to suppress Murong Yuxuan. This was a problem that they had to face. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "I'll add some seals on the chart of God King and seal it. This way, it won't be easy for Murong Yuxuan to come out of the chart of God King. Then, I'll throw the chart of God King into the gourd of fortune." The reason why Murong Yuxuan could recover is because she absorbed energy from the chart of God King. And the chart of God King is unable to produce energy of heaven and earth. To put it bluntly, the chart of God King is his energy from the outside. Therefore, if the chart of God King is unable to absorb energy from the outside world, then Murong Yuxuan will not be able to recover within the chart of God King. My gourd of fortune will not only prevent the chart of God King from absorbing energy from the outside world, it will also devour the energy within the chart of God King. At that time, Murong Yuxuan will not be able to replenish her strength and will become weaker and weaker. Daoist Wu Liang said, "But what if Murong Yuxuan has a lot of immortal stones?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "The gourd of fortune will continuously devour the energy of immortal stones. The gourd of fortune itself is a bottomless pit. Therefore, even if Murong Yuxuan has a lot of immortal stones, she won't be able to last long. Those immortal stones will become nourishment for the gourd of fortune. At that time, Murong Yuxuan won't be able to get any replenishment. I'll deal with her as I wish." "That's a good idea." Daoist Wu Liang nodded. Lin Feng used the 8 seals to seal the chart of God King. Then, he took out the gourd of fortune. Then, he threw the chart of God King into the gourd of fortune. "We can't stay here for long. Let's go," Lin Feng said. Daoist Wu Liang, Du Zhu, Evil Sovereign Sage and the 2 Ghost Emperors nodded. After keeping their treasures, they left together. Some of the Sky Prides in the distance didn't leave. They hid in the forest. When they saw Lin Feng and the others fly out of the array, the Sky Pride's faces couldn't help but turn ugly. Could it be that Murong Yuxuan had been suppressed by Lin Feng and the others? That was really possible. When they thought of that, the Sky Pride's faces turned extremely gloomy. However, they didn't dare to show themselves and stop Lin Feng and the others from leaving. After Lin Feng and the others completely disappeared, the Sky Prides flew out. The group of geniuses flew out and entered the broken array. This place had long been turned into a mess due to the battle. There was no trace of Murong Yuxuan. Murong Yuxuan. She had really been suppressed by Lin Feng. She was such a delicate beauty. She had actually fallen into the hands of the enemy. One could imagine. What would happen next? "Young master, why didn't you kill those guys and instead let them go?" Duzu asked. Lin Feng naturally knew who Du Zhu was referring to. They're just a bunch of small fries, Lin Feng said indifferently. But if you don't kill them, the news of Murong Yuxuan being suppressed by young master will definitely spread. It might even attract experts, Du Zhu said. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and said, I let them go on purpose. Since I want to walk the path of supremacy, I won't be afraid of experts coming to kill me. Cultivation is difficult. The world is your enemy. Only by killing your way through the strong enemies can you achieve the path of supremacy. After Lin Feng's voice fell, his body emitted a powerful aura that seemed to fight against the heavens and the earth. That aura was Lin Feng's Tao. Although Lin Feng's Tao, it had yet to transform into the great Tao of immortals. However, the aura emitted from his path of supremacy was already very terrifying. Du Zhu and the others couldn't help but feel a sense of suffocation. Hehe, the Tao of supremacy is good. You can beat the people of the major powers to a pulp while I hide in the back and dig up all the ancient tombs of the ancestors of the major powers. When the time comes, I'll definitely be able to make a fortune. Daoist Wu Liang grinned. When it came to tomb raiding, Daoist Wu Liang's eyes lit up. Lin Feng and the others didn't stop along the way. They quickly flew in the direction of Whitebone City. They planned to go to Whitebone City to gather information. While Lin Feng and the others were heading to Whitebone City, the Heavenly Court, the Crown Prince's palace. Tribulation light flashed between Di Wudao's brows. He could no longer suppress the light of calamity in his glabella. Di Wudao opened his eyes. His eyes were incomparably deep, as if there were two ancient worlds floating in them. Congratulations, Crown Prince, you're about to break through to the true immortal realm. The Mirror of Future hurriedly congratulated Di Wudao. Ha 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 ha, not bad, not bad. I'm finally about to break through to the true immortal realm. I've been waiting for this day for far too long. Di Wudao laughed heartily. He walked out of the Crown Prince's palace. The 9 heavens were already filled with lightning. In a sea of lightning, lightning dragons and snakes swam about. Crown Prince Di Wudao is about to undergo his tribulation. His Highness is about to break through to the true immortal realm, the Heavenly Court. Countless cultivators looked in the direction of the Crown Prince's palace. Many couldn't help but exclaim. If Di Wudao successfully broke through, he would no longer be immortal. He would become a true immortal. Chapter 4767. Di Wudao stood in the void like an ancient god. He was so strong and so confident. All kinds of lightning bolts struck Di Wudao. But when the lightning struck Di Wudao's body trembled. But Di Wudao had easily neutralized it. Of course. He was only in the early stages of the tribulation. As time passed, the lightning bolts would become more powerful. When the time came to neutralize the lightning bolts, it would become more and more difficult. A large number of cultivators were watching Di Wudao's tribulation. The experts who followed Di Wudao were naturally excited. If Di Wudao broke through to the true immortal realm, it would be like a shot of adrenaline. It would increase the morale of the experts who followed Di Wudao. They would also be more confident in the future. As for the neutral cultivators, they were basically watching the show. But there were also many who did not want Di Wudao to successfully break through to the true immortal realm. For example, the cultivators who followed the first prince and the other princes did not want to see this scene. Di Wudao was only the third prince. Logically speaking, usually, the eldest son would inherit the throne. If the eldest son was not virtuous, the second son would inherit the throne. The Heavenly Emperor's eldest son and second son were dragons among men. They were talented and powerful. They were smart and resourceful. They were not inferior to Di Wudao. But Di Wudao was made the crown prince at a young age. The first prince and second prince, the 2 brothers, were in dire straits. How could the first prince and second prince be willing to accept this? In addition, the other princes were no ordinary people either. Naturally, they also wanted to get their hands on the crown prince's position. But they just could not find a chance. Even the first prince and second prince did not have a chance, let alone them. Previously, the Heavenly Emperor sent the first prince and the others to deal with Lin Feng. There was no news of the first prince and the others killing Lin Feng. Now. But they waited for news of Di Wudao breaking through to the true immortal realm. The subordinates who followed the princes were in a terrible mood. Di Wudao was indeed a powerful figure. All kinds of lightning bolts struck him, but none of them could kill him. Di Wudao spent a total of 4 months going through the true immortal tribulation. Finally, Di Wudao had successfully passed the true immortal tribulation. Next, Di Wudao swiftly returned to the Crown Prince Palace to adjust his body's condition. At the same time, he familiarized himself with the power of the true immortal stage. The news of Di Wudao breaking through to the true immortal realm spread like wildfire. This was a big deal. Di Wudao was the rightful crown prince of the heavenly court. If he broke through to the true immortal realm, almost no one could defeat him now. This naturally made the forces that followed Di Wudao extremely happy. Moreover, after this news was spread out, the number of people following Di Wudao would only continue to increase. Undying Realm. Bone City. In a huge mansion, the security was tight. This was one of the first prince's mansions in White Bones City. In the living room, there were 4 cultivators sitting there. These 4 people, each of them had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, looking extraordinarily heroic. The identities of these 4 people were not simple. They were the first prince, second prince, fourth prince, and 7th prince. The 4 of them had always been close. Right now, the 4 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. Because they had already received news that Di Wudao had broken through to the true immortal realm. I don't understand why Imperial Father would make a bastard like Di Wudao the crown prince, the 7th prince said with a gloomy expression. Old 7th, what nonsense are you spouting? How dare you spout nonsense like this? The first prince glared at the 7th prince. The 7th prince said, outsiders might not know, but who among us doesn't know? Rumor has it that Di Wudao is the son of his mother and his grandmaster. The 7th prince did not directly address Di Wudao by his grandmaster's name. He was one of the lords of the 33 heavens. Naturally, he could not directly address him by his name. This was a taboo. However, they all knew who the 7th prince was talking about. The first prince said in a low voice, Old 7th, don't spout nonsense like this. It's just a rumor. An expert of that level would not do such a thing. Moreover, if he really did such a thing, do you think Imperial Father would swallow his anger? I don't think Imperial Father is a person who would swallow his anger. After hearing the first prince's words, the 7th prince could not help but curl his lips in disapproval. However, he did not refute the first prince's words. After that, the 2nd prince said, Lin Feng's whereabouts are already under our control. Should we kill him? The first prince said, Imperial Father wants to use us to get rid of Lin Feng. Is he trying to remove an obstacle for Di Wudao? We don't actually have any grudges with Lin Feng. On the contrary, the grudge between Di Wudao and Lin Feng will not end until one of us is dead. What do you mean, big brother? The 4th prince looked at the first prince and asked. Wait and see. Bide your time, the first prince said. Hearing this, the others nodded. At this moment, Lin Feng was still in the ancient Cloud Heaven forest, so he did not know that Di Wudao had broken through to the true immortal realm. Even if he knew, he would not care. So what if Di Wudao had broken through to the true immortal realm? Lin Feng would not take it to heart. When the time came, he would still kill Di Wudao. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that Di Wudao was different from ordinary cultivators. Di Wudao was able to defeat cultivators who were much stronger than him. After breaking through to the true immortal realm, he would definitely be able to do the same, right? As such, dealing with Di Wudao would be much more difficult than dealing with ordinary true immortals. However, Lin Feng had already made preparations to deal with any unexpected situations. The White Bone region was huge, and so was the ancient Cloud Heaven forest. It was vast and boundless. On this day, Lin Feng and the others were passing through a mountain range. Lin Feng suddenly had an extremely uneasy feeling. Hurry up and dodge. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. Hearing Lin Feng's cold shout, everyone scattered in all directions. Just as they scattered, the area where Lin Feng and the others were originally in exploded, and even the void shattered. When they saw this, Lin Feng and the others could not help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. What a terrifying attack! They did not know who had ambushed them. Fortunately, Lin Feng had used his sudden inspiration to sense all of this in advance. Otherwise, they would have been in danger. Who is it? Get out here! Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. Kid, you are quite capable. To think that you could predict that I would attack you. Even I am a little impressed by you. A sinister voice rang out. Then, a bronze coffin flew out from the void. When they saw the bronze coffin, Lin Feng and the others' expressions turned extremely ugly. The bronze coffin opened, and a cultivator walked out. That cultivator was none other than the Eternal Heaven Monarch. Chapter 4768. Lin Feng hadn't thought the Eternal Celestial Master would show up in such a place and try to kill him and his friends. The strength of the Eternal Heaven Lord went without saying. Even if Lin Feng and the others worked together, they would not be a match for the Eternal Heaven Lord. Only an expert like the goddess of weak water could possibly defeat the Eternal Heaven Lord. This was something that Lin Feng knew. Therefore, when Lin Feng saw the Eternal Heaven Lord, he knew that things were going to get troublesome. Dealing with the Eternal Heaven Lord was going to be an extremely difficult task. Therefore, there was only one way to resolve this crisis, and that was to leave this place as soon as possible. However, the Eternal Heaven Lord had already appeared. With his tyrannical cultivation, escaping from him was going to be an extremely difficult task. It was not realistic to run away directly, as they would be intercepted by the Eternal Heaven Lord. When that happened, death would still be the only way out. Lin Feng knew this very well. Isn't this Senior Eternal Heaven Lord? What brings you here? Lin Feng revealed a smile on his face, as if he was very familiar with the Eternal Heaven Lord. The Eternal Heaven Lord looked at Lin Feng with a mocking expression. Kid, don't try to get close to me. You have released the goddess of weak water. You deserve to die. Today, I will kill all of you to vent the hatred in my heart. The killing intent in the Eternal Heaven Lord's heart soared. Towards Lin Feng and the others, there was nothing but killing intent. Now, Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist had become the targets that the Eternal Heaven Lord wanted to kill the most. Cough, cough. This is all a misunderstanding. We were blinded by greed. Senior, please spare us on account that we are young and ignorant, Immeasurable Taoist said with a smile. It's useless to beg for mercy. You are all dead today. The Eternal Heaven Lord's eyes flashed with killing intent. He quickly flew towards Lin Feng and the others, intending to kill Lin Feng and the others. Senior Goddess of Weak Water, come and help us kill the Eternal Heaven Lord. Lin Feng looked behind the Eternal Heaven Lord, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Eternal Heaven Monarch was frightened by the Weak Water Goddess. So when he heard the words Weak Water Goddess, he instinctively looked back, but where was the shadow of the Weak Water Goddess? Eternal Heaven Monarch immediately realized that he had been deceived by Lin Feng. Therefore, he became extremely angry. And at this moment, Lin Feng used the Tao of Space. He sent Daoist Wu Liang, Du Zhu, Heretic Sovereign Sage, and the two Ghost Emperors out. The reason why Lin Feng sent Immeasurable Daoist and the others out was because they were too conspicuous. Sending them out was the safest choice. That way, even if he ended up in the hands of the Eternal Heaven Monarch, the Immeasurable Daoist and the others would be safe. As for Bibi and the others, they were too dependent on Lin Feng. Moreover, they were still in seclusion, so he couldn't send them out. After sending Immeasurable Daoist, Du Zhu, Heretic Sovereign Sage, and the two Ghost Emperors out, Lin Feng was much more confident in facing the Eternal Heaven Lord alone. Because Lin Feng had no intention of going head-to-head with the Eternal Heaven Lord. Unless he had the strength of the Weak Water Goddess, he would be courting death if he went head-to-head with the Eternal Heaven Lord. Lin Feng had planned to escape from the beginning. He quickly fled into the distance. And the Eternal Heaven Lord chased after Lin Feng. The Eternal Heaven Lord's eyes were extremely gloomy. He had just been played by Lin Feng. It was a great humiliation. The Eternal Heaven Lord was so angry that he didn't even want to kill Lin Feng directly. If he killed Lin Feng directly, it would be too easy for Lin Feng. The Eternal Heaven Lord planned to capture Lin Feng and torture Lin Feng. He had to torture Lin Feng to the point where he wished he was dead. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. The Eternal Heaven Lord's speed was extremely fast. However, Lin Feng's speed was also very fast. 8 small worlds appeared beneath Lin Feng's feet. His cultivation of the 8 worlds was getting more and more profound. Therefore, the power of this sacred art was gradually showing. Lin Feng seemed to be moving through the 8 small worlds. Therefore, his speed was extremely fast. Even the Eternal Heaven Lord couldn't catch up to Lin Feng. The main reason was that the Eternal Heaven Lord wasn't good at speed. If he had the strength of the Eternal Heaven Lord and was a cultivator who specialized in speed, he might be able to catch up to Lin Feng. However, the Eternal Heaven Lord couldn't do that. Looking at the departing Lin Feng, the Eternal Heaven Lord could do nothing but feel anxious. Right now, he was extremely depressed. However, no matter how depressed he was, what was the use of that? A competition of speed was purely based on one's own strength. If he couldn't catch up to Lin Feng, that could only mean that his speed wasn't good enough. Eternal Heaven Lord, you're really too slow. You're as slow as a tortoise. Yours truly is leaving first. Lin Feng shouted out to the Eternal Heaven Lord, who had been shaken off. Lad, your seat has already memorized your aura. You won't be able to escape, the Eternal Heaven Lord said with a grim expression. Lin Feng raised his brows. Ignoring the Eternal Heaven Lord, he left hurriedly. After shaking off the Eternal Heaven Lord, Lin Feng found a place to rest. However, he hadn't rested for long. To think that the Eternal Heaven Lord would come chasing after him once more. Lin Feng hurriedly soared into the sky and fled into the distance. Like I said, you won't be able to escape. The Eternal Heaven Lord sneered. You think that you can catch up to me? Are you daydreaming? Lin Feng replied with a cold smile. He continued fleeing and shook off the Eternal Heaven Lord once more. However, just as Lin Feng was resting, the Eternal Heaven Lord came chasing after him once more. Stop wasting your time. Your fate has long been sealed. You'll die in my hands. The Eternal Heaven Lord glared at Lin Feng coldly as he spoke. His killing intent was extremely strong. After chasing after him multiple times, Lin Feng had shaken him off each time. This infuriated the Eternal Heaven Lord immensely. Lin Feng continued soaring into the sky. By now, Lin Feng had realized that something was amiss. Why was the Eternal Heaven Lord able to find him time and time again? There was clearly a reason for this. Could the Eternal Heaven Lord have left some sort of mark on my body? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. He felt that the possibility of this happening was extremely high. Thus, after shaking off the Eternal Heaven Lord once more, Lin Feng began to investigate his body's condition. Lin Feng's divine will was very powerful. Finally, he found a weak divine will mark on his body. If he had not searched carefully, he would not have been able to detect that weak divine will mark. It seemed that the Eternal Heaven Lord had left that weak divine will mark him. In the past, the reason why the Eternal Heaven Monarch had been able to find him time and time again was because of that strand of divine sense imprint. Lin Feng hurriedly erased the divine will mark that the Eternal Heaven Lord had left on him. Then, he quickly left the place. At the same time, 30 li away, the Eternal Heaven Lord could not help but roar furiously, "Damn it! Damn it! That little bastard actually erased my divine will mark. Lin Feng, you little bastard. I won't let you off. Sooner or later, I'll catch you. When that time comes, I'll cut you into pieces. Cut you into pieces." Chapter 4769. Lin Feng did not see the hysterical roar of the Eternal Heaven Monarch. If Lin Feng saw it, he would definitely mock him. Now, Lin Feng was resting comfortably on a big tree. He had been chased by the Eternal Heaven Monarch for such a long time. Lin Feng was tired out. Fortunately, he had finally gotten rid of the Eternal Heaven Monarch. Lin Feng held a spirit fruit in his hand. He would take a bite of it from time to time. It tasted pretty good. I wonder how Daoist Wu Liang and the others are doing. I'd better go to White Bone City and meet up with them. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. At this moment, a female cultivator flew over from afar. The female cultivator was tall and looked rather young. Her skin was fair and her face was very beautiful. Especially her straight and slender jade-like legs, it was hard to look away. The female cultivator looked behind her from time to time, as if she was hiding from something. Her beautiful face looked a little pale at this moment. Lin Feng was lying on a tree branch, surrounded by dense branches. Therefore, the female cultivator did not notice Lin Feng. The female cultivator quickly jumped up the tree. At this moment, Lin Feng saw a dozen cultivators flying over from afar. They were still some distance away from here. In addition, the forest was filled with all kinds of vines and weeds. Those cultivators should not have noticed this female cultivator. The female cultivator just happened to arrive on the tree branch Lin Feng was resting on. After jumping up, she saw Lin Feng sitting on the tree branch and eating a spirit fruit. At first, he was shocked. Then, she made a gesture to keep quiet. She signaled Lin Feng to keep quiet. Lin Feng obediently cooperated with the female cultivator. Not long after, the group of cultivators who were chasing the female cultivator quickly flew over. "This woman is really good at hiding," one of the cultivators said with a gloomy expression. "She must be nearby. I saw her running here just now," another cultivator said. "We must capture her. If we capture her, we will have made a great contribution," the third cultivator said. "Everyone, split up and search. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find this woman," the leading cultivator said coldly. "Yes, sir," the rest of the cultivators replied, and the group of cultivators dispersed. He began to search for the woman beside Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng was very close to this woman. He could even smell the extremely pleasant scent of this woman's body fragrance. This woman's exquisite and beautiful face gave people the feeling of first love. She was really pure and moving. The leading cultivator was about 20 meters away from Lin Feng and the woman. Therefore, the woman did not dare to make a sound. The leader probably didn't expect that the woman they were looking for was hiding in a tree not far behind him. At this time, Lin Feng pointed behind the woman. The woman was a little puzzled. She turned her head and saw a 10-centimeter-long, green poisonous snake hanging on a tree branch. It was looking at her with its forked tongue. That was the poisonous green bamboo snake. It was a poisonous snake that could kill at the sight of blood. Its toxicity was very terrifying. It was enough to be ranked in the top 10 of the poisonous snake list. Generally, women were afraid of snakes, rats, and insects. Not to mention it was a poisonous snake. So, when she saw that the green bamboo snake was right behind her, and it was sticking out its forked tongue, ready to pounce and bite her at any time, the woman was so scared that her face turned pale. She almost screamed out loud. Fortunately, she covered her red lips in time. Almost instinctively, her body moved forward, wanting to open up the distance between her and the green bamboo snake. So, the woman directly threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. "What's going on?" Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He was just resting here. A beautiful woman threw herself at him? Happiness came too suddenly, right? A beautiful woman in his arms, warm and soft. But Lin Feng did not have any romantic thoughts, because the green bamboo snake had already flown over and opened its mouth to bite Lin Feng. Lin Feng grabbed the green bamboo snake's 7 inches. He told the green bamboo snake not to make a sound. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the cultivators who went out to search for the woman's whereabouts all flew over. So the woman lay in Lin Feng's arms and did not dare to move. She was afraid of attracting the attention of those people. However, she found that Lin Feng's embrace was quite warm. The feeling of lying here. It was really quite comfortable. But soon, the woman's pretty face became rosy. What time was it? She was still thinking about these things. "Sir, we didn't find anything," a group of cultivators said. The leading cultivator's expression was gloomy. His gaze looked at the surrounding towering trees. It seemed that they had not searched here yet. He was about to give the order to search. In the distance, a figure quickly flew into the distance. His speed was simply too fast. "Over there, Chase," the leading cultivator said in a deep voice. He could not see very clearly, but he could vaguely see a figure disappearing into the forest. The group of people quickly chased after it. Actually, that figure was an incarnation condensed by Lin Feng using the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. He used it to lure these people away. Otherwise, these cultivators would have definitely found him and the beauty in his arms. Now that the beauty was in his arms, what a beautiful scene. It was a pity that it was destroyed by others. "Did they leave?" the woman asked softly. "No, they didn't leave. Lie down for a while more," Lin Feng said. "Mpech, you lied to me. I clearly heard them leave." The woman stood up and looked outside. Indeed, she did not see those cultivators. The woman immediately looked at Lin Feng angrily. She wanted to punch Lin Feng directly. But fortunately, she suppressed her anger in time. "They just left," Lin Feng said. "Hooligan." The woman snorted. "Thank you for the compliment." Lin Feng grinned. The woman rolled her eyes. How could this guy be so shameless? Then, Lin Feng took out a jar of wine. Then, he pulled out the cork and stuffed the poisonous snake inside. "What are you doing?" the woman asked in confusion. "Soaking the wine," Lin Feng said. "You actually used the green bamboo leaf to soak the wine? You're really a pervert, and an extremely ignorant guy. You only need to drink a small sip and you'll definitely be poisoned to death," the woman said. Lin Feng laughed and said, "You don't understand. After the poisonous snake is soaked in the wine, the poison will fuse into the wine and then have a special reaction with the wine. The wine will become more and more mellow, and it's not poisonous. After drinking it, you'll definitely be full of energy." At this point, Lin Feng carefully sized up the delicate beauty in front of him. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beauty before?" This woman was obviously a shrewish person. She snorted lightly, then glared fiercely at Lin Feng, and then jumped down from the tree. Chapter 4770. The beauty had already left, but her fragrance still lingered. Everyone liked beautiful things. So, normally speaking, everyone preferred beautiful women. Regardless of whether it was men or women. It was like this. Lin Feng didn't know that woman's name. But since she had already left, Lin Feng wouldn't think too deeply about this matter. He would just treat it as a beautiful encounter. To be able to meet such a beauty, it was a pretty good experience. Lin Feng continued to lean against the tree and rest. He wanted to conserve his energy. At the same time, he needed to quickly adjust his body to its peak condition. Lin Feng had been thinking about the matter of the Bone Hall. He didn't know if he could find any information about it in Bone City. He had indeed promised the python to help it find ancient god Taihao's head. Then, one day, when he went to the Divine Mist Mountain again, he would bring ancient god Taihao's head back to the Divine Mist Mountain. But if he couldn't find the Bone Hall, then he couldn't be blamed for this matter. Lin Feng had always believed in one sentence. As long as he tried. Success or failure. Everything was up to fate. After resting, Lin Feng continued on his journey. 3 days later. Heavy rain poured down. Lin Feng was taking shelter from the rain in a cave. In the rain, he saw a woman. Her face was pale. She seemed to be injured. When he saw her face, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This was because this woman was actually that female cultivator with a somewhat fierce temper he had seen a few days ago. When this woman left, Lin Feng thought that he would never have a chance to meet her again. But who would have thought that he would see her again in just a few days? But this woman's injuries weren't light. It seemed that she had been found by those people and had been injured by them. She wondered if the other party was after her beauty, or if they were after something else. In truth, it wasn't necessarily a good thing for a woman to be too beautiful. In a world where the strong preyed on the weak, many powerful cultivators treated beautiful women as nothing more than tools to vent their lust. As such, if a woman was born too beautiful and did not have enough strength to protect herself, her fate would often be extremely tragic. Lin Feng did not call out to the female cultivator and allowed her to fly into the distance. Not long after that, over 10 cultivators came chasing after them. They were none other than the cultivators that Lin Feng had encountered earlier. These cultivators also flew past Lin Feng's cave to take shelter from the rain. At this time, Lin Feng flew out from his shelter. He then blocked the path of a group of cultivators. "Brat, what's the meaning of this? Why are you blocking our path? Are you tired of living?" When one of the cultivators saw that Lin Feng was just a young human cultivator, he immediately revealed a look of contempt. Naturally, he did not feel much respect for Lin Feng. In the other party's opinion, "Kill Lin Feng. Wasn't that an easy task?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "You reckless fool, do you know who you are talking to?" The cultivators were slightly taken aback. Then they came back to their senses. Then this group of cultivators looked at Lin Feng with a playful expression. He was a human cultivator. He was actually so arrogant. Was he really courting death? The cultivator who was targeted by Lin Feng had a murderous look in his eyes. Lin Feng was talking to him like that in front of everybody. Obviously, he didn't put him in his eyes at all. The cultivator could not help but become extremely angry. "Die." This cultivator directly rushed towards Lin Feng and soon arrived in front of Lin Feng. Then, he blasted a palm towards Lin Feng. In his opinion, Lin Feng was dead for sure. He didn't care about Lin Feng at all. It was no wonder that this cultivator did not take Lin Feng seriously. It was mainly because Lin Feng was too young. The young cultivators of the human race were far from comparable to those of the other races. Now, it seemed like Lin Feng was the only one who was extremely strong. The other party naturally did not expect that the person in front of him was the famous Lin Feng. Many races were full of disdain and contempt for the human race. Because the human race was now very weak. So, many cultivators of other races added insult to injury. When they saw the human race, they could not help but want to step on them. It would be best if the human race could never rise again. And for this cultivator in front of him, killing a young human cultivator was a very normal thing. After killing Lin Feng, he would probably forget about it the next day. This was because he didn't care about killing a young human cultivator. Seeing that the powerful palm was about to hit Lin Feng, the other cultivators looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, Lin Feng was undoubtedly going to die. They were all waiting for their companion to kill Lin Feng with one palm, so that they could continue to look for the woman that their master wanted to capture. But at this moment, Lin Feng made his move. Lin Feng raised his right hand. He gently drew a line in the void. A dazzling sword chi condensed and directly slashed towards the other party. The power of that sword chi was extremely terrifying. That cultivator had not even recovered from his shock. His body had already been cut in half by Lin Feng's sword chi. After seeing this scene, the rest of the people's faces were suddenly filled with incomparable shock. They could not believe their eyes. Although their companion was not a top expert, he was still an expert of the human immortal realm. However, he was instantly killed by Lin Feng. This meant that Lin Feng was definitely not a simple figure. The leading cultivator said with a gloomy expression, "I didn't expect you to be such a powerful figure, but today, you offended us, so you are destined to die. Set up the poisonous insect formation." After the leading cultivator finished speaking, more than a dozen cultivators dispersed. Then, they each took out some highly poisonous things. Someone took out a poisonous snake. Someone took out a poisonous insect. Someone took out a poisonous toad. The things that the group took out were all different. Those highly poisonous things spat out highly toxic poison one after another. And those highly toxic poisons quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. These people wanted to use highly toxic poisons to deal with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression suddenly turned cold, and he said with an indifferent expression, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as his voice faded, Lin Feng made his move. He first blew a breath of air. Instantly, a strong wind blew. The highly toxic poison was blown away. Then, Lin Feng flicked his finger. A ray of sword chi flew out. That ray of sword chi instantly turned into more than a dozen rays of sword chi. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, then. Rays of sword chi flew towards those cultivators. The expressions of the group of cultivators changed greatly. They wanted to dodge the sword chi that Lin Feng slashed out. But it was too late. Puff, puff, puff. Chapter 4771. Clang. Along with the sound of a collision, a sonorous sound was heard. Just as the leading cultivator was about to be killed, an armor suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. And that armor protected his body. The sword chi that Lin Feng slashed out slashed on his armor. After that cultivator was sent flying. In midair, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. Because the battle strength that Lin Feng displayed was really too terrifying. It was so terrifying that he couldn't help but be aghast. Such tyrannical battle strength, he didn't know how Lin Feng cultivated. After all, Lin Feng was so young, but he actually had such tyrannical battle strength. It was really too unbelievable. But all of this was real. Lin Feng was so powerful. It was so powerful that it caused others to feel despair. Seeing that this cultivator was not killed, Lin Feng wanted to go up and suppress this cultivator, and then interrogate him about something. But at this moment, Lin Feng's body swayed slightly. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He was poisoned. Previously, Lin Feng thought that he had blown away the poison. But now it seemed. He only blew away a part of the poison, and the remaining poison was hidden very deeply and was not blown away by the breath that he just blew out. Now, the poison had erupted. That was why he felt waves of dizziness. The leading cultivator obviously also saw that Lin Feng's current situation was quite bad. His face suddenly revealed a ferocious expression. Kid, go to hell. Not only did this cultivator not take advantage of this opportunity to escape, but he also took out a huge sword. Holding the huge sword in his hand, he swept towards Lin Feng, and then stabbed at Lin Feng. He wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to stab Lin Feng to death. But at this moment, the white jade toad flew out of time and space. The white jade toad croaked a few times. It began to absorb the poison in Lin Feng's body. Of course. The white jade toad also needed some time to absorb the poison in Lin Feng's body. However, although it was impossible to immediately absorb all the poison in Lin Feng's body, it still absorbed a part of it. After the white jade toad absorbed a portion of the poison, Lin Feng felt much better. The dizziness also lessened a lot. Lin Feng flicked his finger. It directly bounced off the opponent's huge sword. A powerful shockwave rippled out and the cultivator was sent flying. The giant sword in his hand flew out of his hand. Lin Feng stepped forward and suppressed the cultivator. Spare my life, spare my life. It's my dog eyes that failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended young master. Please spare my dog life. After being suppressed by Lin Feng, the leading cultivator immediately began begging for mercy. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live. In the face of life, what was dignity? This guy was definitely a despicable person. Why are you chasing that woman? Lin Feng asked. If young master doesn't kill me, I'll tell young master, the cultivator said. Lin Feng said indifferently, do you think you're qualified to bargain with me? I have 1,000 ways to make you talk. Do you want to try? Hearing Lin Feng's words, the cultivator's body couldn't help but tremble. Before getting Lin Feng's promise to let him go, he actually didn't want to talk. But he didn't dare to not talk. He knew that if he didn't say anything, this ridiculously young but extremely terrifying young human cultivator would definitely use extremely terrifying methods to torture him. But if he took the initiative to cooperate, after obediently speaking, the other party was happy. When the time came, he would beg for mercy, maybe he would have a chance to live. Thinking of this, the cultivator said, the reason why we're chasing that woman is because, but. Just as he said this, his body suddenly trembled violently. Then, he fell to the ground and breathed his last. Lin Feng checked and couldn't help but frown slightly. This cultivator had been restricted by someone. So, when he was about to reveal those secrets, he was sensed by the restrictions. Those restrictions were automatically triggered. They killed this cultivator. This kind of thing was relatively common in the world of cultivators, especially those big forces. In order to keep all kinds of secrets, they would impose restrictions on their disciples. These people should be from a certain big force. But Lin Feng didn't know which force they were from. However, Lin Feng guessed that these people should be from an extremely powerful poison sect. Because when they dealt with him previously, they set up the so-called poison array. Every single one of them brought out extremely powerful poisons. To cultivate those poisonous creatures, they needed a method. It was difficult for ordinary people to raise those poisonous creatures. Moreover, even if he could raise those poisonous creatures, it would be very difficult for him to raise their cultivation. But the other party was able to do this. This meant that the force behind them must have a complete set of methods to cultivate those poisonous creatures. Or else, it was impossible for everyone's poisonous creatures to be so powerful. Lin Feng put away these people's storage rings. Then, he took out the sky fire and burned the bodies of these cultivators to ashes. Lin Feng didn't stay and left the place of battle. At this time, the rain had stopped. Lin Feng found a place. His spiritual will invaded the storage rings of those cultivators. Inside the storage rings, Lin Feng found a lot of things, including all kinds of poisons, poisonous insects, poisonous grass, poisonous snakes, and so on. However, the various poisonous insects and poisonous creatures that these people cultivated were far inferior to the few spirit insects or insect swarms that Lin Feng cultivated. What is this? In the storage ring of the leading cultivator, Lin Feng found a very special thing. That thing. It was something that looked like a beehive. But Lin Feng felt that it was not simple. He took out the beehive-like thing. Then he held it in his hand and observed it. It was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a thing, but it was obviously not a beehive. He didn't know what material it was made of. It felt extremely cold to the touch. Because he didn't know what it was, Lin Feng decided to put it away for the time being. However, at this moment, Lin Feng discovered the Demon King insect was emitting a violent fluctuation. When he felt the fluctuation from the Demon King insect, Lin Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. Could it be that the Demon King insect was emitting fluctuations because of this beehive-like thing? If that was the case, then this beehive-like thing might be able to help the Demon King insect complete its evolution. Thinking of this. Chapter 4772. The Devil King insect was an extremely heaven-defying insect. Once it grew up, its strength was not inferior to Emperor Archaic. Therefore, Lin Feng was looking forward to the Devil King insect. He had always hoped that the Devil King insect could grow up quickly, but the growth of the Devil King insect was very difficult. In fact, the stronger the creature, the more difficult it would be to grow up. Bibi, Blackie, Xiaolong, Emperor Archaic, and the ancient ancestor insect were all like this. The Devil King insect was the same. The Devil King insect had already completed its first evolution. And some time ago, the Devil King insect had been in seclusion. It was to evolve again. However, after the Demon King bug tried a few times, it ended in failure. The main thing was that it lacked some opportunities. In other words, it lacked something to support itself to complete the transformation. The Devil King insect quickly flew out and laid on top of the beehive-shaped thing. Then, he took a bite out of it. Catcher! A large piece of the beehive-shaped thing was bitten off by the Devil King insect. The Devil King insect wolfed it down. It directly swallowed that piece of thing. It seemed that this thing could really make the Devil King insect transform. Although Lin Feng did not know what it was. However, as long as it could make the Devil King insect complete its transformation, there was no need to find out what this thing was. Lin Feng gently stroked the Devil King insect. This little guy suddenly let out a burst of excited cries. Looking at it, it seemed to be eating quite happily. The Devil King insect's eating speed was extremely fast. A piece of beehive-sized thing was quickly eaten by the Devil King insect. After eating that thing, dense runes appeared on the surface of the Devil King insect's body. Those runes contained extremely violent energy fluctuations. The Devil King insect was refining those things. Lin Feng originally thought that the Devil King insect would need some time to refine those things it ate. But the actual situation was obviously beyond Lin Feng's expectations. The Devil King insect refined those things extremely quickly. It did not take long. Those things were refined by the Devil King insect. Those things turned into the purest energy. The Devil King insect's body emitted waves of violent fluctuations. After feeling the violent fluctuation, Yi Zichen was shocked. Lin Feng's face lit up. It seemed like the Devil King bug was really going to transform. The thing that the Devil King insect ate was truly extraordinary. It was actually able to allow the Devil King bug to quickly complete its transformation. Once the transformation was completed, the Devil King insect's combat power would be greatly increased. In fact, there were some great battles happening right now. Lin Feng would occasionally summon Bibi and the others to help. At the same time, he wanted to train Bibi and the others. However, Lin Feng would not summon the Demon King bug. The main reason was that the Demon King bug was not strong enough. They were unable to participate in the war. However, if the Demonic King bug completed its second transformation, the Devil King insect would be reborn. At that time, the Devil King insect could also come out and fight alongside Bibi and the others. Time passed quickly. The Devil King insect's transformation was still ongoing. The Devil King insect's transformation did not take too long. It only took 2 hours. The Devil King bug completed its second transformation. The Devil King insect that completed its transformation did not change much from its previous size. However, the Devil King insect's aura was much stronger than before. Lin Feng knew that this time, the Demonic King insect's strength had increased by a huge margin. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel happy for the Devil King insect. Of course, Lin Feng was also happy for himself. Because the Devil King insect was one of Lin Feng's demon pets. The stronger the Devil King insect was, it would be of great help to Lin Feng. Lin Feng sent the Devil King insect into the time and space. He rested for a while. He found that it was already late. Lin Feng found some wood and made a simple pile of materials. Then Lin Feng lit the pile of materials. The flames burned. Lin Feng cut off some dragon meat. Then he took out a spear, pierced the dragon meat with the spear, and put it on the fire to roast. As a person who couldn't be happier without meat, Lin Feng naturally wanted to take advantage of every opportunity to eat meat and enjoy the delicious food. Barbecuing meat was Lin Feng's specialty, and he was also very familiar with it. Not long after, the roasted meat emitted a rich meat fragrance. Lin Feng took out a wine jar. Earlier, he stuffed a green bamboo leaf inside. This was a very nourishing wine. It was good for men. So if men drank this wine often, they would all become energetic. Lin Feng cut off a piece of roasted meat and drank while eating. Then he looked at the stars in the sky. From time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard. In a cultivator's life, most of the time, they were destined to be lonely. And Lin Feng was already used to this feeling of loneliness. You sure are leisurely, drinking wine and eating roasted meat here. Aren't you afraid of attracting the powerful beasts around here? A voice came from the forest. Then a woman walked out. Her life was extremely beautiful. That pair of straight and slender jade-like legs were even more eye-catching. This long-legged beauty was none other than the female cultivator Lin Feng had seen twice before. During the day, her face was still very pale, and her injuries seemed to be quite serious. However, after half a day of treatment, her complexion recovered a lot. Her aura also became much more stable. So it's you, fairy. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here, Lin Feng said with a smile. The woman walked over and sat in front of the fire beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't answer her previous question, so she didn't pursue it. I want to eat meat too, the woman said. Lin Feng nodded and said, eating meat is good. It can speed up the recovery of injuries. This is an effect that spirit fruits can't replace. The woman's pretty face turned cold. She said, you know I'm injured. What's your relationship with those people? Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, if I'm related to those people, do you think you can still sit here and talk to me? I could have captured you the first time we met. The woman thought about it and said, even if you're not related to those people, you're still a stinking hooligan. Who knows what kind of wicked ideas you have in your mind? After hearing the woman's words, Lin Feng was speechless. He said, yes, I'm a stinking hooligan. Do you want me to carry you to the forest right now and make you my bride tonight? Hearing this, the woman glared fiercely at Lin Feng and said, You're still far from enough. Even if my cultivation has dropped a lot due to my injuries, dealing with you is still as easy as flipping my hand. Chapter 4773. Lin Feng only smiled in response to the woman's disdain. He did not refute the woman because Lin Feng felt that there was no need to refute her. As long as she was happy, it was fine. Why fight over this? Lin Feng said with a smile, don't worry, I'm not interested in you. You don't have to worry about me plotting against you. Now, you can eat. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the woman exploded. Lin Feng said that he was not interested in her. What did that mean? She was a great beauty, a national beauty. He actually dared to say that he was not interested in her. Did he think that she was not beautiful enough? The woman looked at Lin Feng and said, you said that you were not interested in me. Are you trying to attract my attention? I can see through this trick of yours. If you want to use this method to attract my attention, then let me give you a piece of advice. Don't waste your effort. This method of yours has no effect on me. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, Fairy, please don't overthink it. I really don't have any thoughts about you. H, you better not. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. The woman coldly snorted. In truth, she was trying to find a way out for herself. This was because she realized that perhaps Lin Feng really was not interested in her. This made the woman feel extremely unconvinced. She secretly cursed Lin Feng for being blind. Why would he turn a blind eye to her beauty? If this was in the past, she would definitely have argued with Lin Feng. However, the woman only wanted to eat a good meal now. Everything else could be discussed later, so she quickly found a way out for herself and used a dagger to cut off a piece of barbecued meat. She began to eat in an unladylike manner. Is this the reincarnation of a hungry ghost? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself as he looked at the woman's unladylike manner while eating. His mutter could not escape the woman's ears. The woman glared at Lin Feng and said, are you asking for a beating? Do you believe that I won't beat the crap out of you? Lin Feng said, I said something wrong. Fairy, you should eat quickly. It won't taste good later. The woman no longer paid any attention to Lin Feng. Instead, she quickly finished off the barbecued meat in front of her. After eating, she patted her stomach. His originally flat abdomen was now slightly bulging. He had eaten too much. But from the looks of it, she still looked as if she hadn't had enough. I didn't expect you to have such good skills. I've decided to hire you as my personal chef. I'll pay you 10 mid-grade immortal stones every day. What do you think? Lin Feng said, I don't care about the remuneration, but if there's a bed warming service, I'll agree. What bed warming service? The woman looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Lin Feng smirked. That means we'll sleep together tonight. Stinking hooligan, you're asking for a beating. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the woman immediately went berserk and pounced on Lin Feng. She wanted to give Lin Feng a good beating. Lin Feng quickly stood up. He moved to the left and easily dodged the woman who pounced on him. Hey, your cultivation isn't that great, but your movement technique isn't bad. The woman couldn't help but say in surprise. She thought Lin Feng's cultivation wasn't that great because she was an earth immortal cultivator. As for Lin Feng, he hid his cultivation technique. He had hidden his strength on purpose, so when people sensed his cultivation level, they realized he was only a great emperor. And he had just entered the emperor realm not long ago. The main reason was that Lin Feng was used to keeping a low profile. The woman pounced on Lin Feng several times, but Lin Feng dodged her every time. She stomped her foot angrily. She said, this fairy is injured, so I won't lower myself to your level. Lin Feng said with a smile. Then I'll have to thank fairy for being merciful. The woman said, it's good that you know I'm merciful. You should restrain yourself a little. If you dare to flirt in front of me again, I won't forgive you. Fairy is really magnanimous. I'll remember it now. I promise I won't flirt with Fairy anymore, Lin Feng said. The woman said, why does it sound so awkward when I hear you say that? Especially when you don't use the word flirt. How can you flirt with me? If you dare, I'll beat you until half your body is paralyzed. This woman was only good at talking. Her strength was naturally not as good as her words. The woman said, if you follow me to a place, I can give you some benefit. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Then he asked, where are we going? Qingyang town. The woman replied. Why are we going there? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The woman said, to save. Of course, you don't have to be afraid. When the time comes, you don't have to do anything. You just have to create some chaos outside to attract the attention of those people. When the time comes, I'll go in and save them. Who are you going to save? Lin Feng asked. My elder sister. The woman said. Your elder sister? Lin Feng could not help but be surprised. Then, he thought of the cultivators who had chased after the woman. It seemed that one of the sisters had been captured. One of them had escaped. Why do you have so many questions? Are you going or not? The woman clearly did not have much patience. She was an impatient person. She looked at Lin Feng angrily. Lin Feng said, this is a matter of life and death. Of course, I have to ask more questions. Otherwise, I might lose my life. Look at how careful you are. You're so useless. The woman curled her lips and said. Lin Feng said, being useless is better than losing my life. The woman said, what do you want to ask? Hurry up. Lin Feng naturally would not be polite with the woman. In fact, he had always wanted to know why those people had chased after the woman. They must have some unspeakable secret. Unfortunately, the cultivator who had led the group was already dead. Or else. He already knew the reason why they had chased after the woman. Lin Feng asked, who captured your elder sister? The Myriad Poison Sect. The woman said. What kind of faction is that? Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. Just by hearing the name of the faction, he knew that it was not a faction to be trifled with. One of the strongest factions in the White Bone region. They specialize in using poison to control all kinds of poisonous creatures. The woman said. Lin Feng had already seen this. Moreover, he had a deep impression of them. When it came to using poison and controlling all kinds of poisonous creatures, the cultivators of the Myriad Poison Sect were indeed unique. Lin Feng continued asking, why did the Myriad Poison Sect capture you? Chapter 4774. Since we're working together, we should be honest. If you don't, then there's no way we can continue working together. Lin Feng shrugged. The woman glared at Lin Feng. Her shrewish style was obvious as she said, who's not being honest? I didn't say I wouldn't tell you. She continued, it's because we sisters have an item that attracted the Myriad Poison Sect's interest. That's why they want to capture us and take the item from us. When we were surrounded, my sister was captured by the Myriad Poison Sect in order to cover my escape. They didn't use your sister to threaten you and force you to show yourself? Lin Feng asked. The woman said, of course they did. However, I spread the news that if they dared to harm my sister, I would destroy the item. No one would be able to obtain it. Those people naturally feared my sister and didn't dare to harm her. They wanted to capture me so that they could solve the problem once and for all. However, how could they possibly have the ability to capture me? Aren't they still being toyed around by me? At this point, the woman revealed a smug expression. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly, if I hadn't killed those people, you would have been captured long ago. Of course, Lin Feng didn't say this to the woman. Yeah, you're really amazing. You'll definitely be able to save your sister. I'm very curious. What exactly did you obtain? Why are those people from the Myriad Poison Sect so interested in it? Lin Feng asked the woman. The woman said, a token to head to the place where the Lord of all Spirits fell. The Lord of all Spirits? What kind of existence is that? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of such an existence. The Lord of all Spirits isn't a simple existence. In the past, he was an expert who dominated the world. It said that the Lord of all spirits was transformed from a ferocious beast, a tyrant beast. He was born with a domineering aura that intimidated everyone, the woman said. When Lin Feng heard that, he couldn't help but be astonished. A tyrant beast? Didn't that mean he had a tyrant bone? Previously, Lin Feng had obtained the cultivation method of the supreme world-destroying hegemonic aura. This was Lin Feng's fifth type of qi aura. However, it wasn't easy for Lin Feng to cultivate this type of acquired qi aura. First of all, one needed to have an extremely deep understanding of this domineering aura. However, comprehending the mysteries of tyrannical aura was the most difficult thing. Of course, this was not a difficult task for Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng had already cultivated 4 types of haki. He had a certain understanding of haki. It was precisely because of his previous experience of cultivating haki. Therefore, Lin Feng's success rate in comprehending a new haki was many times higher than others. However, even if he had comprehended the profound mysteries of haki, he still wouldn't be able to do it. However, in order to cultivate tyrannical aura, one still needed another prerequisite, and that was the tyrannical bone. But how could it be so easy to find the tyrant bone? Lin Feng never thought that he would obtain some information about tyrant Gu here. This made Lin Feng very happy. If he could find the place where the Lord of all spirits fell, his tyrant bone might still be there. If he obtained the tyrant bone, wouldn't he be able to cultivate the supreme world-destroying hegemonic aura? This was an acquired purple qi aura. Although it was acquired qi aura, it was the highest level of qi aura. The acquired qi aura was often weaker than the innate qi aura. Therefore, among the acquired qi aura, it was very rare to be able to reach the 9th level of purple qi aura. And for the supreme world-destroying hegemonic aura to reach the 9th level of purple qi aura, it was very rare. Once successfully cultivated, Lin Feng's cultivation would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng looked at the woman and said with a smile, "I can help you save your sister, but I want to go with you to the place where the Lord of all spirits fell. Moreover, I want to choose something. Looking at your treacherous smile, why do I feel like you're up to something?" The woman couldn't help but snort and said, looking at Lin Feng with a suspicious gaze. Lin Feng said, "Look at what you're saying. I'm a righteous person, so don't slander me. I don't think you dare to play any tricks. Otherwise, I'll beat you up until you can't take care of yourself for the rest of your life," the woman said as she waved her fist. Lin Feng asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Hannah Mirage," the woman said. Then she looked at Lin Feng and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Ji," Lin Feng introduced. "There's no time to lose. Let's go to Qingyang town now," Hannah Mirage said. Lin Feng nodded. He went to Qingyang town with Hannah Mirage. On the way, Hannah Mirage had been swallowing healing pills, wanting to quickly recover from her injuries. Lin Feng said, "How can you swallow healing pills like that? Swallowing healing pills like that will cause your body to develop a strong resistance to healing pills, which will cause great harm to your body. Once this resistance is formed, the effects of healing pills will be greatly reduced when you take them in the future. It's none of your business." "I'm happy to do it," Hannah Mirage snorted coldly. Her shrewish personality was fully displayed. Lin Feng shook his head and didn't say anything else. In fact, Lin Feng knew what Hannah Mirage was thinking. She wanted to save her sister as soon as possible. Therefore, she swallowed large amounts of healing pills to recover from her injuries instead of slowly recuperating. In fact, Hannah Mirage was a shrewish person on the outside. But in reality, she was a very kind woman. 5 days later, Lin Feng and Hannah Mirage arrived outside Qingyang town. When they arrived, it was evening. The sky wasn't completely dark yet. Therefore, Lin Feng and Hannah Mirage didn't enter Qingyang town. According to Hannah Mirage, there were many cultivators from the myriad poison sect in Qingyang town. It wasn't suitable to enter now. When night came, it was easy to hide in the darkness. This was the best time to act. "What's your sister's name?" Lin Feng asked. "Why are you asking this?" Hannah Mirage asked. "Purely out of curiosity," Lin Feng said. Don't you dare have any ideas about my sister, or I'll beat you to death, Hannah Mirage said fiercely, but she still told Lin Feng her sister's name. Hannah Mirage's sister's name was Hannah Jinsey. Lin Feng nodded and waited for night to fall. Qingyang Town was located on the official road of the ancient cloud forest, so there were many adventurers coming in and out. It was very lively. When night fell, Hannah Mirage said, "In the center of Qingyang Town, there's a house called Shui Mansion. My sister is trapped inside. Go and lure away the cultivators there. Try to lure as many of them away as possible. After you've lured those people away, I'll immediately sneak in to save my sister," Lin Feng said. "All right, I'll go now. When we move later, be careful."